Going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boy Zeke. We're getting ready to kick off the competition here in NA East, and boy, do we have a show for you. Not only a show, but look at this team. That's right, Reese has come back from EU and joining us for the first time on the official broadcast. Turned professional player from the days of the summer skirmish right now to becoming an analyst. It's Vivid. Reese, our little one, he's growing up.
He's growing up. We've been watching him for so long, and he's joined me here now in the little newbie box as well. I was there last time, but he's come up, taken my place, and it's heartwarming to see.
Thanks for keeping the seat warm for me, Reese. Yeah, it's finally made it to the stage with Zeke himself.
Oh my gosh, get out of here, dude. All right, we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk about this show. Fortnite fam, first off, happy Valentine's Day. If you, I think you might have a bandage. I actually fell and tripped the moment I locked eyes with you, I fell off my bills and I took some fall damage. So can I have that bandage, please? Or anyway, let's talk about the broadcast itself. Hey, it's here. It's what I'm here for, man. They pay me for the memes.
I get it,
yeah. You like that. It's good. We kick things off in EU. Now we're in NA East. After this entire segment of 6 games, we're going to take a break and jump over to NA West. So if you want even more Fortnite action, make sure you stick around and watch because we've got plenty of it. Now, of course, we do have an overall tournament format, surprising to look at. The points, we'll break it all down for you. And of course, Reese is here to break down the tournament format specifically.
So overall, we are currently in Qualifier 1, Round 4. So this weekend, already these teams that have made it through to Round 4 have gone through 3 rounds. So they've been through a lot this weekend, and the best of the best 33 teams have made it here to Round 4. The best top 10 teams from today will move on to the semi-finals, which was previously referred to as the heats, but it's called the semi-finals. So after that, the top 8 teams from each individual heat in the semi-finals will then move on to the finals, which is a 2-day event. This is where all the prize money is. And if in that semi-finals you don't manage to get into the top 8, you're in that 9th to 16th slot, you go into a single match in the reboot round, and this will give you the opportunity to win the game and get into the finals.
Yeah, so today what we're going to be looking at is first place is going to be getting 30 points, second is going to be grabbing 25 points, and third is going to be getting 20 points. So there's some huge point thresholds there in the top 3, so there's going to be really, really important to look out for today. Now, the big change that we're looking at today, because we're usually used to seeing 1 point for elimination, but today we have 2 points for eliminations. So it's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on that and see how it influences players' play styles and see how they like change it up or something like that. Maybe we'll see a little bit more aggression than we're used to in the past competitive seasons.
Hey, we've already seen it affect everything, right, Vivid? Out back in EU, I mean, we saw a way more aggressive playstyle than we're used to seeing, and here on your screen you can see an overall prize breakdown of the competition coming out of finals. So we'll see this prize money coming out a month from now, so make sure you stay tuned and follow the action the entire way through. Yeah, I mean, guys, we saw so much insane action in Europe. We saw teams get far more aggressive than what we're used to seeing. And I think a lot of that is that extra 2 point. And it's so weird to just think like, oh, well, elimination just gives 1 more point. I mean, Reese, you were there. Talk us through what you saw.
I was there. I've been there, but it was it was tough to describe a lot of the times because players were taking a large amount of fights that we would not normally see. Be that based on the point system or the format, we'll need to figure out exactly why they were taking so many fights all around. But it was interesting to see because these teams that weren't making it into the top 3, that weren't getting tons of eliminations at the same time, they weren't climbing as high on the leaderboard as in some kind of previous formats that we've seen. So it is important. You either need a lot of eliminations or you need to be consistently getting into that top 3.
So much to break down. Now, of course, guys, don't forget we got other regions. They're wrapping up their games. We'll have some of those leaderboards to take a look at. We did take a look at OCE in Asia over in Europe. So we'll kind of hop on over and see what of the other regions. It's actually Middle East that we'll be diving into. And of course, we've got our 2 minds here. They're going to break down what they're seeing. And we can kind of use these standings specifically as like a metric of what we may see in today's competition.
Yeah, in first place was the Falcon Trio, and very, very incredible average placement for them. 4.8. A 4.8 average placement across 6 games is really, really consistent. And actually, this is something we picked up on in EU, where the team that came first there with Janice's team had an average placement of 5.5. So these teams actually managed to beat out that on average placement, and that is why they've climbed to the top of that leaderboard, even without actually managing to get any victory royales. They still got 2 seconds, which kind of took them up into that top 3 position.
Yeah, that is crazy that they ended up with 33 total eliminations over 6 games. Probably a little bit little better than 5 elims average per game. 150 points is a lot of points. We're picking up that first place slot, obviously. And then if we look at the 10th place team here, 95 points. Hopefully we can use this as a metric today to see what these teams are going to be aiming for. Because remember, top 10 basically qualifies you for the heats, which will be happening in 3 weeks. So the NAE teams today should be shooting for around 95 to 100 points, I would assume. Now, again, though, these top 10 teams, they all have 25 plus eliminations. So the points for the eliminations being 2 points is just crazy. And it's just boosting these points like crazy.
Yeah, and you've seen consistently, like, these eliminations are kind of fluctuating. You can see this on the next page as well. It goes from 25 all the way down to 14. So obviously these teams haven't quite made it into that qualification threshold. However, at the same time, they're performing in terms of their overall gameplay with slightly different tactics. Some getting more eliminations, such as Saud up in that 11th place slot, and some getting a little bit less average eliminations as well.
Yeah, immediately looking at this Middle East leaderboard, I can tell that eliminations are going to play a huge part in what teams grab top 10 today. It looks like it's just becoming like a huge point disparity based on how many eliminations, like the elimination difference basically. So yeah, I think teams today should really focus on getting as many eliminations as they can, because it seems to be making all the difference looking at this leaderboard.
It does, but it's not quite as easy, you know? If only it was easy as just to get more eliminations sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
I remember Zeke saying this at one point. He said, why don't, you know, this is the format. They should maybe just take more fights, but you have the best of the best out there right now, you know? This is the top 33 teams on the region, and, you know, you think you're a good team at fighting, but I guarantee that other team that you come across are also extremely good fighters, so it's not exactly just a free points if you end up doing it that way.
Yeah, it's not easy. That's why we're looking at the best of the best today, though. They are supposed to be the best at what they do. So let's see how they do.
Yo, man. I mean, look, it's kind of weird, especially when we just had EU wrap up. And even just looking at the points, like EU versus Middle East, it's interesting to me that the point spread is a lot like even. Whereas in EU, it was incredibly top heavy. It was 83 points to make it into the top 10. But in ME, it was more at 95. So I'm kind of curious to see if NAE has got to be pushing themselves a little harder. You know, as much as I like to see these crazy games, I also want a little bit more strategy involved. We'll have to see how that shakes up. Guys, we're in Chapter 2, Season 5. All right, we got new stuff. We got NPCs, gold, new weapons. All types of mobility tools have been removed from the game, so a lot of these players have to kind of approach this a little bit differently than we're kind of used to seeing. Reese, what are you hoping to see kind of coming into these games since we just came from Europe?
Well, from Europe, I kind of alluded to this earlier, if you watched Europe as well, where I'm really interested to see how players are going to be using the exotic weapons into the game, because we actually saw Miro use the Nighthawk pistol in EU for a huge amount of Storm Surge damage that he managed to pick up from that. So maybe we'll see a couple different strategies going on into NA East as well.
Yeah, the bars and the characters around the map really have changed a lot. It's pretty much dictated a bunch of players' like drop spots and everything like that. But to me, the most important drop spot on the map, Dam, or some people call it Hydra 16, has the character over there that actually drops that RPG. And as we've seen, it plays a huge role in like how the game plays out. And if you have control of that RPG, you can get really easy plays of points and possibly even free height.
Now, do you think that's enough, though? Like, if we know that Hydra 16 is, like, this really contested spot on the map, do you think that's going to be pulling trios in? Because, like, if you kind of think about it, even let's say if it pulls 3 trios, it's 9 players on the map, they're all going to take each other out, and one of them may walk away with this RPG. Or do you think, like, man, that looks really tempting, but, like, I'm trying to I'm trying to at least shoot for top 3 with a mix of eliminations? Like, what do you think, Vivid? Is that enough of a draw?
It depends on how good they are with it, how much practice they've had with it. Because if they're really good, I do believe like if they get like 2 games with it and they just like win those and get a lot of elims with it, then yeah, they can pop up. They can get enough points. Like we're talking about, like 80 to 100 points is kind of like the range, the varying range between EU and Middle East. So I believe that they could do it with two games. However, you know, if they do bad in those 2 games that they like, you know, live off spawn against those other 2 teams contesting, then you know, there's like their only 2 games that they really had because of that contestation. So it'll depend on how confident they are with it, and we'll have to see how many teams contest for it today.
How do you feel about that, Reese?
I'm going to say a lot, because we've
Let's
seen
go!
already in the rounds that there's a lot of people contesting that drop spot. It is extremely good. You know, the players on NA East know exactly what they're doing. They know the meta. They know how powerful that drop spot is. And we've seen a lot of on, you know, social media about how these different players are contesting, how many teams are actually landing there. And it's not an easy place to fight. There's not a huge amount of loot for 2 teams to fight in that kind of small area. So we'll see actually how that kind of plays out. Who's going there, who's not. That's what I want to find out in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a very hard area to control, because they aren't just only looking for that higher 16 loot. They also have to like loot like some of the swamp and then flush factory as well to like, you know, actually grab enough stuff so that way they can play the rest of the game out. There's a lot of area to control, and as we know in these finals, people are just really hungry for as much loot as they can get. So players from around them will be like looking for all this extra loot as well. So it's not going to be like just, oh look, I eliminated these 2 teams that were contesting me here. Now I just go grab my loot. Like, no, you know, there's going to be some other contention over there as well.
Yeah, and we did see a little bit of this even coming out of Europe, because like there was like 1 or 2 games that I can like distinctly remember where the RPG played this massive role in the end game. And in case you don't know, it's just like a rocket launcher. You use it to kind of fracture builds and dump a ton of damage in a large AoE, but it's very hard to acquire. That's why this POI is so vital to picking it up and adding it to your arsenal. So the thing about Europe was that we saw like eliminations were happening so fast that even when these power weapons were hitting people's hands, a lot of the times they were just fighting out in Storm, Reese, and these weapons were just kind of like left by the wayside and weren't even brought into the end game. All this hard work for nothing, over in a moment due to a fight.
Yeah, and EU was interesting for that, because obviously we saw so many engagements and fights going on over and over and over again. But at the same time, the team who was landing Hydro 16, which was Lazen's team, ended up placing in that top 5 position. So despite the fact that maybe they went down some games and lost that rocket launcher, in other games, when they had it, they were managing to successfully claim that high ground and use it efficiently to get later on into the game.
Absolutely. Well, Fortnite fam, we hope you guys are enjoying all the action, but it's time. We're about to kick it off here on the Battle Bus. We've got Monster Deface and Aussie Antics. They'll be our eyes in the sky, and we'll be here on the desk when we get back. So for now, casters, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. We do appreciate you, of course, taking care of all that for us. This is the FNCS qualifier here. We're ready to call the action. Last night, we had a great time over on the other side of the pond. Ozzy, you walked us through OCE. Let's just catch everybody up, man, because the competitive stage, it doesn't change from region to region. It just gets more and more difficult, if anything, as the stages go on.
Yeah, it was incredibly exciting. Is what we had to expect today. It was the first time we've seen that scoring format, or the first time I've seen it in the finals. Eliminations worth 2, first place being worth 15 eliminations, but that real top 3 heavy portion. We talked about it there. The analyst covered it perfectly. It's really going to reward those teams who can get up there and have those big games, but consistently get top 3. NA East, EU, we know they are the massive regions. They are the big dogs on the block. If you can't get top 3 consistently, or at the very least top 5 with a few eliminations, it's going to drop off. We saw that on OCE. It was a few big games, but it was those who could consistently have those big games. Again, Vivid said it. These are the best of the best.
Yeah, and every single region has truly reflected that, right? The correlation between a high player staying alive to the zone right now is true across every region. The stats online have been showing it. So it really has proven in recent times that comp is back, man. It's uptrending, and everyone's really looking forward to the FNCS season right now. Even so that this qualifier that we're about to cast over right now, these 6 games coming up, we have a mix-up in the standings as far as just the roster, right? The people that made it this far, like, there's upsets that didn't come through, and there's obviously favorites that we saw make it to the final stages now.
Yeah, we're missing some of the biggest names in NA East right now. The Exet trio that was just so prevalent last season as well. We have Centered Edgy Commandment, our second place team not qualifying, who has been one of the most consistent teams in scrims, in trio cash cups, other tournaments coming into this. The big one, obviously, Zate Saf Stretch. It's why the guys are having that big conversation around the Hydro Dam. Who's going to get the rocket launcher? Because the big guys who have it aren't here today. And maybe that was an issue with the rounds you talked about, Monster. It ramps up every round. We're with the best of the best now. And sometimes strategies that worked up until now don't work in round 4, and vice versa. So I'm just excited to see how these guys go. NA East has amazing scrims, amazing tournaments, but it doesn't get more intense than FNCS.
Let's not forget, you do have to break into that top 10 as well if you want to move on to the next stages. But not only that, those guys don't get to compete again, right? As far as this qualifying stages go. So it's going to be easier and easier for some, right? For certain drop spots, but that means leading into the heats, leading into what will be the finals. it's going to get interesting. Teams will end up ultimately contesting one another. I think it's going to come down to who can do their homework in the later stages and who can really prepare themselves for the battle that's to come.
Yeah, as well. And it's not just consistency within the games, it's consistency throughout the weeks, right? More players are going to get into those semifinals based on consistency through the week. So you've got to perform well here today. It's not just about aiming top 10. Top 10's nice. You have that little insurance of sitting back for 2 weeks, watching other people go at it, knowing that you get to just know you're in there. But consistency is where it's at. Quite often we've seen not only people get in off consistency, they do phenomenal once they get there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But the battle bus is battling up right now. It's gearing up here, and we're jumping into the Fortnite world. Game number 1 of 6 is about to go down here. Who will get one step closer to the big share of the $690,000 here on the NA East region? Aussie antics, we will find out here shortly as everyone is hopping off and take a look. We know where most of these teams are already landing. We know where most of these battles might already occur. And again, that Hydro Dam 16, the Slurpy Swamps, Sweaty Sands, there's so many big names and contestants that will be unfolding throughout the map, but it's a matter of who can be the best today.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm already seeing some big wide splits as well. We have the Kami split out of EU being one of the best splits on the map right now. I think that's getting claimed by Calculator. That's that area kind of above Lazy Lake all the way to Dirty Docks. You see those 3 red arrows and how much room they have. There is a deceptive amount of loot there. You think about the big POIs, the big names. I'm seeing 2 teams at Misty Meadows. I knew this was going to happen. I talked about it. Censored, Edgy, and Commandment. The kings of Misty Meadows are not here. So someone is going to be knocking on the door and trying to step up and take their throne. Craggy Cliffs, only one team. We know that's Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky. And let's see, who is it? Looks like we have Joji, Dictate, and Users, but I don't know if that is Joji, though. I think it's a different name right now. And we've got another team on the other side. I love how Misty plays out, Monster. You've got the kind of delineated sides with the lake, and you get to see who's going to duke it out, or do they take their loot and run? Do you go for the big pot and try to battle it out?
Yeah, that is the true question here, and we'll find out shortly. But look, it's that 50-50 split like you mentioned. This is an east and west draw spot. Misty Meadow is big enough for 2 teams to definitely get comfortable, and we see players battle this fight time and time again. On the other side, Steamy Stacks is a very similar terrain, right? These are not those kind of drop spots that you just go all in and 50-50 for a weapon and then take the battle. These are drop spots heavily revolving around strategy. Bully, OSP, and OP here. Frisk, right? This is Frisk C9. We've seen them fight so many times, right? Especially during the scrims. This is a fight and I guess a battle, a further drop that's been going on for weeks now.
4 weeks now. You're going up against one of the competitive veterans. You've got Chap there, and he's also got Dukes and Threats. First time playing with them here, this FNCS, and man, I'm going to be one to admit I knew a little bit about Threats and Dukes, and Chap just has such a skill, such a knack for finding underrated players and elevating them to FNCS levels, because this team has been doing so incredibly well, but they have found their match here. Bully has been going Steamy Stacks forever, and this team knows how to fight it. And it is one of the most interesting fights, right? Because Chap goes up now trying to claim this stack. He's going to have to disengage. It's the only spawn fight that looks like this. It's the only spawn location that has these, you know, these stacks that you can fly around, elevate, get the high ground, hold people. It's one of the most interesting early games to watch, guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure. And Frisk already has the power drop, the hold on the high ground, and now he's going to be able to pinpoint the enemies out and possibly jump down for a pinch. But no, instead they're going to recoup with one another. There's still loot to be had here. There's so much gear here in this drop spot that you can actually farm up in these early instances, get all that ammunition and whatnot. And look, it's just a back and forth. It's almost like a mind game between the two, right? It's a taunting of sorts between both sides. No one's landed a big shot yet. Dukes is going to be the first one to take the snipe shot there, and that was from Frisk, who, by the way, hit that while he was in the air. So quite a ridiculous shot right there just to kick things off.
Yeah, let's kick things off. And this is a scary fighting team right now. And that's the one thing with the stacks. It does get a little bit awkward. Sometimes it's kind of hard to manage when you go off, when you go down. But they've got zone, so this fight can drag out a little bit longer. But this is going to be difficult for both these teams. We've seen it not just in this FNCS, but every FNCS monster. If you're contested on drop, even if you play it really well, even if you win it more times than not, it's enough to really affect your overall consistency. So it means that when you make it out, you have to have those big games. Right now, Frisk maybe going for an aggressive one. Not really sure about this play. He falls just a little bit short. short, takes a lot of damage before this fight even begins, doesn't have any shields left, has no minis, so right now Frist is looking a little bit worse for wear down here. They tried to push onto Chap's turf, and right now Duke's threats and Chap are looking okay, but I don't actually see Chap up here right now. I think Bully's taking advantage of that. They have the numbers game. Bully is all in, and he's trying to get into the box, and he does, gets the damage, and takes down Chap, Dukes, and threats. It is now 1-0 over at Steamy Stacks to Bully's team.
Yeah, if you blinked, you missed Chap getting taken out in the initial opening instances there, and all of a sudden, Bully comes in with the full trio, sweeps them up and under the rug. Now, though, Nut, Zypha, and company here, holding that high ground. Joji down low with his teammates, of course, back-to-back here. Already 3 eliminations for them, so seems like they've had quite an interesting, quick fight already unfolded. Now, have another team landing right on top of them, looking to see if they can wrap this up.
Yeah, we got some really good fights around the map. I'm seeing in the top left there. I'm also pretty sure there must be a fight breaking down in Pleasant Park between Scope's team from what I can see. So this is going to be an interesting one. We've now got at least 3 or 4 drops that are contested and are breaking out into these early fights. We're already down to 80 players out of 99. I guarantee the ones that make it off spawn will stay very safe. We'll have our incredibly NAE stacked endgames like we know. But it just shows, because some of those kings aren't in this, because some of those big names who've had these drop spots on lockdown for weeks aren't here, you've got teams like that who are trying to vie their way in and try to claim it if they can, as Zypha tries to claim these builds with a beautiful use of the gas can, trying to find angles there, has that green charge shotgun, but he's taken fire from the gas can he used, has the slurp, has the chug splash, if you also try and put that one out maybe.
Yeah, but that was worth it. 10 HP for a crack on the 72 for the shot that he hit right there is definitely worth it here. Now, Six again, another 70-plus pop shot there. Not too bad here. The edit's going to be good. The knock was even better. And there goes the full-on finish. They got this guy dead to rights here. Backed against the wall. Should be a 3v1 close in. And yes, they're going to full W key into the box here, Ozzy. There's no way you survive those.
No, and this is a brand new team. It's interesting to see Zypha, Twexy, and Nut have only formed most recently in the last week. If you guys saw, Zypha was playing with Scoped earlier, decided that he was going to go split with him, play with Nut, and then they picked up Twexy, which is the ex-console god himself, and proving that he can hang with the best of the best in the PC now. So he's on the main stages, on the grand finals here, as I see Okus as well in the feed, as we're going to see, looks like Ronaldo's team get into a little bit of an engagement as well. So there's some big names going across the board. We're already below the Storm Surge threshold.
Yeah, look at that. And we don't really get to see this very often. I feel like we're looking at a brand new NAE style of gameplay here. Teams looking to roll into cities and clear them out. And that's what we watched just go down here at the Misty Meadows. That's going to need, that team's going to have to hit the drawing board, right? Users dictating, they're going to have to hit the drawing board, because if they, they're dropped that quickly, but then they're just going to get pushed and taken out by Zypha's crew, they're going to do that over and over. And next time, they might not even finish that first fight so fast. So we'll see what they can do as far as adjusting their playstyle. On the other side, though, the Colossal Coliseum, very weird terrain to battle in, a tough place to fight if you're not prone to the box-to-box, hip-to-hip type of playstyle.
Yeah, we saw a lot of aggression breaking down around this area in OCE last night, Monster, but I'm pretty sure Calc Sebi just want to set up here on the edge and go for tags. This isn't their drop spot. Like I talked about, I think this is the team that's getting that really big split across the bridge, all the way that area between Dirty and Coliseum, all the way down to Lazy, and it looks like this is going to be their spot to set up for Surge tags, and it's a beautiful spot to do so. All clear terrain, really clear sightlines on all these players. I think they moved in a bit early as well, because I definitely saw in the feed that Paper and Jamper's team picked up an elimination early, so they were contested. Maybe seeing if they can come clean this one up, but not needing to, as Calc is actually set up right next to Voil and Rokame, which is a team that he had a short stint with in the recent week. So maybe a bit of bad blood there, I'm not sure, but he has been performing so well with Sebi and Furious. And Furious is a player that had more earnings than anyone else during the solo FNCS year, popping off completely, but has just struggled to find a team that he works with or wants to stick with him. So I'd love to see this trio pop off here today, because they definitely did that yesterday in the qualifiers.
And you made a good point there. Furious, definitely one of those ones that's traded hands a few times now. We'll see how he can, hopefully settle down with someone like Calculator, who Calculator as well in recent times has been struggling to find himself a home of a team. And Sebi now is trying to fill in that role as well. So here's Hap, Uvik, and Daxter. Daxter, someone, again, talk about players missing their better half as far as the lead up, right, of what we've seen from Daxter. Daxter, and again, now by himself here, is going to have to play with Hapt and Uvik. This is a team that's trying to figure things out. So many new teams, I feel like, are breaking into the space and really just trying to see how this competitive season is going to treat them.
Yeah, and we saw some other names come out in FNCS. That's what FNCS is for. That's what the official broadcast is for, to highlight these players that you maybe haven't heard about as well. If they aren't streaming the games, usually you don't get to see just how they're performing, but that is why it's here, and that's why we're doing it in so many regions this year around, Monster. Worldwide, people are getting their chance to step up and make a name for themselves, and with the qualifying system these weeks, with 4 rounds, you really do get the best of the best in these final rounds. So it's going to be indicative of how maybe potentially the semi-finals into finals are going to look. So we talked about it. Top 10 gets you automatically qualified. So if you're going to get top 10, you've got to do it in a big way, because you've got to sit back for 2 weeks and let the other teams duke it out. And that's when drop spot contentions become a little bit more awkward. You can't defend the drop that maybe you had on lockdown. So this FNCS system is entirely different, and it's going to be so interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, for sure. Here goes the little rotate down the river now. Daxter already tagged once on the move here, trying to see if he can continue to make it to the new zone. Seems like this is going to be a northern pool. Uvik playing a bit more passively. You can see building earlier, and Daxter gets punished again. Remember, every time he gets tagged, that's a big pot, right, that they're digging into their resources. A shield fish potentially here. You can see Hapt only has another chug splash left, so they've already used a lot of their resources to heal up. And this is a bit early in the rounds, right? Only 70 players in the lobby, so for them to be getting tagged so soon, it's kind of unfortunate. And I mean, not even a prime location either. They don't have, I'd say, the prime desert terrain or anything like that.
Yeah.
They do have the meadow, of course, at their disposal, but this is not not the greatest position to be in. And it's all because they were held out just a little bit by Calculator, Sebi, and company, who's on the edge of the Coliseum.
Yeah, those early rotates is why this part of the map is so good if you drop in. There's a very good chance you have a prime real estate when it comes into first or second zone. If you're center map, chances are statistically it's going to pull towards you, and you get to set up early, get those tags. Now we get sights on one of the most popular teams coming into this one, one that has a lot of pressure on them. Clix, Booger, and Bizzle recently forming in. A lot of questions around how they would perform, but they really are proving people wrong at the moment who doubted them as a team with their chemistry. 3 phenomenal names on paper, but people kind of questioning how well they'd work together. So far in this FNCS, especially this week, really, really well.
Yeah, it's almost like looking at three alpha leaders trying to follow one person. Like, who is really going to take the reins here? Who's going to lead this team when you have 3 dominant players in Booga, in Bizzle, in Clix, all of which have their own decorated histories. Again, this is a star-studded team. I don't think we've ever seen one of this caliber, of this nature, form and band together and find this much success. I'd say the closest we'd probably have is their counterparts to EU, right? The MMB trio. And even then, this is still a different caliber of Booga, Clix, and Bizzle, because in recent times, all 3 of these guys have been shining as individual players.
Yeah, they have. And like you said, it's big personalities too. That's what always concerns you. Who's going to listen to who? But the way they've divvied up seems really, really smart. It looks like Bizzle's kind of lent into that early and mid-game IGL, or in-game leader, as we like to call it, who decides where they're going to set up, where they're going to rotate, how they're going to get their Storm Surge tags. And then seeing Clix move into a role that not a lot of people expected. He's actually taken on more of a tarping and leadership role when it comes to endgame. We talk about tarps. It's just the player that builds those big structures that get you to zone. When you've got 60 people on top of you in such a small area, someone has to keep you protected and decide which way you're going to go. And usually Clix being known as one of the best fraggers or the best player at getting eliminations with those just incredible mechanics. But him leaning into that role has been so fantastic to watch. It's like he's had like a new life, especially in team game modes, because that's where Clix has struggled a bit. FNCS Grand Finals, team game modes is where Clix really needs to prove that he's still got it. And I think with the way they've shifted this team, I think they can do just that. And obviously Vivid does too. He picked him as their prediction to win.
Yeah, no doubt. And you think about what Booga was filling as far as roles before. Booga was the one who was lead tarping, right? He had to be IGL, but also he wanted to be looking for those frags. And that was where he was having a problem. He didn't want to be the IGL for his team. So again, Clix stepping up to that role. Booga falling back into that primary fragger really allows him to hyper focus. And if he has to, he knows how to keep up mechanically just as good as Clix. So it really is a power dynamic of a trio. Here, though, the drone shot showing you guys all the big boys on the scene right now. There is no safe place in sight, especially with how many of these squads are holding a pillar right on the Coliseum. Like, every single which way you can see out in the distance is being watched like a hawk's. Right here from C9's NOS, Jam for Paper on the other side. You have Voyu, Rokane. You have Kalkin, Sebi's team watching that other corner. Like, no one is safe here on the desert.
No one's safe around the desert, and you hear those sniper shots ring out. It's one of the main things you carry in the inventory. With the removal of most mobility that you can carry, it's really, it's either triple meds, an assault rifle, and a shotgun, or usually it's assault rifle, shotgun, sniper, or maybe harpoon. It doesn't give you a lot of options, which means a lot of people do have those snipers in the back pocket, as we see a bit of a beam there on, I believe that may have been Macwood's team that was rotating. But I talk about lack of carryable mobility, but this part of the map, you have two main ways to get around right now. You can use those 0-point rocks that you break around, use them, and then you get that kind of dashing mobility boost, or go into the sand and see if you can tunnel your way in, which normally in a normal game feels a lot safer. But with this many eyes on you, you've really got to be careful, as it was Macwood's team that moved. Kanata, Bucky, and Macwood, my picks here to win today, a little bit spread out, which isn't super unusual with this one, but the way they've set up, they must already have a decent amount of storm surge, because they don't have a lot of sight lines down here, but that can also be a positive. Less people can see them.
Yeah, definitely. And Macwood got sniped there by C9's Nosh. So let's see what Nosh can do here, as he's already got 2 eliminations himself. Sniper in hand, players in distance here. They have to make a move. You talked about using that desert. Nope, they're not going to use the sand dunes that auto-rotate here. Instead, they're going to use the 0-point crystals to go ahead and get going. It's Npenzunis and company who are on the move. That's Aspect in the back there, trying to figure things out. And he's going to go and dash up behind the house. That means they're desperate to refarm some material. Anything that they can pick up, go ahead and reset and keep themselves comfortable, they're looking to grab at this moment.
Yeah, they got to try and get some area here. Npenzunis and Aspect have been performing so well coming into this one, so I'm excited to see how they go. You've got, you got a veteran in there. It's so crazy when it comes to NAE. There's just those big names that just have been around for so long. We talked about how Viv is now in the analyst desk since the skirmish days. He's been playing against Aspect for just that long as well, still performing. Reverse 2K, World Cup qualifier back, our FNCS returning champions with Miro and Day, a team that shocked a lot of people to actually split after last FNCS monster, but they're back together and they've been looking really good, and that is a scary loadout in the hands of Miro. I think we answered who's going to be going Hydro Dam.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that the way the competitive season is going to break out this time around. If they win again, if they qual or place top 3 again after the finals, they do get to continue their reign into the next FNCS. You basically get a free pass. So they figured, hey, why not just go back for the 2-peat here and see what they can do? And I mean, they have the skill to do it, right? The scrims prove it. The fact that they can continue to qualify for these stages, these late stages in the games, also prove it, right? Look at how many teams did not make it this far, and they got in comfortably. It wasn't a team that struggled, right, or had a rough time per se. They've got a strategy, and they've continued to pull through. The season hasn't changed that much since the last time they were here.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest issue they were having was their drop spot. They were trying to go Salty Towers into Npenzunis, an Aspect that wasn't working. The way the FNCS works as well, same thing. Night before, they've seen, wait, Zate's team hasn't qualified. Let's go Hydro Dam. And they are one of the scariest teams. If they say they're going somewhere, I doubt other people are looking to go there, as Jack, Acorn, and Slacks beautifully use those 0 points I was talking about earlier. They each pop one. They get to dart into zone. It's so much harder to hit an opponent when they're jumping around that fast. The biggest risk, though, which you saw them counter perfectly, is when you go to use it, there's that like half a second it takes to activate. You are so vulnerable to any amount of beam or headshot snipe potentially. So boxing up on those and using them for later rotates, just showing why they're some of the best.
Yeah, for sure. Now polarized. They're looking around. Also, a couple elims on this team. They're going to be A-OK for anything that's going to go down. Ronaldo's going to fall in the feed there to AJ. DBG AJ, who we just saw just a little bit ago. And there goes that storm surge warning that I was trying to prep us up for. We knew that it was going to happen. We knew that the opening instances were going to be a bit of a war of sorts. And it was just that. We were down to 70 players after the first zone close. That is not something we see very often. That is not a traditional NA East-paced game. I mean, even OCE had more players than that. Like, remember, that first game we watched, we had no teams drop for over a minute and a half in the first instances. NA East is already ready. They're primed for the setting right now. In game 1, they don't need warm-ups. They don't even need introductions. They know who's in front of them.
Yeah, they know each other. This is one of the best practice scenes in the world. They scrim against each other day after day using custom matchmaking, and man, their games are phenomenal. So they know how to play these ones. But again, some of those players they're used to playing haven't made it in. So there's kind of a few spanners in the works, and they need to step up and control something. Macwood, a team that's been doing phenomenally well, not looking too great right now, dropping back into this full-built hard mats. When we talk about hard mats, brick and metal, because they're just so much harder to break. And luckily, they had this base on the low ground to kind of retreat back into. And luckily, they have more than enough enough meds to heal this one out, as zone doesn't look like it's going to be too difficult for them, as looks like Lupin's going to get the pick up there as well. But this is where NAE does it best, Monster. The lobby's cleared out a little bit now as people trying to claim their drops, but this is where they show their prowess, how good they are at rotating, how good they are at positioning. I'd be surprised to see many people go down now, except for Storm Surge, and I believe that is on Jack, Acorn, and Slacks right now.
Yeah, huge Storm Surge down the other side of the wall. Sebi and Calculator as well. A Storm Surge team, a team under pressure, is the scariest team to have nearby to you because they have to jump in your box. They have to fight you if they don't have a ridiculous amount of heals to sustain the zone. And it doesn't look like Jack, Acorn, and Slacks had that because they were already inching their way closer to the enemies nearby. NOS, Jamper, and Paper do have that first half in, half out zone, and they also have it on top of the Coliseum. Don't forget, the Coliseum is an indestructible structure, right? So they are very much based up here. And the amount of extra material they get to save just because of the natural height they were given off the rip here is beautiful for them right now coming in. And look, Jack is still under pressure. Acorn's already out the lobby.
Yeah, and Blake and Oka's looking pretty worse for wear as well. Jack, Acorn, and Slacks, I think they tried to out-heal this Storm Surge because there you go, it now goes passive. As you can see in the top left, 50 players alive. That is a threshold it had to get to. I think Jack, Acorn, and Slacks thought they could out-heal it, but unfortunately they fell short. NAE showing why they are some of the best in these stack lobbies. They pushed those Storm Surge numbers up so high, and now we have Paper, Nosh, and Jamper on the high ground. What can they do to control this? We did see the RPG in the lobby, but we also don't know how that's going to play into this endgame now, if they can do something with it to take the high ground, because they are established. You talked about it, Monster. They're on an indestructible structure. There's not many things in Fortnite you can't break. The Coliseum is one of them, but just like that, they get an opposite first rotating zone. 6th zone pulls all the way opposite, straight towards the northern coastline. So they have to decide now, do we tarp this whole zone? Do we build a layer all the way across the sky? Or do we hit a bounce pad? Do we drop down? How do we get to the next zone? If they got given that zone, they were going to be sitting pretty. And yes, it is a bounce pad, but can they reestablish it later maybe?
Yeah, they don't want to miss the boat. They're gone. They're trying to rotate nice and early. Oh my gosh, double fried out the air there. Bizzle, Booga, and Clicks are hitting every single shot. They are on fire already. You know, Jamper and crew look like they had an easy pass here. Normally, when you get half in, half out, you are good to go, but not when you have players like Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle on the other side, hitting every single shot, and Clicks is going to continue the narrative here. And that was on to Zuni's, and now he's got, look at this free reign here, the angles. It's looking so good for Clicks right now.
So much damage, and Clicks going up onto his natural spot on the ultimate high ground. He's been doing this for this team for a very long time. Clicks and Bizzle, obviously no strangers to playing together. Booga, the new addition, but man, do they have their roles well. We have Bizzle on the front side, keeping this top healthy, keeping them in zone, and Clicks doing what Clicks does best. On the high ground, I talked about it earlier in the game, he usually plays kind of the Tarper role. When it's height, he is the ultimate height player. He plays for those big AR beams right now and make sure that if someone comes up, they're not getting on top of them because they want to hold this height. They want to go for that big victory royale when they already have 4 eliminations on the board, Monster. That's 8 points in this format.
Yeah, and Clicks just does a great job there, splits his loot there, dropping it down to Booga, so Booga's got everything that he needs to work with. Pepper's in hand for most of these players as well. They are literally coasting their way through this endgame. No worry about the surge here. While everyone else has so much to worry about down low, they have infinite amounts of pressure here on this high ground game. This is their game to win now. Game number 1 of 6. One step closer for Booga, Bizzle, and Clicks. If they can continue to just put this pressure down, walk their way through, 4 elims already is not too shabby, especially considering the way the points are distributed now. Yes, placements are high, but elims matter so much more as well. They stack you up. They put you in comfortable positions.
The only thing I'm scared about there, we got it from that beautiful 3-way perspective of all their loadouts. I only saw one flopper, Monster. We've seen how many of these games go to heal off. They don't have that heal off potential. So they can still pull it off, but they need to do something big. When it comes to this end game, when you get to those final closeout 9th zone, they need to drop down and make something big happen because this team has way too much experience. They know that if they can't win the heal off, they're playing for second, and no team wants to play for second. So they're going to start working their way down. The zone's pulling across. It's not going back through old builds, so it's going to draw this lobby out a little bit more. There's less places to hide. They're just going to keep going through those mats and the utility they have. But Jamper taking some big damage on the low ground, and Jamper, Paper, and Nosh have so many eliminations on the board. 9! Can they make it 10? No, they fall, but it's still a great game. Not too much placement, but a lot of eliminations.
And wow, that was all to the hands of Trick by himself. A full team wipe. Gotta give him credits for that one as he jumps in the box. That tree blocking all line of sits. A Bully makes a top 10 there. So from his drop spot all the way to the end game here, not bad for him. That's a top 10 positioning there. Now, as we get closer and closer, look at Clicks lighting up the feed here. 2 more eliminations already swinging to Clicks. That is from that high ground pressure. That is from the angles he's looking for on this top rope here. But now, they're trying to figure this out. How are they going to win this game? What's their win condition? I think they give Clicks, yes, Clicks drops everything that he has for heals, and he's looking to work his way down low. He's already on fire. He's already feeling himself here.
Yeah, that's the thing I talked about. They didn't have the heal-off potential. Clicks has to work his way down now, but Clicks does this well. He knows how to box fight. He's going to drop down the layers, see if he can get even more eliminations, because I touched on it. They don't have the heal-off potential, and I guarantee a team down here does. They've made top 3. This is where the big placement points come in, but second and first would be such a nice buffer as well. He's trying to build forward, trying to claim as many of those cones and floors as he can to make his way in, and we've got AJ down there. We've got Vix. We've got some teams that aren't used to being in the end games as much. Clicks Bizzle going back up now, and Clicks seeing what he can do on the low ground, dealing some damage. ADV comes up. PD Plague is going up. He's going to try and playground Bizzle. He's going to go for the high ground, but Booger's right there to back him back up, and they take it. They take game 1 win with 8 eliminations on Clicks. 8 alone. I think that was 12 total and the win, Monster.
Yeah, that was a 12 elimination game, and Clicks is a specialist when it comes down to 1v1, a specialist for the box fights, and he handled that well, handled that accordingly. All the backup as well from Bizzle, right, to come in as well, just in time as Booger was holding that high ground. I didn't expect this power star-studded trio to take game 1, but I'm not upset that they did.
Yeah, I know, and we have our resident pro on the desk now. We have Vivid stepping up, and he might even pull off the prediction on his first time here. Vivid, you guys are going to have to run me through exactly why you picked them, because clearly you knew they were going to pop off here. That is a massive game.
See, I like this because Ozzy knows what we know, Vivid, and that is that you've already had this downloaded. We were just talking about this. Vivid, you were saying that a lot of people are looking at this trio and they're saying, hey, for some reason these guys just don't seem to mesh well with the trios that they're on separately. Then you bring these trios, these guys together in a trio, and suddenly you've just got star power. What the heck are we looking at here?
Yeah, so I mean, Booga's had like a run-in with a couple of trios now, and obviously like Clicks and Bizzle have had a couple swaps. But together, man, like I was just looking at the trio and I was like, Booga didn't want to IGL anymore, so he went ahead, joined Bizzle and Clicks. Let's Bizzle IGL now, and then look, come out, Qualifier 1, first game of the finals, boom, they take the dub.
And actually, something interesting to add to that is the fact that all 3 of these players, over the past kind of reputation of their time, have had this reputation of being a really good solo player and not being a good team player. Now, is that true? Maybe it was in the past, but joining all 3 of these together, clearly the success is coming for them.
Yeah, the experience on these guys is... The experience on the guys is crazy. When you look at Bizzle, Booga, like they've been through so many events, including like World Cup and stuff like that, and then combine that experience with the firepower of somebody like Clicks, and like this trio can just absolutely do incredible things, especially with the Sweaty Sands uncontested.
That is the scary part of this. Now we're gonna dive into this a little bit more in just a second. First, let's take a look. We're gonna take a look at the replays from this game. I got so ahead of myself. Now, gentlemen, that's kind of what I want to touch on. Is we're always talking about this subject of like spots being uncontested versus contested. Now, in case you don't know, contested just means there's multiple trios trying to hit the same drop spot. These guys have an uncontested drop spot. Why is this so dangerous, Reese?
Okay. Let me lay it down for you.
Okay.
Now, uncontested drop spot easily means that you're not going to spend time fighting another team in your drop spot. It's fairly simple, but at the same time, if you have that looting path super efficiently, that means you can rotate earlier and you can get into a better position to start getting Storm Surge tags. If you're contested off your drop spot, you may get those Storm Surge tags from that fight, and it may be enough, potentially not in a region like NA East, but at the same time, it's going to drag out. You're going to have worse loot unless you manage to finish that fight really, really quickly, which against the best teams of the best, most of the time, they drag out, and it becomes very, very difficult to actually start rotating in a timely manner.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that,
with somebody like Clicks on your team, you can end fights very, very fast. So I don't see Storm Surge being a problem for this team. And like I mentioned earlier, the experience of Bizzle and Bugha in finals, they have so much experience, so they know how to rotate this uncontested drop spot. They're going to be able to rotate early, get very, very good positions for Storm Surge, and potentially not even have to force a fight and use the firepower of Clix early on and like save them for later, you know? Just because they'll be in such a good position to get those tags with their rifles and stuff like that.
I like remember watching these guys, just specifically Clix and Bizzle in the last FNCS. And one thing that they did so well is just like controlling high ground, dictating when players could and could not approach them. And yeah, I think adding Bugha, a world champion, this trio is just going to like show up in ways that we have not yet seen. Now we are going to take a look at our standings and see how things are kind of coming out. So one of the things that casters pointed out, 12 eliminations in the very first game. So we'd like to talk about this consistency factor, trying to pair high placement, at least top 3 with a number of eliminations. And Reese, this is it. This is what we're trying to do.
I mean, they absolutely performed in the first game. They got tied the most amount of eliminations, being 12. And they got the best placement they could possibly get, grabbing that Victory Royale. And that's why, easily, you can see them up at the top of the leaderboard. But you know what? Just not them that's performed. There's 4 other teams there that are up in that top 5 as well.
Yeah, not to take away from these other teams, but to mention that Bizzle, Bugha, and Clix are already at 54 points, which is like halfway already to that like threshold that we were mentioning earlier. If you look at these other top 10 teams, though, Bully's team going to be grabbing 17 points, which is impressive because they did have an all-spawn fight against Chap.
Yeah, and you know, moving on, something that's actually a little bit surprising is Daymir and Reverse are ex-FNCS champions from the kind of previous season that we've had here. After first game not being, you know, in too strong of a position, currently in 14th, they are dropping that Hydro Dam. So, you know, they have that good loot potential, but potentially being in 14th after that game, maybe a Storm Surge issue, maybe a rotational issue. You know, the zone wasn't too far from their drop spot, so I'm thinking potentially just a Storm Surge issue for them.
Yeah. I don't think that they usually land there, so they don't know the rotate so well.
Yeah, I was going to say, and this is what we talked about, like, was this going to be too hot of a spot? But, guys, we'll talk about this more on the desk a little bit later on, because for now, we're jumping back over to the casters for the next game in the FNCS.
Saw the standings, you saw the breakdown, and now we get to hop back into the Fortnite world as our players are looking to jump out and get it going. Here it is. This is a contested drop already. We saw Chap in the early instances not best over at the Steamy Stacks. I do wonder how this time around it's going to all unfold. Obviously, Misty Metals is a battle in its own as well here, Aussie. It is very much a fight in its own. Zypha, Nut, and Twexy rotated in late and actually wiped up everything. All that hard work from the other teams that were cleaning things up there and Dictators and using. So we'll see. You know, this is an early game bloodbath. It was like that in the last round. We'll see how it's going to play out this time around.
See how it plays out as we get this beautiful shot of maybe fabled fortune, I guess, for Clix, Bugha, and Bizzle here. Already winning game 1, getting half their way to qualification, like Vivid talked about there, and then being gifted a llama on top of things as well at Sweaty Sands. So they already have everything they need to do it again. But I noticed from that map shot, there were some differences in strategies. Some teams who weren't happy with their game 1 already quickly changing things, and that's what NAE does really well, if you ask me. A lot of them do get stuck in their ways of, this is our drop spot, this is where we're going to go, but a lot of them know how to play it if things aren't working. I saw Pleasant Park only had 1 team now. I saw Holly all of a sudden had 2. So I think people are still trying to figure out what they're going to do to make the next 5 games not look like the first. But this team just has to do everything they just did. That was a flawless victory. Not even a single one of them going down.
Yeah, not a single one of them going down. I mean, Vivid tried to say it nicely, but basically what he said was Clix is a monster. He's the animal. You don't want to unleash him too soon. And listen, he was pent up. He had all that energy. He let it go on the server once they snatched up high ground at zone 6. They put that pressure onto, what was it, Jamper and Paper and Crew up on that other height, and it just did not work out well for them. Here's a fight that we didn't get to see in the early instances. It's Blake, Ronaldo, and Okiss right now on the low ground as well, so it seems like they've already got invested here at the Lazy Lake drop spot. Could that be Colazo, D-Roller, and Class up above?
I don't think it is right now at the moment. They're currently catty corners. They've been battling that one out all season. This is a team that we haven't used to seeing here, and I don't want to make that sound like I'm counting them out, because they could make a name for themselves. Currently in the top 5 or top 6 right now for this leaderboard after game 1, I would say at least 3 of those teams are relatively unknown in comparison to the names we are watching right now, fighting over Lazy Lake. They're playing this one slow. Oka's a new kind of, addition to this team, performing insanely well, but they don't want to go for that hyper aggression. They're not trying to sit up. They're not trying to build up and go for the angles. They're happy to sit inside the building, play this one slow, farm out their mats, but they're gonna have to speed something up soon because they don't have zone.
And look at this, Wide Drain Llama and Elite here making their appearance here in the FNCS stage now, and you can see they didn't earn anything in game 1 for points there, so a rough start for them, trying to switch things around. But no, they're gonna give up the high ground already with the bouncer disengaged. That's a bad sign, and Oak has taken complete advantage of this as well. Here you can see Ronaldo looking for the shot. Seems like Blake might have found the knock there. Oh man, that heavy R does so much damage, and that wouldn't surprise me now. And yes, they have to commit to this fight now. This is not looking very good for them.
They have to commit to it as well. They don't exactly have a lot of spare shield there. Llama goes down here in the distance. I also noticed they do have the upgrade NPC spawning here, so that's when Lazy Lake gets that kind of ramp up in strength, as well as Blake trying to make his way down into this one. Okus leading the charge with that firepower, and look at the shots there coming out. So we'll see what happens. Okus takes them down, and I think that is it. I think they have managed to clear this one out, or at least have cleared out the majority of them. And it's a spawn fight we haven't seen too much. Haven't seen Ronaldo, Blake, or Okus really dropping Lazy Lake at all, but they're holding their own right now.
Yeah, Blake is no stranger to this area. We've seen him here for some time, but again, Ronaldo coming in. Ronaldo looking pretty decent now. We'll be able to bounce back. He felt a little early, I'd say, in the stages last round there, coming into that mid-game. But it's crazy. You think about the mid-game, you're alive for 18, 20 minutes, right? And then all of a sudden you get dropped before the big placement goes up. That timing between the 20-minute and like the 23-minute mark where that end game really kicks off is the most crucial 3 minutes of Fortnite, right? Outside of the drop spot. And yeah, he fell that time around, so it's going to come down to mentality. We talked about D-Roller and company. Seems like they're holding someone out here, and it is a fight at Caddy's Corners against Adrian, archiving Clamps here.
This is what I was going to laugh at. It wouldn't be catty corners if Colazo wasn't fighting someone for it. I have watched this team fight at this drop spot at least 100 times this season, usually against COD Genesis, Qua, and Shades, who didn't qualify today. I thought maybe we get to see what the power of Colazo, D-Roller, and Class can do with uncontested caddy. Of course we're not. People know that caddy's a strong drop, and if you're more of a casual player, you might not understand why so many people want to go here. It's only one of 3 drops on the map that has a guaranteed NPC upgrade with that new gold that's been added. You do have kits still roaming around. You have the peppers, as you see Class has. You have a lot of the food, and you just have good rotates. It is a drop, despite how small it is, that is worth fighting over, but Colazo just has to battle this every single day, every single week. But honestly, it means they've got the experience like no other. They know how to hold down this drop spot.
Yeah, and they're holding down a team here that is seemingly new to the big stage here for us, right? Clamps, Adrian, Archive. How are you guys going to play this out? How are you guys going to roll through this team here? Because D-Roller, Colazo, and Class have the perfect situation unfolding. Class has the dominant position, but no, Colazo gets sniped from Retail Row, downtown. That could be Hap and company who do land over there. Yes, it is. Uvik and Daxter are here, already on the mountain as well, so they have that high ground line of sight. D-Roller has to pick up Colazo and book it, but I don't know. Class is already getting dived on. Low ground team taking advantage of the chaos now.
That is so unfortunate. Going down to a third party with the sniper rifle, which means a lot of this kind of positioning that D-Roller, Colazo, and Class built up. They had the advantage there. They had the pins to maneuver. They had that team pinched between them. Now they have to give it up as Class has to come over and reinforce and back up D-Roller, as they know if this team's going to push off anything, a headshot snipe's going to do it. But they were a little bit far away. I think it was a little bit slow. As you can see, Colazo already topping the health back up a little bit, but not really. I don't see any white meds there. I don't see anything to replenish that health other than those peppers, which only give you 5 each. So even though that team is now disengaging, that is going to cost Colazo's team a lot. They wasted a lot of time on the team that was beneath them, who ends up disengaging. They don't get their loot, and now they're down on meds that they so sorely need now.
And for all we know, they didn't, they could have not landed the tags that they were looking for as well. So that could be missed opportunity on Storm Surge too. Remember, Class didn't even take the box fight. He actually disengaged in full to get to his team. So smart play out of Class to go ahead and back it up. But close call nonetheless for that full trio. Here's Mars, B-Hegs, and FaZe now trying to find these sniper shots here. Looking pretty decent. That was a close one. Full body swinging out the vehicle there. But no connection. Not just yet. That team's rotating into Sweaty. Sweaty's a dangerous place with Aspect's team NPen, Zunies that are just near there. Don't forget, Aspect, Zunies, and NPen had a phenomenal run in the last drop, right? Back when we had that center location here before the desert biome came through, before things changed here on the map.
Yeah, they had that kind of authority area locked down on the island, so they know center rotates, and a lot of things still do carry over. Some things change, as you can see right now. Those 0 points. You saw the vehicle drive past as well, but it's interesting to note the team that's driving past that vehicle, you can still see them on the camera. They're going for a very long north side rotate. That is the team that is actually dropping at Misty Meadows and getting 1/2 and disengaging. So interesting to see that they're pushing this one out. Also interesting to see that we may have lost Bizzle. Have we lost Bizzle?
Yeah, Bizzle.
Clicks and
Bizzle was
Booga
just
trying
on
to do
the
this duo.
scene. Yeah, we just got a small glimpse. We got a small glimpse of Bizzle there getting taken out, actually. It seems like they might have been split up. And this is something that Bizzle, Clicks, and Booga do, though. They do tend to split up and try to play these, one by ones, I would say, right? To look out for Storm Surge. And that's the team off in the distance there. Bizzle was by himself in that box, in that sniper tower. And it seems like they dived on him. I don't know what trio it was, but definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Booger's got the loadout right now. Clicks is down below. They're choosing not to use the Slurpfish or the Chug Splashes either. I guess Clicks is kind of maybe feeling he might get a Siphon elimination. Not sure, but either way, they can still do something. They have that big buffer to try and keep themselves inside top 10. We talked about it's usually around that 100 mark-ish, usually around 90 or 100. That's what's been on EU, Middle East, and some of the other regions. So they have got a few games to spare, but unfortunate that Bizzle's out of this one because they could have gone on such a big tear. NA East especially, momentum is everything. You never know, they could still be gifted it, but high ground is so hard to take, especially as a duo. So looking like we'll have to see how they play the mid and low, but Bucky, Kanata, and Macwood, a team that I put a lot of faith in, my pick to win this week, a team that will be looking and hopefully have noticed that Bizzle's gone down, knowing that's one less team that'll probably be contesting him for that big half-half or first rotating hype push.
Yeah, Booga and Clicks paid an arm and a leg there, and now Bizzle is down and out. I do wonder if they're going to battle for the reboot card. That trio was sitting on the body of Bizzle, so it is very, very unfortunate. And they have zone. There's definite reason to just hang out. No reason to get crazy after they've already secured theirs. 79 players remaining, 27 teams in this lobby here. Trick, Nick, Lupian, this is an impressive trio. We're talking about console players that can make it to the FNCS big stage. Lupian being one of the biggest advocates on Team Nobu. Team Nobu actually, again, just players that they pop off, man, in their own right. So console coming on over, playing with the big boys now. Trick had a ridiculous full team wipe in that last game and those endgame instances. I did have to just tip the hat to him for that one. And again, this is what the big stage is all about. Popping off, proving it, and getting people to know who you are. Put some respect on your name.
Yeah, getting people to notice. The team that I've actually got decently high hopes for and really interested to see how they go. I say only decently because I haven't been able to see how well they're going to play. It looks like we do have Polarized finally getting uncontested Pleasant Park. They've had that drop spot down for so long. They've had to verse a lot of iterations of different teams that keep going Pleasant. At one point, you had Mega, Dubs, and Eclipse going there. You had Blake's old team going there. You had Scoped going there. You had Clicks going there at one point. So they've been through the wars and they've stayed together, Polarized and Snake, the entire time at Pleasant. And now we get to finally see what they're going to do with it, as Clicks and Booger making a nice rotate here behind Haz's team and Scoped, a new form team as well, to try to get a little bit of area on this hill. I'm just scared, Monster, if they haven't got enough Storm Surge before they set up here. Haz's team already up on what has been, coined as Zayd's Hill, one of the best spots on the map with that big high elevation to go for tags. I don't know if this is an interesting spot for Clicks to go if they haven't already gotten a lot of tags.
Yeah, for sure. We'll figure it out here soon. They are sitting pretty now. Tragic's Haz and Scope just looking about. Booga and Clicks, look at the distance between the two of them right now. Once again, this is the same reason they lost Bizzle just a little bit ago, being so far from one another. You do have to be careful, that vehicle being a double-edged sword of sorts, because you can get easily tagged out of it. We'll see now, though. Scope. Great loadout for Scope, actually. Now that I'm looking at it and really analyzing the situation, he's got the heals, he's got the big boy AR, decent shotgun as well to work with.
Decent shotgun. That's going to be the most important part. And this is a brand new team that we haven't really seen anything from, but they formed a few days ago and they're already back together here now, doing well today. So see the Coliseum set up as well. Looks like we're going to get a very similar zone to last game, potentially, Monster. Going to be interesting to see how like a more southern pool zone will play out for some of these teams, because this does always have that advantage. We got that nice sunset in the distance to kind of set the scene right now for this one, as we got Haz building a beautiful base to try and get these tags. And Scope's a player that, has come back from taking a slight break break and has really proven that he's still up there, or at least has the potential and the drive to jump back up there. Just really struggling to find a solid team that wants to stick with him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this is the time to do it, right? You're finally back here. FNCS bringing back the premier competitive season for everyone to go ahead and get their hands in. And listen, for Scope to still be qualifying this late, even with what seems like a pretty dormant run in recent times, just solos not being quite his mark. You know, not as dominant as he was during the duo season in the previous running. But okay, trio season's back around, these bigger team-based game modes, and now we're starting to see him resurface here on the big stage. Here's a two-box shot look, but hold up. A Storm Surge fight is going on. It's actually Walkman, Aggro who are pushing up. And Haas gets bit pretty hard here. Claw's a dangerous player, but no, not that good as he gets taken out here. Boogie and Click's moving in as well swiftly here, trying to see if they can take advantage of this chaos too. Here comes the lobby-focused shots as well. This is two teams now in shambles.
This is the perfect opportunity for Booger and Clicks. This is exactly what they needed. A full trio to get into some kind of contestant, something that they can make something off. They need to get some damage through these builds or just pressure it a little bit to see if they can get something out of this. You talked about it last game, Monster. A team with Storm Surge on their back is the most dangerous team in the lobby because they have to do something desperate. They've got to build up and take fights like this that normally you wouldn't take. And that's the thing. If you get to this point where your Storm Surge is now active or is close to activating, you've done something wrong. There was something in your game plan that went wrong before this. You need to go back, you got to hit the VODs, you got to research and figure out what you could have done differently to find more damage. And we're going to be talking about it a lot for those of you guys at home that watch that don't fully understand what Storm Surge is. It's very simple. It's just a threshold that players have to get above damage wise to not be the team that's done the least amount of damage in the lobby. If a certain amount of people are alive at a certain zone, that means Storm Surge is going to go active, and anyone who's done the least amount of damage is going to start taking damage. So all you have to know is it pressures these players to constantly make action. They can't just sit in their box. They have to think about where they're rotating to get damage, but also play safe.
That's the thing about Fortnite. There's so much strategy at the highest levels of Fortnite competitive that, you know, you really just don't see unfold in your public matches and your arena experiences. You get a small taste of what it's like, obviously, to fight good players when you play arena and whatnot, depending on your skill level. But things drastically change when you jump into the true deep end of competitive. And that's why we see these games really stagger up, really stack up the player base. And you see what we like to just marvel at, right? And admire these play styles, these strategies, and these teams that figure things out and stay ahead. You have to be consistently innovative with your draw spots and just flexible at all times. Here's Day Reverse 2K and Miro, though, looking really, really good. Great rotate for them. Gas can's going to come out there. You have to be careful. That's a big warning sign, though, for everyone else to start firing in. Remember, he does have that RPG, though, Ozzy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, right? You got to talk about it. Yes, they have that power weapon, but this is a drop spot they can't have been going for any more than a day. So, ooh, never mind. Pun intended there. Miro getting some good shots off with that epic heavy assault rifle. So, not only do they not know their rotations as well, or maybe their game plan as well, they don't maybe know how to use the rocket to its full extent. Vivid said in the pre-show when he was asked by Zeke, you know, how strong is that rocket? Is it worth going for it if you're not going to get it every game? And Vivid had the perfect answer. How good are you with it? How much can you apply pressure and take high ground with it? Because, I mean, I'm one to admit, I play a little bit of Fortnite. I've self-rocketed myself quite a few times. It's not as easy as a weapon to use as what you think, and you need to know how to use it properly, or it can also be a curse.
I mean, yesterday we watched someone nearly embarrass themselves for the second time with the bouncer RPG plays in high ground, right? So you do have to be careful, especially here on the biggest stages. You know, nerves can kick in as well. Even the pros make mistakes.
Even the pros make mistakes. And that's the thing, though. Even if you're not making mistakes, though, are you using it to its full effectiveness? People talk about the rocket with how much ability it gives you to take high ground and hold it, but you still have to play around it. A lot of players are used to going for your normal bouncer up, maybe go for a headshot snipe on height and then take it, a late flopper play. Playing it with the rocket is entirely different, and it's going to be interesting to see how quickly our ex-FNCS champions can adapt to that playstyle.
And no doubt about it. Things are going to start settling down now. 20 seconds into the rotate. It's going to force everyone out of those outskirts areas, out of those holds on the edges and into the middle here now. Here comes the first RPG shot from Miro. It's not going to find anything. And actually, I lied. It connects with the splash damage there onto Plague. That's a knock. And now they want to take advantage of this. I don't see the pressure coming in full. They're not really quite sure where this guy is, and that's because they lost the line of sight, I believe, over that little mound, over that little hill. That's why it's so important, too, to just use the natural terrain to your benefit. They are actually below the surge, even with the rocket shot, even with the knock there. even with Miro's 140 damage he put onto Furious with that heavy AR.
Yeah, at the same time, I think it's also like a lack of AR ammo there as well. They just didn't have the assault rifle ammunition they needed to just break through all those hard builds. They're happy with the damage they've done, and like you touched on there, damage is always good when it comes to Storm Surge, especially rotating Storm Surge. You want to find your damage early, as we do have our first place team, Booger and Clicks, as a duo, still holding things down well, on top of Haz's team and Scoped, who rotated off that same hill. So obviously had similar ideas with their rotates, but this is where the pressure comes out. Booger has to make peaks like this that you don't really want to make, but gets the knock. I was gonna say that's a risky edit to open with the whole lobby looking at you, but when you're a duo and you're only 233 above Storm Surge, the pressure is on to take some risks.
Yeah, he took the risk there. The sniper shot was good. The follow-up was nearly enough, but not enough for him to go ahead and conclude the elim. At least, though, that one sniper headshot look puts him perfectly above the surge damage threshold there, pretty much being carried by the one shot that he just hit. Now, the surge is going to become active, and players have to rotate. There's so much pressure coming in now. Half in, half out actually rewards Booga and Clicks here. It lands right on top of them. This is perfect for a team that is down halfway through their material count and a full member as well. They're not going to be able to really take advantage of this half in, half out, though. They're not going to be able to build up because it'll be too much of a risk for them to expend all that material, but at least they know they get to survive this zone now.
They have to survive the zone, and that's going to be the big question coming into the end game. They've got their position right now. Everyone's just game number 2. Things that maybe didn't work last game could potentially work out here, as we have a very different zone as players. I know, even with this drone shot, I know where half-half is pulled. I know where half-half zone has gone based on this build fight of everyone moving up and trying to take it. And it's, again, a team that I wouldn't expect to see up here. Macwood, Bucky, Kanata, a team that I definitely would have expected to sit on the second height and sit just beneath them. But we have a new team on the high ground trying to make a big jump up, and so far, Monster, my prediction, this top 10 after this game is gonna look so different than what someone would have expected a few days or maybe a week ago when FNCS was just kicking off. We have a lot of big names not here, but a lot of the names we haven't heard as much about are proving why they're here. They're up there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not bad for a game 1, but remember, we've seen stranger things happen later and later into the rounds as they go on. It only takes 4 solid rounds of Fortnite to actually place yourself inside of the top 3, right? So you have a little bit of buffer. You can drop a game or 2. You don't really want to do that. Obviously, you want to play your best game, but for the most part, on average, you need about 4 really good games, really solid games, high-end placements, and elims to go along the way, and you can still do it. So it's a bit early to tell how things are going to unfold. I mean, Clicks and Booga is showing just that. They have the best kind of game 1 you can ask for. High eliminations, setting records alongside others for multiple high elim games in the same lobby at these stages. But also now, game 2 is a completely different script, right? You lose Bizzle early on. You lose him so early on, and now Clicks and Booga have the biggest task in front of them. It's staying alive in this lobby of what looks like savages everywhere, right? Everyone's getting so active.
Yeah, they're down pretty low on the builds as well. So they were low down on the Storm Surge. They're low on the builds. They've got good meds. So if they get maybe a good refresh, you've got a lot of firepower in this duo, and they're going to use these sand rotates, playing it smart, trying to go around the edges. They were 205 below the Storm Surge. So they need to get in and then start doing some damage. So things are not looking good for our first place team, but they have what they need as far as firepower to make it work. Such a smart rotate there with the sand to get front side. Now that they're there, now they don't have to focus on rotating. Now's when they look to pick up their impact elimination. What's going to refresh their mats and what's going to get them the Storm Surge? How are they going to find it?
And listen, I see on high ground is Macwood, Kanata, and Bucky. They had a decent game 1, but they fell in 11th place with 2 eliminations. They needed just a little bit more for a top 10, and now that they have the high ground, wait a second, they had the high ground. They're now fighting against Blake and Ronaldo, who are literally looking to give them some trouble for the runs here, but no, Kanata holds it down. Defense is good enough. He walks into the zone for this one, doesn't miss the shot, needs it. And actually, the Siphon isn't going to go ahead and keep him alive for much longer. Ooh. Yes, he stays alive, just barely 5 HP. But hey, 5 HP is more than enough now to get splashed up and back with his squad mates here. And they're back to run this game.
They're back up. They're looking healthy. This is my pick. This is why I picked them. They run the high ground once they take it. Only 3 eliminations on the board. Zone going back, so they get to push back up onto this established height, which they kind of needed because Kanata only has 4 builds, and he's having fun with it. He's got a skin that isn't very well known for being a competitive skin. Usually isn't the go-to. Guff's a little bit on the thicker side, but he's looking good on the high ground. Potentially has the wings to try and save himself if something goes wrong here. But either way, as a team, they're looking fantastic, but I don't know how the builds look on Macwood and Bucky. They maybe expended a little bit too much to get this position. Can they now hold it?
Yeah, we will find out. In the complete opposite story, a team that we know for a fact doesn't have much to work with is Bugha and Clix. Bugha's gonna make the wrong edit. Dragon's Breath is gonna delete him, eat him up for breakfast there, and he is gone. Clix now has to dig into the floppers that he very barely has here. It's gonna give him a couple more moments, and no, the fire's even worse. He can't walk that way. That'll be too much HP, too much damage. Yeah, look. Oh, the zone does come back. Little RNG blessed on his side. It's going to work out. He is out of material, though. What can Clix do here? 11th place now. Top 10, huge. Every team that falls is going to get him one step closer to earning more placement points. One step closer to holding that first place spot that they already have. Remember, Macwood on high ground, they were in 11th coming into this. So also, this is a team that is very much looking to break into top 5 as well. Jockey up for those high placing positions.
Yeah, and Clix has got to have eyes on that top 3 where the placement points really come out. He needs a bit of a refresh to make it happen. Found a nice little base here. The zones have been pretty favorable to Clix right now, but they needed something to go their way in this one. Ronaldo falls down. I saw Kanata getting some eliminations on high ground. Clix is hiding behind the wood cone. Zone's going to push him forward. He has to go into their top. Oh no, he's going to go at the top. It's going to be difficult. Has the cone to jump off. Right now, pretty much Clix is almost doing this like a death run. 139, he gets in and he gets the elimination that he needed. Refreshes the mats. He's got 29 builds. He's just survived an entire rotating zone on 0. What can he do now that he has the 19 builds? Clix is showing that he is still one of the best in the world and has the best ability to clutch. Macwood and Bucky are up there, but Bully's going up and contesting. I don't see Kanata. I see Furious, Calc, and Sebi down below, but Clix is doing so much here.
Yeah, Kanata's already down. He fell to Cold, who Clix just took out, who is also a solo there as well. Now, with one elimination, no teammate, he is playing the Stormline so perfectly here. Out of materials again, the Siphon Mats, not enough. And look at the movement! He's so good! Sebi's down! He will be able to get it. Young Calc is down as well. The double Siphon, and there it is. That's 4 eliminations now. Floppers in hand. What are you doing, Clix? Holding that first place spot. Oh my gosh, RPG.
Are you serious? He has the rockets. He's going up now. He's dropping down.
Wow.
What can he do to work his way top down? Only has 20 health. He's 2 ticks to the storm. He's already done enough. He got top 3. He has 4 eliminations, but can he do more? No, he can't. But honestly, that was more than enough as Macwood tries to close this one out. It is a 1v2. He's on the high ground. I don't know if he has the heals. Aviv doesn't have the heals. Macwood, Kanata, and Bucky managed to win it, but they managed to steal the show. Clix steals everything from them. They get the win. They get the elims. But Monster, what did Clix just do?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Sebi and Calc eat 2 monster shots to the face there. And not only that, their third was up. And Clix stays alive just long enough to get the Siphon. Macwood stood long enough because of Clix. Actually, because of Clix staying alive, Macwood wins that game due to the fact that Clix's Siphon was enough for him to beat over Aviv's HP pool.
They did, and my prediction coming out on top, but I still feel like my prediction is being overshadowed by Vivid here. He knows something we don't know. Clix just absolutely popping off. He made an entire rotation off one build and then saw his opportunity and just... he took it to perfection. You can't ask for more from someone there. They did that as a duo, and top 3 again is where that placement comes in. So he secured them so many more points.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but listen up. We're going to send it over to the desk here, break down all that action. I know we got to hear from Vivid as well because this man is guessing is so good.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Great cast. Okay, we're going to talk about a couple things very quickly. First off, Bizzle did not make it into that game. The second thing is, we keep talking about throwing around this word prediction. Now, we did make some predictions, and to be clear, Vivid predicted this trio, okay? Being the trio that would walk away your #1 winningest team for the first week. Okay, Vivid, I'm going to step aside now. What do you know? Reese? I wasn't aware someone else was coming in hot trying to take your throne, but Vivid's doing it.
He's doing it. He's doing it. But we're going to check over actually with a replay first because we're actually going to look at some of the early game to keep the anticipation moving. And this is actually kind of what we've been looking at through some of the early game drop spot in Slurpy Swamp. So we've seen Jack, Acorn, and Slackland here. And if you actually go through and look, so far these guys have been really, really struggling with Storm Surge.
Yeah, they're getting all of this uncontested, but these rotates become very, very hard because of how the center of the map has a bunch of hills and everything like that. So all the teams around them are getting to these center hills before them, and they can't really pursue any sort of tags or fights on them just because of that high ground advantage that these mountain teams have.
Yeah, and it's tough because also not only is it hard in terms of the distance of rotates that they've had to go for the zones, but on top of that, there aren't really that many teams rotating around them that they can kind of either get tags on or get fights. When they start moving up to past the hills here, this Hydro 16 team has already gone, but this is something that we've seen from last season. You should recognize these names of Reverse, Miro, and Day. These guys are actually landing Hydro 16, which we kind of mentioned is such a good spot in the top of show here, giving you that rocket launcher every single game. But are they putting it to use, Vivid?
Not so far. I haven't seen them on Hydro or anything like that, so I don't think they're making a full use out of it. I'm pretty sure they made a decision to land here like yesterday, so I don't think they have that much practice with the RBT or the rotations, but I'm excited to see what they can do in the last 4 games.
Yeah, and one of the things about that is actually last season, every single week through the qualifiers, the heats, and what was at the time the grand finals, they switched their drop spot every single time. And they came in, landed at the west side of the map, and won the FNCS Championship from that drop spot. So, you know, they're not new to switching up and landing new places.
That's right. Oh my gosh, guys. I just want to take a moment to kind of talk through what we saw there in that last game. It's just so ridiculously impressive how incredibly talented Clix is. Like, to kind of be put in this situation where you've got Booga, he's running around and he goes down, and in the back, us three, we're there with Shy, we're talking like, okay, well, what needs to happen here? Like, for this to be considered like a good game for this trio, what needs to happen? And Vivid throws out, okay, top 10. And I'm like, okay, and jokingly, I was like, okay, well, what if they win? And Vivid's like, I'll just leave, I'll just walk away. The top 3, though, Vivid, that's ridiculously insane, especially in the situation he was in, where the entire time he basically had to play on the back foot.
Yeah, I really don't know how he pulled that one out. Like, we were mentioning his firepower, and we just got an absolute astonishing view of what I was mentioning in his firepower. Like, the harpoon play to the wood wall, it's a beautiful shot with his lever action shotgun, gets the refresh, and then just gets into a box with like 3 people and hits every single possible shot, headshot, boom, boom, boom. It was just absolutely crazy. I genuinely don't think I've had a reaction like the one I had in a while to like what he was doing. Like, top 3 right there. I don't know how they got surged. I don't know how they made those beautiful rotations as a duo. Bizzle didn't make it in. I was baffling. It was well played, Clix. Well played.
Our call was very loud watching that. I will tell you right now, there was a lot of decibels going on while we were watching that in game. But you know, that solo play ended up after Booga went down. As a duo, they'd gotten 5 points up until that point. But as a solo, Clix managed to clutch out 25 additional points from that one game, picking up 5 eliminations total. So incredibly persistent and very, very good from him.
That's absolutely right. And, you know, once again, not to take anything away from Macwood, he got the victory route, and that's impressive, but it's his consistency factor that will continue to play a role in these games. But for now, we're jumping right back into the action, so casters, take it away.
There's no times for breaks. There's no times to slow down. The momentum is high. That game in its own puts Bucky, Kanata, and Macwood upwards towards 2nd place, tied up. It's a neck-and-neck race there. Aviv, Trashy, and D2 Rise, who took 2nd that round, is in 3rd too. So, Ozzy, we're watching NAEs go down. We're watching the story unfold. And like Vivid said, I don't remember the last time I called something so exciting. Clix is bringing all the action today.
He's bringing all the action, all the excitement, everything we know to come out of Clix, Booga, and Bizzle. And right now, they've pretty much already qualified, Monster. They just, if they get, what, maybe 5 points max a game for the next games, they are going to automatically qualify straight into semifinals, which is just so exciting for a team that so many people were questioning. And yeah, they put them to shame. They showed why they're the best, why they're going to play, and why this team works. They did it without a 3rd player.
Yeah, without a 3rd player, indeed. Here, though, let's see how game 3 is going to work out for them. They're already have done a phenomenal job coming into the halfway point. We kind of call this the checkpoint time in the game, and where usually the teams we're watching are like, all right, how do you change this story, right? How do you do things differently? But instead, the story today is, how do you continue to be this good? Right? How do you continue to be this good, this consistent? We'll see. It's uncontested sweaty stands for them here. You can see the loadouts. We're going to swing around each of their perspectives. Other notable teams that I want to give a shout out to, though, in particular, OSP, Bully, for C9, the battle at Sweaty or Steamy Stacks has been successful for them. 2 rounds in a row, besting Chap and Chap's team. Chap is at the bottom of the standings. He has not been able to dethrone Bully at his drop spot. Bully is so good at the Steamy stacks. Here's your game 2 winner, Bucky, Macwood, Kanata. They also have one of the best drop spots. They've been here for a long time, Ozzy. We've seen it for how many seasons now, and they've always found success here.
Always found success here, and this is a drop that has a little bit of a kind of bit more of a luck base to it as well. If you get that fish sticks NPC that spawns here, you get such a big boost to your gold, and you also get that ability to upgrade your weapons. If fish sticks doesn't spawn here, he does also spawn over a coral castle, I'm sure his other home on the map. That means they don't get the upgrades, but looks like after last game, I don't know whether they did or did not get it, they don't need it. This team has been performing so incredibly well. Kanata and Macwood was such a dynamic duo last season, picking up Bucky, which is obviously Kanata's old trio mate. It was just a recipe for success. Anyone could see it coming, and they're proving just why.
Here's the team we were talking about. Here it is. Chap on the low ground right now. Dukes and Threats on the side angle here. OSP keeping all focus on him as he has the high ground advantage so far. Chap now looking to back up. No shield in his inventory. Very dicey start considering he's at the southern portion of the Steamy stock. There's not a lot of loot here. There really isn't much to play with, and yeah, this is why he's looking to get away, get to the stack itself, and see if he can secure a little more loot, maybe a little bit better grounds here. He can get the high ground position. But he was the first to go down in the last fight, right? He was also the first to go down because he was playing the stacks by himself. So we'll see how this ends up playing out for him.
See how it plays out for them, and it's a little bit of a, I mean, we're used to seeing Chap in this situation, right? He's been one that's time after time contested for the drop spots that he wants almost every single FNCS. He is absolutely no stranger to this one, and Steamy Stacks is such an interesting fight that breaks down. He's going up against some of the best players who know this drop so well. Bully, I think, has probably more experience here than any other player on NA East. You pair that with the likes of Osman Frist, and it's a recipe to at least give you a hard time.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and Frist has been doing, you know, again, relatively well for himself in recent times. You just talk about, we relate a lot of this to the competitive practice that these guys put in, because this is where we get to see them go toe-to-toe every single day. But hold up, we're jumping over to Chronix, Jays, ADV, and Plague here, who have a Dirty Docks contestation going down. Dirty Docks, equally a great drop spot. Worth fighting for, right? This is a drop you want to be at. This is a drop you want to fight for if you can.
Yeah, this team in 4th place, I was wondering where they were dropping. I was wondering what was their recipe for success, as we've been talking about as well, because Clary G, Mikey, and Niddle didn't make round 4 today. A team that has been holding down Dirty Docks for seasons, absolute seasons. The only reason Zate's team was going here was because they left.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was the whole catch to the drop. As you look at the feed there, Jack and Slacks are going to find some, so looks like things are going down. That's on to Epway over at the Slurpy Swamps. These are fights going down everywhere. That's the first team to actually get wiped out of the game there from the hands of Slacks and Jack. Now, though, this is Suscript. Okay, so it's Cloud, Suscript, and Bumboy who are down below. Again, yeah, veterans as well, right? Notable players.
Coming across from NA West as well. We've seen what Scented and Edgy can do when they make their way to NA East. Bumboy trying to do the same as well. Been here for a little while, trying to see what he can do out of Dirty Docks. And it's a long, awkward fight. There is so much room at Dirty Docks, but it sits in this little valley. You don't have any sightlines on it for anywhere else on the map. Trying to create their own sidelines, going for the high ground. So you can have these prolonged fights and just have next to no chance of being third party. No one's going to push to the very edge coast of the map, down into the valley, over the mountains to try and third party a fight. So they can take as long as they want here, unless they take so long that what's happening pretty soon, Storm's about to start coming.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Here, though, the marker comes out. They might have found... Is that a player back there? Judging by the map, yeah, it might be. Yes, he is. Oh, no. On his lonesome, stranded here in the corner. There's nothing you're going to be able to do about this. This full trio is bullying their way towards it. What do you think is going to happen? Yeah. How quick, Ozzy? How many seconds this fight's going to take?
I don't know. Do they use the gas can to break it out, or do they not? Never mind. Hit in the swim, maybe a little bit longer, maybe drawing this one out and stalling them a bit, which is honestly the play. There's campfires in that direction. There's fishing holes. They can actually survive this one and make something out of it. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a fantastic game, but we saw it from Click's last game. People have done more with less. Oh, never mind. That's not a lot to work with. He has to pull a fish here. Does he get it, Monster? 4, 3, 2. That's not where the fishing hole is, and he's gone. Unfortunately, ADV, he tries to cover himself with the walls, but then tries to also still get the fishing hole. It would have been, honestly, I'd rather that than everything come down to it and you pull out a pistol.
Listen, I had the line ready. I was just going to say, the world is your oyster, ADV. You can do this, you can get everything and anything you want, but not quite, not this time. ADV does fall there. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken out. And yeah, there were so many fishing holes. That's the sad part about it, all in front of him. So it's like seeing the recipe to go ahead and find your success and not being able to achieve it there. Unfortunate, didn't have the ingredients. Hold up, though. We're going to hop over to the other side. Completely dry terrain now with Scoped, Haas, and Tragics. I mean, so far in the competition, 17 points. Could be a lot worse for wear here. But this isn't, I wouldn't say an okay position, but not a terrible position. The game is still in front of them. The story that they need to go ahead and write for themselves is still possible, right? This is still possible. They have 3 whole games of Fortnite left.
And there's always so much pressure on these new teams that form last minute to perform and prove why they formed. But it takes weeks, months, years to build up the chemistry of some of these top tier teams. And they're doing it very well, very quickly. As we see some shots going out from Haz onto his BBG counterpart, Bucky there. They have to hop out of the car to make sure they don't take too much damage. As now have Okas, Blake, and Ronaldo set up here underneath the team they've been contesting at Lazy Lake. So it looks like the Lazy Lake fight kind of didn't go the same way as it did last time. But either way, Blake looking really good on the loadout for not having to eliminate the team that's contesting them at Lazy Lake. They either got really lucky or have very, very efficient looting paths.
This is the team right here. Remember, we got to watch a small glimpse of it in game 2 of Archive, Clamps, and Adrian, who they beat somehow. They had the low ground. They were at the disadvantage. Adrian's team made the mistake of trying to disengage that bouncer from up above, and now look at what it's cost them. It's cost them to, I guess, disengage, but continue to be on the same rotate, right? The same warpath, if you will. They are so close to one another, and now you can see Blake, Okis, Ronaldo here trying to gap the distance, get away from these opponents, and just get themselves a bit more comfortable and further into the zone. That high ground Pest, though, they're still shooting down at them.
Yeah, still shooting down at them from above here as now we have Day on the edge of this one. This is a scary team. I talked about them not having as much experience with their rotates coming out of that Hydro Dam area, but they are very, very experienced fighting here. So I'd have to imagine, and right now we have Chav getting an elimination onto Osp. So we are well and truly into the game, and the Steamy Stacks fight is still happening.
Okay. I didn't expect for Osp to go down so soon. He gets fully thirsted as well. We'll see if they're going to sit in the storm line or battle it out somewhere else. Zypha, Twexy, and Nut here, though, on the move right now. We watched these guys rotate into Misty before, fully wipe up the team that was winning that drop. Now, keeping true to the southern portions of the map where they like to play, heading to that western dead side of the rotate. There's a team right behind them, though, inside the zone. Do have to be careful. Not sure who that is, but their guards are down.
It's interesting to see that other team that's been dropping a Misty Meadows. Mars team just rotating so quickly. Every time we do those panning drone shots around the mid game, they're upwards of Coliseum levels of North. So I'm not really sure. They must be getting their looting really fast, trying to get the first vehicle they can, and then prioritizing the early rotates compared to teams like this that are holding up a little bit slower. It looks like Haz and Scope's team has pushed off the mountain down towards Macwood, Bucky, and Kanata, our second place team, down into the valley here. And there are a lot of people on the edge of this polarized team coming out of Pleasant Park. Very natural rotation for them coming across the bridge has led them to this point. I'm seeing a lot of players built up here, but I'm also seeing a lot of players centered up on Salty Towers. I don't know about you, Monster, but I haven't yet seen a really stacked Salty Towers endgame, and man, that would be reminiscent from the Tilted days.
Yeah, no, not at all. The last time I saw an endgame there was long before even Tilted, right? It's been some time, maybe even the Neo Tilted days, honestly, and that might have been a broadcasted one as well. So yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice. Very nostalgic, to say the least. Here, though, just north of Tilted, my gosh, teams basing up here. The strong spot to be is actually this bridge, and you can see Chap, Duke, and Threats. They might have won the full drop. We saw Osp in the feed, OSP go down there. So did Bully and crew get taken out too? Probably. This is the type of holding that we were talking about, though, Ozzy, right?
Damn.
The wide splits from Bizzle, Clicks, and Booga. They do hold these sniper towers, these points of interest. They try to take any mound that they can, especially in this area in particular, every single time this early for their tags. That's their strategy.
Yeah, it's a very Zayt-esque positioning there as well. That's something that Zayt's coined a very long time ago, building lots of bases along a wide spread of area, even some fake bases as well to scare out your opponents and kind of hold that big area, and it lends itself to do that at Sweaty. Not a lot of players are going to rotate into that area near Sweaty early, but when they rotate out, you don't have a lot of cover. So all these bases and all this confusion is a really, really good strategy, and clearly it's working for them here. They're on the edge, they get a favorable zone, all 3 of the players are in the game. They could easily have been qualified after 3 games if they put all the pieces together yet again.
No doubt about it. Here it is. Macwood, Bucky, and Kanata, though. A single Elim already. Sniper in hand. Multiple snipers in hand, and they're poising up. They're looking straight down the barrel line, straight down the tunnel tarp, trying to see if they can get anyone to walk in, bait anyone to come in from that side, take advantage of it. Dragon's Breath on Kanata.
Dragon's Breath on Kanata. We haven't seen this team running the Dragon's Breath too much. The only team that I'm used to seeing it in the hands of is Centered Edgy Commandment when they run that low ground, because they have that guaranteed Dragon Shotgun they can purchase at Misty Meadows. But even with the not getting it guaranteed, most teams choosing not to run it because it's such a high risk, high reward. You've got that big shot, the potential to hit an instant one pump, which no other shotgun can do. The charge can, but you've got to charge it up. The Dragon Shotgun with good aim is lethal, but with bad aim, it's all over. You have no follow-up. You have to switch to an AR and SMG and then hope you hit your shots. So interesting to see them running it. Gonna see how that plays out into the end game. I think it's either going to be the thing that makes this game or breaks it for this team.
Yeah, I love that you brought up Scented running the Dragon's Breath, because they land there, right, and they can guarantee it. Scented's one of the best IGLs in the game. On the other spectrum, the person I think of when I see this weapon is like the complete opposite. The W King of Wavy and Jacob on NAW. He does like to run it too. So you have like one of the biggest brains, but also one of the biggest W keyers, like one of the biggest I just want to fight, right, kind of players that also run this weapon. So 2 opposite sides of the spectrum. Hey, to each their own. This Dragon's Breath can do some deadly damage. It's a trusty, reliable tool if you can land that shot.
Yeah, I think that's it. All it requires, and the same thing that both those players have, is supreme confidence. You have to know you're going to hit your shots, because if you miss them, you don't get a second chance. It's not a tactical shotgun with a high fire rate. That's it. You've shot once. That's all 4 pellets expended, and you have seconds to reload it now. But Wavy Jacob does make it look like such a dangerous tool, and the way Centered Edgy and Commandment play with it, it's so perfect to their playstyle. Controlling that ultimate low, tarping out, getting the layers, and then as soon as someone knocks on the door, like, hey, we're going to drop down onto low ground, they're always instantly greeted with a Dragon Shotgun, which never ends well. But we'll see how Kanata uses it, how it's going to play out on high ground. Bouncer or a high build-up and 1 Dragon Shot will be enough to pressure a player down, but you always have to consider it leaves a trail of fire, and if you're on high ground and you've been using any wood builds, it's not a nice place to be.
Yeah, and it spreads as well. It's not just, you know, the builds it touches, it's what's nearby it as well. You do have to be careful. NPen Aspect are the kings of this domain here now. It seems so. Zuni's being lost out early in the round, and that means that this was an extended, drawn out, sad fight for them here, because if they didn't get the reboot off, I mean, this is their drop spot they've had in all this favorable zone so far. It's pretty unfortunate for them to not be here. We already saw what a duo of the likes of Clix and Bizzle can do. Now, the question is, with NPen and Aspect having zone favoritism for a bit here, what can they do as a duo?
Yes, pulling outside of Salty Towers. I was a little bit selfish there. I really wanted to see it go through the buildings to create such a fun end game, but this one is going to be the one that's going to test players. You got a bit of sand, bit of terrain. It's going towards the woods, maybe a bit of tree cover as well, but this is going to reward players who have smart rotates and know how to move around. With no mobility and this clear of an open zone, any misstep will instantly result in at least big damage or potentially a knock, or just a lot of material you don't have to expend. If this keeps going out there, yeah, you've got the sand to rotate, but that only works so well when you can duck behind things, hide, you know, kind of dig your way in. As you can see it from Hazard's team, anytime you move, you have to cover. There are so many players in this one, and you got players built up nice and high. As our first place team looking to drop down into their tarps, still very close to Haz over here, looking to make their rotate and follow their direction, and they are. They're going to jump into the sand and see if they can hit the faster rotate through the sand.
Yeah, this is a good time to rotate. They're going to wait for one another and now move in unison. Here it is. Bizzle is going to lead the rotate out in front. We talked about the early mid-game instances of IGL coming out of Bizzle. Bizzle being in this round here now. Boogie and Clix just have to follow suit. We already know what kind of capabilities they have as the trio, and now they mark up the team in front of them. Out comes the builds here. Gonna cost them a fair amount, but luckily no one gets tagged too much. Bizzle does, because he's in front. Sniper is perfect for fending off enemies that are over peeking at you.
Yeah, and you might be questioning why they set up here on the edge of zone. They could have kept going in the sand until they hit that little river coming out of the center of the map, but you always want to set up on the edge of fourth zone. This is what gives you that half potential. The fifth zone, where it goes half out into the existing storm and half into the existing round right now. So if you set up in the middle, it's the only place you're guaranteed to not get zoned. That's why you see all these players, the best of the best, are all huddled around those edges, specifically this northern edge. That's where we'd call congested side. So if zone half goes here, you're going to see an instant crank fest where they all try to build up as fast as they can to secure it, or you're going to see a mass migration from this point to get across. If it goes north right now, this end game is going to be ridiculously stacked.
Here's a 3-man fire range, trying to see if they can find some tags. They're 87 damage below. Sniper shot's going to come in return. That means there was an enemy still in that box just behind the cone there, and they're just not going to find their mark. They're not going to find anything. They need to continue to get aggressive. The player count here above that surge threshold. Threats, Chap, and Dukes, the first game that they finally made it out of their drop spot, might just get W keys by Booga, Clicks, and Bizzle. They might have to, right? Honestly. And that would be a sad story for Threats, Dukes, and Chap.
It would be a sad story. Vivid talked about in the pre-show, when you finally get your games out of your drop spot, you have to make them count. If you're contested on spawn, you don't have any games to throw away in the mid game. You've got to play it perfectly. As we get sights on our second place team, Macwood, Kanata, and Bucky in a nice little base, extended off from everybody else, running against some interesting skin choices. We saw Guff last game. Looks like we've got we got Peely in here as well, wearing the suit, dressed to impress on the big day. We've got the popcorn skin in there. I mean, I'm loving it.
Yeah, these guys are vibing out right now, trying to have a good time, and they're on track, right, to qualify here. Top 10 is all that's needed. That's all that's needed. First place is about as equal to top 10, honestly, in this stage in the game. But again, it's about the bragging rights. It's about feeling comfortable, putting that pressure and dominating down. Here comes some shots in from players trying to tag them, but no, only one hit, and that's onto Macwood. They get in all the way for free.
Wow.
At the cost of what? 100 material, if not that, and now they get to crank up. They're going to own high ground again. For a second game in a row now. That is massive.
That is a missed opportunity by any team like Zypher, Twexy, and Nut, or any player that was nearer to this one to go for the high ground. We see Jamper, Paper, and Nosh building up for it as well, but a lot of people are going to call luck on that one, or the zone goes down river, but no, that is not luck at all. Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky, that is just their expertise. They saw it. That's why they instantly left the base. There is not a coincidence they set up on the edge of the river, knowing that that was going to just give them a free highway pass straight into the next zone if it pulled opposite.
Yeah, that's all strategy right there coming into play. Well played as well. And again, you think about it, right, like a little bit further. There was no time to wait there. You had to jump the gun before everyone else realized what was happening, and that's exactly what they did. They didn't waste a single beat there on the zone. It popped, and they were gone to the new storm line. Okay, it gets them here. It gets them this far. Jamper, Nosh, and Paper were in high ground before. They were beasted out of the sky by Clicks, Bizzard, and Booga in game number 1. How can they use this advantage again? Because, you know, it's not very often that you see a team with high ground lose it so early the way they did before. And it was just off of the backs of one bad rotate. And it seems like it's happening again. Jamper tries to save himself, and it all just somehow works out. It was messy. It was sloppy, but it was a save nonetheless. And Nosh is already down, though, and Paper seems like he's going to follow suit. There he is. He's gone.
They get pressured out there. What you saw there was Jamper trying to build across. He was trying to connect the high ground, trying to build it onto Knifer, Spade, and Accept. They saw it coming. They didn't panic. They didn't try to build up against it. Wait, this whole thing's getting dropped out. This is all held up by so little. Knifer, Spade, and Accept have realized they're dropping down onto the front side. No, they're going to be able to reinforce and hold it. I was going to say, you could see the supreme confidence and experience and skill of a team like Knifer. They didn't try to build against him. They chose to spray him out, because if they build up, that would have only made it easier for them to anchor. And now they have the front side. They're on the front side on moving zones with 17 teams alive in a beautiful position. They have good materials too, but there it is. Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky were lurking. Kanata goes up for it. He gets held off. He's trying to burst 2 players, and he does. He outbuilds them. Kanata, one of the best build fighters in the game, and unfortunately, Knifer gets bullied off and has to drop down. It's your second place team, my prediction, on the high ground, running the show.
Yeah, once again, and that was an expert job by Kanata going and crank up while his teammates backed up with the firing range. They're making it nice and simple for him. There's no way he's going to get beat in that situation. He put himself in the prime time position to go on and take this high ground. They don't have the medium bullets to go on and sustain this, but with the harpoon in Bucky's hands, they should be able to find themselves a refresher. They just have to be super focused, hyper focused on the loot down below. pick something up. And if they can get the AR ammo, they are virtually guaranteed a free win again. The last game was sloppy, though. Kanata went down way early to cold because he jumped down a little too soon and lost his fights down low. Macwood barely squeezed away the win. Don't forget it. Bucky's going to give us a bit of a show on high. He's showing off. Wait a second now. Oh, my gosh. The flashiness.
We're having a bit of fun with an interesting strategy there as well. I mean, this just shows supreme confidence in this team, but some might unfortunately come back to bite him there. Gets knocked out, catches himself with the bounce pad. They have the high ground. They're just showing the lobby, we don't need this. Not only do we not need to qualify today, we'll do it in future weeks if we don't do it today. We don't even need to try for it. We're just that much better than you guys. They're trying to set a statement. It reminds me of the Zayt taking the L in the open. A little bit of a different style, almost a lot more risk, but they still managed to pull it off. They have the high ground, and they're potentially maybe going to close this one out.
Yeah, Bucky's straight trolling. He's hitting the dance move every opportunity he gets. There he is. He's dancing. All the boys are putting in that good work on the left and rights of him. And now, the more this firing comes in, the more they're keen to jump on down and get active. Macwood hasn't dropped his guard at all, though. He says, Bucky, you can do all the joking around that you want, but I'm here to play. And there, you can see the corn skin pops. That means we are in those final zones right here. We're in these endgame instances. He's ready for all the action.
He's putting out some damage right now. He's putting out the fire. Things are cooking up right now. They've got the high ground. There is fire. They need to watch out, though. They're running low on the builds, and it is Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle come up and take the high ground off them. They were messing around. They were having too much fun. They said, hey, if you guys don't want to win this entire tournament, sweet, we will. Macwood, Kanata, Bucky fall there. Clicks, your first place team on the high ground. Our first team to break through our triple-digit points. They have pretty much guaranteed qualification with this game now halfway into the tournament. Do you think they can get 2 wins out of 3, Monster?
Yeah, no doubt about it. We've seen it happen on OCE. The first place team took 2. These guys are on track to do the same here. 4 elims already, high ground hold. Just enough mass to go and connect through these old builds, and fish once again in Booga's hand. There goes the exchange of hands on the chug splashes too. So this is all but said and done. Just sign the dotted line at this point. On the low ground though, Young Calc trying to redeem himself for the fall that he took in the last round of Clicks. But Young Calc and crew, I am so surprised to see Furious and Sebi popping off right now. Clicks is gonna fall there. That is Furious bouncing back. He's clapping back for getting clipped in a previous round too. Okay, bit of a rivalry here now.
And they've given all the meds to Booger. Bizzle going to try and do something here. Maybe try to create some pressure. Obviously, Booger being known as the one to drop down, but he has higher white health right now. He has the advantage, and every tick is going to matter. But I don't think they're going to be able to beat this one unless they can come up and find Booger. That's who they need to find. No one else matters. It's Booger who has all the heals to try and heal this one off as zone closes out. And who's going to be able to do it? Where is Booger in all of this? He's pushed right back into the builds. They are never finding him. Furious is looking. Sebi is looking. They're trying to break into this one. Furious goes down. Sebi surely will follow. He has the splashes, but he doesn't have what Booger has. Booger had the floppers and the splashes. 2, 1, that is it. Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle managed to pick up 2 wins out of 3 and guarantee qualification.
Yeah, definitely in a smooth fashion as well. But hey, listen, shout out to, like we said, Calculator, Furious, and Sebi there. Definitely fighting back. And another end game for them. I felt like that was a team that we were talking about a little bit, especially about Furious as someone who, where have you been, right? You're having a tough time. These are 3, I'd say, misfits that quite haven't just found a team to actually trio with. So for them to be finding some success here, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, and some good success as well. You talked about it last game. There's not many times they're going to get, run through by a solo like Clicks. If they had that game on top of this game, they'd be even higher up there. But they are really performing so well. But we're going to need a bit of a breakdown there on whatever's going on with Macwood, Bucky, and Kanata. I think they maybe heard that I predicted them, that my predictions are always wrong, so they're just trying to throw it. We'll have to see what the analysts think about it because I can't quite figure it out. Break it down for us, guys.
Ozzy, where do we begin? Reese, thoughts? Bucky, Macwood, Kanata.
I think if I'm gonna take a thought and I'll split out, Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle have a very coordinated plan to take high ground. But when you're taking high ground on guys who are emoting, it makes it all that much easier.
Yeah, Bucky, Kanata, they had a beautiful height take, really well done. And then once they got it, they, I don't know, they were more worried about their attire than I guess the way that they were playing height or something.
Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. Ozzy, that's the short answer. I'm not sure, but somehow they're still performing, you know, pretty well. They're hitting these placements. They're finding a handful of eliminations. So we'll have to see if they can kind of keep it going. You know, we've got another 3 games left to kind of see if they will. But for now, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see how things are going after our first 3 games of NA East action here. Now, we're going to know at the top, you've got Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle. I mean, they are almost double the points ahead of everyone else. Reese, these guys are just on something else right now.
I mean, we know they're on something else. We watched Clicks pop off in Game 2, and now in Game 1 and Game 3, picking up a Victory Royale 2 in a row. Incredible. Honestly, like, these guys are looking better than I've ever seen them individually on any team before. And, you know, Booga taking this huge kind of leap. This feels like World Cup solos all over again. This huge dominant performance, almost double the second point team. Very, very impressive from them.
Yeah, this pace out of them 3 right now is absolutely absurd. However, a surprising team to see in 10th. A lot of people would call it their favorites. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack in the 10th place slot here. 40 points, still a reasonable amount to have after 3 games. If they stay consistent and get around 40 more points, I think they'll be able to hold that 10th place slot, hopefully, because they are a very good team that do deserve to go into heat as long as they play up to it. Another interesting team to note here is Bully's team in 9th. They are in 9th, even after being contested by Chap's team. They have 41 points. So if they keep playing well, keep winning those O-Spawns fights, I'm sure they will keep it up.
Yeah, and I actually want to track back a little bit there to Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, because in Game 1, we saw them on the broadcast really struggling with Storm Surge. They were consistently getting tagged by it and ended up going down because of this. Game 2, roughly something similar, but they managed to clutch it up a little bit, getting to the 13th with 3 elims, so a little bit of points there, nothing major. But in that last game, 8 eliminations and 5th place, which is what has thrown them up the leaderboard into that 10th place slot. So clearly in that final game, they figured out their Storm Surge issues and they're climbing up the leaderboards. So hopefully in the next 3 games, they'll continue to do that.
Yeah, that is a very good game out of them. Looking at these other teams, though, now while their points do look low and they do have a little bit of catching up to do, Booga and Clicks' team have 140 points after 3 games. So anything is possible. Like, any of these teams can go ahead and make a run for it and perform out of their minds to go ahead and shoot themselves back up the leaderboard.
And remember, a Victory Royale is 30 points. And obviously you'll get some elimination points on that, which is 2 per as well. So any really big game from any of these teams can still easily push them in the top 10. There's 3 games left. No one is out of the qualification threshold right now. They're all able to perform easily.
I mean, yeah, even if you just got 6 eliminations, right? You're looking at 42 points. That's a massive swing. That could take someone on the outskirts. We're talking like in the 95 to 100 range, all the way up knocking on the door of top 10, right? Anything literally is possible. I mean, we just saw Kanata's team do fantastic, and they kind of like are doing, you know, I don't want to say trolling. That seems a little harsh and severe, but that's kind of what in the realm of. And, you know, they're still in 2nd place, so I want to see more of the games. We have 3 more on deck, so we'll have to see how NA East concludes for this week. But don't forget, we got 2 more weeks of action since semifinals and finals. That's right, Fortnite fam. We got a ton of Fortnite coming up. Now, of course, for right now, we are going to step away and go to a break. But when we return, more actions, more memes, more hype, and I'm hoping to see more clicks pop off. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys after this. Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boy Zeke, and we're joined here on the analyst desk. It's Reese and Vivid. That's right, Vivid's here in case you're just tuning in. You didn't know, he's here. That's him right there. Now, Fortnite fam, we're going to be here breaking down all the Fortnite action after this game, because guess what? We're just jumping back into all the action. We've got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics calling all the action. Gentlemen, over to you.
Boys are on the horn from all the way across the pond. Aussie Antics, of course, here joining me today. And man, we have been having quite some interesting games and moments unfold. To kick things off, we're a couple moments into this game. The battle bus is already underway. Lucas Trio just completed the best 3-game stretch across all regions. If you're just tuning in, that's a quick way to get caught up on the action.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost double the points of second, and they have 130 points. When you put that into perspective, first place on EU had 189 after 6 games. We're only 3 in, and second place had 158. They're almost beating second place on EU after 6 games, so they are having a phenomenal performance. A team that had probably more pressure on them to perform than anyone else, and showing why anyone who doubted this team coming together, they're just proving them all wrong. They're doing it in such dominant fashion.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 3 superstars, 3 ridiculously amazing individuals on every single type of game mode this game has to offer, and they're continuing to do just that here. Obviously, now with the lead that they have, they are by far qualified through for the opening segments of the semis. So we'll see how that's all going to play out. Here's the rotate into Mandalorian Sniper. Okay, little upgrade for them to pick up. I do wonder if they're going to try something different now, right? Like, are they going to loosen up a little bit? Maybe go for some battles. Maybe, you know, again, flex out a bit here, because they understand that they have the lead. They understand they have a lot of room and buffer to play with. If there is ever a time to try something different, it might be now.
Yeah, it's very true. Like, that's the thing. They've already guaranteed qualified. If you guys don't know how qualification to the semifinals works, which is where the 4 heats are, anyone who gets top 10 today is guaranteed qualified. They have already guaranteed top 10. They can literally use this as practice and start trying out new strategies, but we know of Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle because they're competitors, because they want to win, because of their insane performances in the past. I think they'll just keep playing it out the best as they can and make a real statement, because they're going to have to sit back for week 2 and 3 and watch everyone else play, and they want to make sure that they're still front of their minds when it comes to grand finals and semifinals.
Yeah, no doubt about it here, though. Claw, Walkman, and Aggro, we saw them struggling with Storm Surge before, taking that fight onto Scope's team on the hill in the game before this one. Now, though, they have another trio inside. It's Polarized and company on the other side here, just outside the Risky Reels section of the map. Let's see how this is going to unfold here. It's back and forth for Frat, Polarized, and Ackerman, trying to see if they can find an angle here. No, Snake isn't going to find anything either. So, bit of a drawn-out fight here, but Polarized seems to have the advantage, right? The power shotgun in hand. This is a wall buster, if you will. The super shotgun can do so much damage to those structures.
Looks like they're happy to disengage as well, because it's a smart time to do so. You've got a long rotate. You have lots of mobility around you. They're all 100-100. None of them are cracked. You have no real advantage outside of that loot. And when it comes to the best of the best, in trios especially, one gun isn't enough normally to want to push in. They do choose to rotate around, as we see Damir on reverse get a very favorable zone. This is the first zone we've seen pull max south, and that might be a good thing or a bad thing. This team is a new team to this area at Hydro Dam. I wonder if they have their rotations in place to get their Storm Surge damage when they get zoned this far south. Everyone has to push into them, which gives them the advantage when they set up, but where are they going to set up? Because they haven't done it yet.
Oh, look at this quick stat here. Miro has more full team elims than any other player in this FNCS. That is pretty ridiculous. Miro setting the bar high for the scene here, being one of the most dominant on the region. I did have the pleasure of watching Reet versus Miro do a little 1v1 against one another, and I will say Miro got bested by the big Reet on NAS. So I do wonder, maybe does Reet have that stat? Does he have the most team wins?
I don't know. I mean,
there's some slayers out there.
If someone ran that stat and you had to ask me who would potentially be, Miro would be right up on my list as one of the potential candidates. Creative's one thing, but Miro knows how to jump in and he knows how to eliminate players in these even stack lobbies. Different playstyle when it comes to versing a full trio of the best as well. And right now we have Zucky's team up on the high ground. Another team that has been performing well, that made it here into the finals. Definitely not an unknown team, but a team that does need to step up to get some more eyes on them, to take their chance with a bit of attention. They have the Nobu squad behind them that you've been talking about a lot lot as well. So good positioning here if they can somehow hold this with the zones. They've got no eliminations on the board so far, but 64 points, not too shabby at all. When you look at, around 100 being the mark for qualifying today in auto top 10, they're well and truly on pace.
Yeah, they're definitely on pace after that 7th-place 8 elimination game that they just had in the last run. 165 damage above the threshold. 8 elims as a trio on this big stage is no easy feat, guys. That is a massive, massive game. The only time they dropped the ball so far in this competition was that game 2. So wait for them to bounce back because they had 12 elims. They were that second team with also 12 elims, not just Clicks and Company, who had that great game 1. They also had a great game 1. So this is that other team that's really, again, a dark horse squad on the bubble to pop off. Like, anything can happen with a squad like this that has the kind of firepower, the kind of aggression, and I'd say per consistency so far, like them.
Yeah, they've got a lot of consistency right now as well. Seeing what they can do on this edge. They're going to have to make this rotate, and we haven't seen any of the players play these zones so far. So different strategy entirely. You've got a massive amount of water in the middle. You can rotate around. No currents there. No direction you have to follow. You can go any which way you want on that. Not a lot of room for vehicles. Not as many roads around here. A lot of the vehicles going quite slow when it comes to the off-road rotations. And then you've got the potential of those big mountains looming in the south. I don't know if this zone could pull all the way south onto the biggest of big mountains, but there's definitely some elevation in this zone that we haven't really seen in previous games today.
Yeah, we haven't seen many crazy zones without a doubt. I guess we got a fair amount of desert biomes today, though, for sure. Most of those end games having a little piece of that involved. But let's see. Whenever these zones do end up ending in these areas, especially the southern mountainous range, it really does come down to who gets those early rotates sooner rather than later. You don't want to wait to start priming up your good positioning. Zypha, Twexy, and Nut already doing just that as well. For the fact that Twex even has an elim already means that they had a good time third-partying that Misty Meadows team once again. So they have a successful strategy so far, rotating in and finding these battles consistently over and over again is yielding really good results, right? Look at the loot here. Not too bad. Floppers on deck.
Yeah, floppers on deck, and that's why we've seen a lot of the games come down to heal-offs, or at least having the ability to go for the heal-off, to draw it out, and kind of increase that pressure on the teams around you. Once zone fully closes and you don't see anyone going down, that's where you start to panic, you start running around, and whoever has more of the heals is usually going to come out on top. It's very hard to break in on someone when Storm's ticking. You've got 10 seconds maximum to make something happen if you don't have any heals left. That last zone is a 10-tick zone, so each flopper is 4 more seconds of breathing room, and that is massive. And you talked about it. Top 3 is where all the placement point comes in. Those seconds are crucial. There is usually less than a minute between getting 4th and 1st, which is almost 15 points, more than 15 points.
Yeah, definitely. Those last 3 minutes are, look at them like hell minutes, right? They get so intense. It's so tough. Everything goes down all around you. It's just a matter of who can actually sustain the pressure. Here, though, on the other side, the split. Once again, Bizzle hiding in the bush, playing super sneaky nearby. Booga in Clicks in mountains or in bases, just not near one another. Clicks on a little mountaintop nearby. You can see they're already focusing the teammate over there or enemy over there. And this is what they like to do. This is why they hold these kind of wide splits so they can open up the line of sights onto multiple different enemies so that they can find the tags.
Yeah, it's really working well for them. It's a little bit scary, though, especially in the bush. I mean, all it would take right now is a really well-placed headshot snipe with a bit of luck, but obviously they know what they're doing right now. These wide splits have worked so well for them so far, and that's what's so interesting to see this team. They formed quite late, and they're changing their strategies day by day. They're doing something new every single time, and that's usually on the back of players like Bizzle who are hitting the VODs, going back, figuring out what they can do. Whatever you want to say about their team, who's the IGL, who's the leader, who's making the decisions, you know that Bizzle's been the one who's been revolutionizing metas, or at least figuring out the best way to play each meta and figuring out what his team is doing wrong all the time. And that's what you need, especially in a meta that has no mobility for that mid game. You can't carry shockwaves, crash pads, launch pads, rift fish, none of that. It all comes down to intelligence and making smart rotations and positioning.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Voyo, Rokane, and Simple. They had some really interesting situations unfold before them so far today, but they're still in the fight here. 31 points so far. Not ideal for them. Not exactly where they want to be. But remember, for top 10, that is all that matters. And for them, top 10 is just there. They're in striking distance of top 10. Can they qualify their way through in this first qualifier here? They haven't saw that top 10 placement so far. at least after that first game. They've been so close. 12th place in second, 15th in the last round. So again, just missing the big points just there. And oh no, Simple gets sniped as they open up the edit. They should be able to get the save here as the other teams are looking to fire back with them. But again, a team that's playing well, just, you know, one little thing missing and all of a sudden they can be a top 5, top 10 team.
Yeah, and we've got Reverse Day and Miro, a team that's no stranger to winning in these kind of lobbies. Obviously, our ex-FNCS champions. I was talking about how they're going to get their Storm Surge. Looks like they're defaulting back to a strategy that most pros wouldn't incorporate. Most people would say is a bit of a misplay, but box fighting for your Storm Surge. But when you've got, again, like you saw earlier, the statistic of Miro having more full team eliminations than any other player in the world, it sometimes makes sense to get close and personal and let them do what they do best. Even Reverse, by no means is a stranger to these kind of fights, but you've got the firepower of Day and Miro with this kind of a loadout, with the rockets to open up the build, and honestly, it can be an entirely different way of using this power weapon. Everyone talks about the pressure the RPG allows for high ground and holding height and taking height. If you can blow open the builds in a box fight, it has just as much strength.
Listen, and with the amount of elims they have already, they are on a tear right now. 5 elims already coming into this game here. That means they entered into this lobby around that 33-ish mark. That's 11th. They're outside the bubble. With those 5 elims, they close the gaps onto Slacks, Acorn, Jock, up to Bully, Frist, and OSP. And listen, they were taken out in that last round, right? Bully, First, and Osp, they did not win their drop spot at Steamy Stacks. I do wonder if they won their drop spot this time around, if we're going to see them make it to endgame. As we see Vix fall in the feed there. Day's going to hop into a box. They claim another victim. It's onto Suscript this time around. GG's for them. That's another point. One step closer again to securing their top 10.
Oh, he went for the loot there. Went for the legendary tac shotgun, and that little bit of extra greediness, just wanting that extra rarity of shotgun is enough to make them what I think both fall. Miro 100% pays the price for the greediness there, as Reverse and Day now maybe have a chance to pick this one up. That's a lot of hard builds in between, but I think they're going to keep pressuring. They're trying to find the sidelines, trying to find the angles. They might be able to find. They're still behind the stair, and no, Day goes down. I talked about box fighting for your Surge. It's a risky strategy no matter how good you are, and just like that, one wrong misstep, Miro had everything he needed. He just got a little bit greedy. He was like, oh, it's a gold shotgun, and that was the difference.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you think about the person that got the full elim on today, and when you see Miro fall in the feed, they're a trio that's too popular. You know exactly who you're targeting. You know exactly who's left alive there. So you know this is worth targeting. You know this duo's in shambles, or this trio's in shambles and left alone. Versus 2K, there's no way he's going to stay alive. It's just impossible in this instance now, as everyone was firing shots from either which way of the coast here now. And you can see they're going to reveal that loot and claim that loot. On the other side, Aspect, Zunies, and NPen have high ground. Sid, Divine, and Ace are actually under the Storm Surge. That will be a sound indicator for Clicks, Bizzle, and company, who's just right there, right? They can hear what's going on down low. Booga can jump in, and yes, look, Booga's making a move forwards. I do wonder if it's for the zone or for the fight.
I think it might be a bit of zone, but also getting those sight lines down and in. All you need is one tag on a team that then goes down to Storm Surge, and you get the elimination as Bizzle gets a knock onto Sebi. 2 players have to go down for this Storm Surge to then go away. It has to get below that 50-player threshold. There's 19 teams alive right now. NPen, Aspect, and Zuni's not doing too well here today. 19 points, still decent, but not well by their standards on the high ground. But this is their chance to have that big game. All it takes is that 30-point victory royale. They've already got 4 eliminations on the board, so 8 of their points are coming out right now into this one. They've got a lot of potential to do this, but they do have a scary team beneath them. Booga, Clicks, and Bizzle are clearly feeling the high ground pushes. They're enjoying going up and making those big plays for high ground, and yeah, I wonder if they're going to do it again. They're clearly staying close to it. They don't want to drop down onto ultimate low, but it is only half-half. We'll get a gauge of what they want to do once that first rotating zone shows.
Yeah, and not only that, their timing for high ground was impeccable in that last round, right? Like, they timed it beautifully. Yes, the high ground team was messing around, and you can tell that they were letting their guard down, right? Really laxing up on high ground. But for what it's worth, you don't really see teams strike for high ground on zone 8, on zone 7. It's usually done around zone 6, around half in, half out. Those are the times, those are the key opportunities that most teams typically open that textbook and read the rights to grab the height, right? You kind of figure out, that's the formula usually. Hey, zone 6, zone 7, this is where you do it. Anything beyond that, it's an unorthodox play. It takes timing because there's so much risk involved.
Yeah, you can't just shockwave up and take it anymore. You've really got to be conscientious of how you take it, when you take it, and can you hold it. Quite often you'll see a good team go for high ground, but they played at the wrong time, they played in the wrong way, they use all their material getting it, and then once they have it, it doesn't have the same potency. You need to be able to hold it till that very last zone. There's no point getting it before that. It's actually usually easy to get eliminations on the mid and low ground while being riskier if you play it well. High ground is all about the wins. It's all about securing those win points. So if you take it and you don't have the mats or the meds to potentially go to a heal off, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, they're going to go ahead and maintain the high ground. So they go with a full-on tarp out. You can see Aspect's loot already digging into it. It's really biting into it. They're going to waste all of their hard material to go in and maintain this one. Aspect down to his final instance of wood here. Just a couple builds as well. No harpoon on his loadout. I do wonder if they can find this refresher. There's not a single player looking to come up either. Plenty of space between him and all the other layers here. N-Pen on the other side, frying players out the sky right now. That's some serious pressure going in. Snake still up. The French-Canadian Trick still up, lighting up their feeds there as well. We talked about that console team coming on over. Still popping off here on the big stage today in the qualifying rounds. I see Clicks alive right now making their rotates. It's a Storm Surge zone. This is looking like very NA East-esque rotates here for the FNCS stage.
Storm Surge on rotating zones has to be one of the most difficult things to deal with, and that was what was kind of tripping up Booger, Clicks, and Bizzle in the weeks preceding this, really struggling with their Storm Surge, and I have not seen them get hit once today with it, as Zypher, Twexy, and Nut trying to push up. They're on pace to qualify. Another fantastic game here would pretty much almost guarantee it. I see Ronaldo and Blake in the feed, a team that's been a little bit quiet today at a new drop spot, seeing what they can do, but Zypher's got a great spot on this edge of zone. They can leave all those left walls open, knowing that no one's out on that side, saving what little material they probably have as Blake goes down onto low ground, the bottom of your screen, trying to make a move in onto Bumboy, and then Calc, Sebi, and Furious. You called them the misfits. Calc trying to come through and do something big, finds the angle, but I don't think the blue tack shot was enough to do it here. He's by himself, playing solo with only 4 builds. Clicks did it to him. Can he do it to somebody else?
Yeah, definitely. He's got everything that he needs to do it. Here it is. He's going to find 1 and 2. The shots are good. It's off to Okiss. And that's a full finish as well. The Cypher's going to keep him in the game. But it's not enough to maintain here. The upgrade was quick, but it was not enough. He gets taken out there. Saw Bully as well, making it all the way through. So it seems like Bully makes himself to another endgame. And he is also by himself. Here's Twexy and Nut. Zypher already down here, bleeding out on the front side of the zone. They're trying to see if they can go on ahead and play for his potential Siphon loot that's going to fall, but no. Ooh, boxed up here. Twexy gets caught out. Oh my gosh. The quick connects from Nut and Twexy.
Yeah, Twexy closed that one off. This is Nut and Twexy, a duo that's been playing together for such a long time, since World Cup days. So they have the chemistry they need right now. They're in the duo endgame. Zypher's got them to this point. What can they do now? But unfortunately, I see Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle, our first place team, on their heels, pushing through the boxes. They're low on match. Twexy's on the low ground, trying to make something of this. 44 tag, good damage. He's having to jump up a little bit. Similar when we saw Clicks in the situation, has no builds. He gets another one there. He goes down to 6 health. He can't find anything. Bizzle goes down to Aspect. Who's going to be able to come out on top right now? It is Zuni's, Aspect, and N-Pen versus one more team. They take down Knifer, who's been playing incredibly consistently today, and that is it. The full trio win with 12 eliminations. These games, when a team gets high ground and they play well, Monster, they jump leaps and bounds up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and this time around, it was straight textbook like we mentioned. You got that high ground. They expended all of their material. They put all that heavy resource into it, and it paid off. And the difference was that no one was looking up. No one had an opportunity to. They did not let go of the grip that they had on the lobby after Zone 6.
Yeah, and we didn't see some of the big names in there that have been going for height. We didn't see Mackwood, Kanata, and Bucky in there. Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle just never had the opportunity to go for it. So it's good to see them play that mid game. You said it. Maybe try a different strategy. High ground wasn't as free. We'll have to see if the analysts know exactly how they played that one out, because that was another huge game.
Man, this is it. This is what I'm used to seeing out of NA East. These calculated plays. There's not like just this one team that you just know is in control of the whole game from high ground. Like, this is just everyone trading blows back to back, left and right. Guys, how'd you feel about this game? So keep in mind, this is game number 4 on the day, so we have 2 more games left. Now that we kind of know that, like, you know, Booga is so far out ahead, it feels like everyone else is like, okay, let's just do what we do, what we're used to, and let's just kind of see how the cards fall.
I mean, right now, it's a battle for the top 10, as always. You know, these players want that top 10 qualification slot right now. You know, Booga, Clicks, Bizzle, they've taken away in that first place slot. They are doing so good already, so it's going to be very tough for anyone there. So top 10 is exactly where we want to see. So absolutely good performance from them.
That's right. We'll take a look at some of the replays coming out of this game. So, Vivid, you know, like, what is it that you're observing coming into this game? Like, is there anything that's standing out to you now that we're halfway through?
Well, standings-wise, yeah, the shark there, obviously. A little distracting, but they end up picking the elimp here. Other than that, then we have a wide drain here with a charge shotgun. Full charge. We're probably hitting a nasty... Yeah. Really good shot there, just getting the full charge off. Simple kill.
Yeah, good shot. And, you know, moving up to Zuni's Endpen and Aspect, who we saw take high ground early on. This is a bit of their domination from early game as well. Picking up, moving into that Slurpee team. And, you know, Slurpee team of Acorn, Slack, and Jack have been having a bit of a rough day today, and getting absolutely run on by Zuni's Endpen and Aspect probably didn't help at all.
Yeah, picking up those elims there and holding the high ground later on. I believe one of them went down right there. So they ended up getting the res against a very good team. And a nasty shot there from Quixie. Wow.
Yeah. Guys, there's been some crazy things that have absolutely gone down, especially now. Like, I'm feeling NAE's kind of come alive. Now, I don't want to say that because that's not exactly what I mean, but, like, we had this really strong start from Bugha and his trio, Clicks, and these guys just kind of took off, right? We heard the gun, and these guys were just gone. And now it feels like everyone else is, like, collectively trying to say, like, okay, we let you kind of get out there, and that's fine, but we're still trying to hit these top 10 placement spots. So now for everyone else, between, like, we'll say top 5 to top 10, now everyone's like, okay, these aren't solidified, so we can kind of fight for these. Like, yeah, okay, Bugha's trio got it. They got first spot, whatever. But we have to fight for these top spots right now. And it feels like that's what we're seeing, especially when we're watching all these trios take these calculated risks trying to fight for the spots.
Yeah, and, you know, moving on, let's see in our top 5 right now of Clicks, Bugha, and Bizzle. As we've already mentioned over and over, they have 2 victory royales that are 152 points. Zypha, Nut, and Tuxie in second are, you know, I think they would need to basically win the next 2 games to close that gap, and Clicks, Bugha, and Bizzle would have to almost get 0 points, be eliminated off spawn, which, as we know, that's just not happening right now. So I'm thinking that first slot may be secured up, but right now the rest of the top 5 are definitely looking good.
Yeah, that gap is absolutely insane. An interesting note here, though, is that Clicks' trio has 30 elims, and then Fatch, Chucky, and Zucky actually have 25. Now, knowing the performance that's come out of Clicks and them, like, having 25 and being that close to them, they must be doing very, very well. A team that we just saw take that victory royale was Aspect, Zuni's, and Endpen. They did a very good job of holding height. They weren't really contested for it, because I do believe that the RPG went down earlier, and I don't think anybody picked it up as Day, Miro, and Reverse ended up going down. And yeah, they went ahead and took full advantage of the lack of RPG in that game and went ahead and got that victory royale, so it's going to be bumping them up to 6th.
Yeah, and you know what was really interesting about their play, actually, it's, you know, that game they managed to pick up that big victory royale, and as we know, it's so many points, and they managed to get 12 eliminations at the same time. We saw them kind of getting aggressive in that early game as well, picking up the team that were landing in Slurpee, and right now, they got 54 points from that game. 54, and that's moved them up to 67 total. So the first 3 games, you know what, it wasn't really going their way, but that victory royale has really turned it around for them, and now they've moved up that leaderboards, are in the slot for qualification. So 2 more games left, so they're just going to need to actually be able to perform a little bit more and keep it within that top 10.
Yeah, a team that is surprising to see down here in 20th is actually Jamper, Nosh, and Paper. We've seen them on high ground now like 2 or 3 times, I believe, and they just haven't been able to hold it. What do you think's going on there, Reese?
So, you know, what's been interesting is I think it was the game we just watched, Game 4 and Game 2 as well, where they had height at 5th zone. So they'd taken it early in 4th, they kind of get the zone coming up to 5th, but then that first moving zone, it just kind of didn't go for them. They didn't manage to move across to the other side and kind of keep that and maintain it strong enough, so they just lost it instantly in the 2 games, and that definitely is a lot of points lost for them because they kind of just missed out on that placement and the eliminations after that.
There's so many teams that I feel like could do something crazy, right? And we're seeing the points. These games are swingable. We just have 2 games left to make something happen if they want to qualify in this first week. For now, though, we're jumping into game number 5 with our casters, so take it away.
Game number 5 is about to go down here on the qualifier number 1. We're kicking things off. It's Monster Deface here and Aussie Antics calling all of the action. The duo that has been casting over the regions of OCE and now NA. It's been a fantastic weekend of high-level competitive action, and it's continuing in the previous game. If you're just tuning in, from 28th place all the way up now to 6th, we have Aspect, Zunies, and NPen securing their first victory royale with 12 eliminations. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 12 is the highest as well that we've seen today. So teams are popping off here today.
Teams getting big games, and I'm also noticing even late into the tournament with only 2 games to go, people are already changing their strategies. We only see one team at Misty, maybe the other team like defaulting to go in the mountains behind it. We see Pleasant now still uncontested. Some things never change though. We do still have NPen, Zunies, and Aspect over here at Salty Towers, and you're seeing part of the reason for their success. They actually, all 3 of them land on the slurp truck on the north side. Make sure they take that so they don't have to use any shield they now find from Salty Towers. That is one of the biggest strengths of this drop spot. As you see in the feed in the top left, I'm talking about teams changing their strategies. 2 teams that aren't changing anything is Chap's team versus Bully's team at Steamy Stacks, and it looks like Chap's team gets the first elimination, or at least the knock onto OSP.
Yeah, definitely already a back and forth battle over there. It's been a scrappy fight between the 2 teams. Here though, Aspect and Zunies, listen, they may have been in 28th place before that big victory royale, but they were making end games. They were one of those teams that I was talking about, one of those unfortunate teams that were alive for 22 minutes every single game and didn't quite get the big placement points. That's like making it all the way to end game, the big moving, and then just falling super short. But that time around, things worked for them. Here though, here's a fight we haven't really gotten to see. It's Holly Hedges with the Vive, Rise, and Trashy, a team that was again holding down the standings right now. They're holding down the leaderboard here in top 10, in 8th place. And this point here is a swing for them now, and that's a team finish, it seems.
Yeah, they're doing well out of contested Holly Hedges. It's a fight that's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit more simple when you think about it. Just normal houses, old school Fortnite, the best way you can play it. But at the same time, even once you win it, you usually don't get a winning loadout. So to see them up there on the leaderboard, they're clearly putting things together very, very well, and obviously closing out these fights quickly, because this drop just doesn't allow for a prolonged, drawn-out fight. And they really are knocking on the door of top 10, and that's what me and Monster are going to be focusing on mostly now coming into the end here. Top 10 right now is 48 points with 2 games to go. So anyone who's above that 48 point threshold is doing really, really well. Obviously, with 30 points for the win and then a lim's worth 2, you can have a big game that'll jump up. So you can't rest on having these amount of points, but these are players that are on pace and doing well. And Monster talked about it there. Sometimes you can be making endgame consistently, getting, let's say, top 10 teams every single game. But if you're not getting that top 3 and you're not putting together the eliminations, you're missing out on so many points in this format.
Yeah, for sure. And just talking about that screen, that team in particular, right? Rise and Aviv here, they're riding off of their second game performance, which was a second place 11 elimination game. So it shows one monster game, one massive game, and you can be in the top 10, similar to Aspect, Zunies, and NPen, similar to Aviv, Trashy, and Rise here. It only takes one ridiculous game and a couple other just decent, okay runs to go ahead and break into top 10. That's how competitive in nature these regions are. That's how competitive these games are, that it goes every which way. Not every single game is so one-sided the way we've seen with Clix, Booga, and Bizzle. That's just an anomaly of sorts today, because Bizzle, Clix, and Booga are playing out of their minds. So their points, you remove them from the equation, everyone else is very much like in a battle between themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And the leaderboard at the top, it's spreading out very, very high at the top end, with Clix, Booger, and Bizzle just dominating in such fashion right now. Almost double points of second. But once you drop down, that's where it gets really close. There's half an elimination separating second from third, and there's only 3 eliminations separating third from fourth. So it is really, really close at the top, and it gets even closer around that top 10. As now we see Ace, a drop spot we haven't seen too much of with the Stealthy Stronghold. One that's an interesting drop. It has a lot of fish, especially when the Rift Fish was in the game, became a drop that a lot of people wanted to try and lock down. Not as contested now, but as you're seeing from Ace's loadout, it doesn't do too shabby.
And no, this is a pretty decent drop, especially if you pull up the harpoon early. Like, if you get a harpoon off the drop here, you're going to get away like a bandit with the loot that's accessible here, especially the cheeky little rivers that cut all through that stronghold. Here though, reverse, Miro, and Day. We're tuned in with Miro's perspective here. Hydro Dam already paying off for them, and they get to claim the Flush Factory down below. We talked about the Kami split up above, right? Just above that retail row section, above that Loot Lake and Dirty Dock section. But this drop here, ridiculous, right? They have so much loot to themselves, and quite honestly, the trio champions right now are a bit underwhelming with their performance, right? 45 points. I mean, are they going to qualify for week 1? They're in 11th right now.
Yeah, I think the bigger the split, and this one especially is the one that's really hard to put the pieces together when it comes to Storm Surge and how you're going to play it. I mean, we have Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, 3 of the best players in NAE. Zayt being one of the smartest that most people have the highest level of respect for as far as rotations, positioning, and just being an all-round smart player. And even they, at least in open rounds or rounds before this, struggle to put things together out of that drop. So I think it's a lot more difficult than people realize. We saw Tui's team doing very well on OCE last night out of there in FNCS, but quite a lot of teams do struggle out of there if you don't have that experience. It's not as simple of a drop spot as, let's say, something like maybe, you know, Dirty Docks or Misty Meadows, where you've got the houses, you loot, you rotate, you set up. You really have to spread wide. You have to get your rockets. You have to figure out how you're going to use that. If you want the extra shield, you have to rotate all the way to the slurp truck. It's a drop that is very much based in timing, and if your timing isn't perfect, that's where you're going to struggle regardless of how good your loot is.
Yeah, definitely. That drop is a double-edged sword because you don't have the opportunity to reclaim those key mountains like Bizzle, Clicks, and Boogadoo with the vehicles on these early rotates. So the pros and cons to having the best loadout in the game is you're watching it all unfold here. Clix' Trio is also the only team in any region with at least 5 elims in every game so far today, and they want to continue to hold that true. Just judging by the points that they have here, it looks like they're playing a completely different tournament than these other players are.
That's an incredibly impressive statistic, especially seeing as Bizzle had some connection issues in one game. They did it as a duo, and that was obviously when Clix just really showed why he is one of the best players in the game doing it. I don't want to say solo. Booger was 100% there, helped with the rotate, set him up for success in endgame, but he definitely didn't have a second place loadout or third place loadout by any means, and still managed to pull off not just the placement, but the 5 eliminations, because that's what's so difficult to do. Trios is really, really hard to clutch up as a solo or even a duo, especially when Storm Surge is climbing so high, but to do it as a solo in endgame with eliminations, walking through entire trios like Calc's team, who is doing really well here today as well. So there is really no doubt in anyone's mind here that Clix, Bizzle, and Booger are a team to look out for coming into FNCS.
No doubt about it. And you saw there the quick flyer from the formats, the importance, right, from 4th place to 17th, as every team that falls there is worth an individual point, and then things really spike up from 3rd, 2nd, and of course that prestigious Victory Royale. And that's why we're really emphasizing teams that make it so far, survive for so long. They're just there in the top 20 teams, but don't make it all the way through and lose out on those precious points that you can get from just staying alive a little bit longer. And the difference is sometimes just switching a layer, hopping on down, staying with a teammate, closing a tarp, right? It's the little things. And this is the thing about NA East in particular as a region. They play and strive for perfection. That's why these players practice every day. That's why they hold these drop spots. And again, the politics around the drop spots, right, like we talked about in private, is so important to these players because of just that. It's all the effort and time they put in to try and maintain the perfect type of Fortnite.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and that's what NAE is known best for, with the practice they have, being so consistent, versing the teams all the time. That's why a lot of people look to EU for how you handle that kind of, I don't know, when there's a spanner thrown in the works, that unpredictability on the day, that bigger region with pros, not only just, you know, so many different pros to keep track of, different language barriers, different practice scenes, just, you don't really get to see EU come together until the FNCS brings it all together. With NA, they have such a strong practice scene that you get to see games break out quite regularly, but even then, when you have this final game, it'd be interesting to see. I'd have to say there's at least maybe 9 or 10 teams in this 33 that don't usually participate in those top level pro games. So already that throws enough kind of, you know, interesting things into the work. As soon as you see Zayt's team not in there, Sentence team not in there, the Exet trio, just, you know, almost stalwarts of the NAE scene, just holding things down. When they're not there, it gives these other players a chance to move up, and it changes the game plan for everyone else. And Clix, Bizzle, and Booger are just adapting the best.
Yeah, you're talking about, you know, when teams are not here, how things can change. Not only that, when teams qualify out of this week's the other weeks are going to change as well. So we're going to see a lot of different teams that we probably otherwise wouldn't see win a full week, qualified their way through, which is also going to determine how the finals are going to play out. I have a feeling that this finals is going to look like no other final we've ever seen. Teams are going to have to do their homeworks in the week lead up, right? They're only going to have a week to prepare these drop spots. They're going to have a week to decide, okay, we called out of this drop, but do we want to fight the other team that called out of this drop, right? There's going to be free drop spots, I feel like, on the map, no doubt about it, unless someone does the homework and switches it up, is willing to play on a different drop.
Yeah, and you see, we talk about strategies and people setting up. Has Scoped and Tragics having this position almost every game, always setting up on this hill, trying to get their Storm Surge tags out of here. And I think this part of their gameplay is doing very well. They're 21 below as I say that, but they're in the right spot to find their damage. But it's clearly something else that's going wrong after this. 17 points on the board for a team that's made it off spawn, I think, every single game. It's something in the mid game, probably after this point, that's really just not going right in their game plan. But if they don't qualify today, they've got 2 more weeks to figure it out, hoping they make it into round 4 of each of the remaining qualifiers, because this is their first time playing together and they make it into round 4. So clearly are doing very well off the bat, but have a lot of room to improve over the weeks to come as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And let's not forget there is consistency points as well that people will have to look out for. But either way, let's see here. Clamps, Adrian, Okius, Blake, Ronaldo, again, surviving their drops of Lazy Lakes, but with Clamps, Adrian, and Archive right nearby, it's like every single game we're seeing Blake, Ronaldo, and Okius land right next to the same team that lands at their draw spot. So back and forth between the two. And both teams do not have max shield either. So you know they've been trading tags with one another. You know they've been, again, scuffling on the rotates through. Here's Goku, Spegu, and Justice, though, looking around. 258 damage above the surge. Nothing to worry about for this trio here. 9 teams, though, have that pressure on their back.
Yeah, still going to try and take the chance to do more, though. You can't ever rest on how much you have, because NA East ramps it up so fast, especially with sniper rifles being so prevalent in this current meta, getting those 100+ damage tags to the body, or potentially their headshot as well with the down body gives you so much damage, and it can creep up so fast. And the earlier you're going for your Storm Surge, the better. Waiting until rotating zones to be behind is going to be tough, because NA East is playing for real now. They're turning up the heat. These teams are figuring out where they want to go and what they want to do, because now we still have 80 players alive with Storm Surge going active. So we looked at the first game on, so I think we had like 67 at this point. So they're getting more stacked as the day goes on.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a stack, and I think someone just got sniped nearby. Spegu's gonna get all of his shield ripped off of him. You can see how the damage surge levels are changing here as all the teams are getting active, and this is what puts the pressure on the backs of Goku and company. Remember, if they're only 180 damage above, that's still the same looming pressure that they're going to have when the next surge threshold hits, right? And as it goes down, other teams are changing the tide here, changing the scale of balance. They have to fight. You may be safe now, but you will not be safe in the future zones if you don't continue to be active. Ronaldo, Blake, and Okius are actually under the pressure right now of the surge, and they're probably going to need a fight. This is the second time now we've watched them try to out-heal a surge, and it hasn't worked before.
Yeah, you can't try and out-heal Surge. It's always such a scary one, unless it's literally one player to go down. And even then, sometimes you see games where it'll be 51 or 52, 50 is a threshold, and it just drags out for so long. As we see a different team setting up here at Steamy now as well. Not really sure what's going on here or what's happened with Chap's team, because they finally get a good zone, and maybe Chap's team's already fallen here as we see Jack in the feed, Ronaldo going down. But Steamy stacks is such an interesting spot to be at the end, because if those stacks are still in, you can get a really nice rotate out, but the more time you spend in the sky, the more of an open target you are, and this team doesn't have the health to spare. If they become a target, they're going to go down very, very quickly.
And no doubt about it here, though. Now on height, Llama, Elite, and wide drain here. Talked about teams that are just making their first major appearances for some of us, and this is their opportunities to start shining. ADV, Jays, and Plague, though, at 45 points. They're one solid game away from breaking into this top 10, from qualifying their way through. Literally one win for any team on these bubble teams to break that triple digit, and that's it. They're smooth sailing. They've made it all the way through. We saw the cutoff points and most of the regions being around 95 to just about 100, right? 4 top 10. So again, one win, one good win, that's about 60 points.
Yeah, it's a really massive amount of points, and that's what this round 4 in the qualifiers wants to try to simulate. If you get eliminations, you're doing it on more difficult targets. You're eliminating players that are harder. You should be rewarded more for that. Same with getting the top 3 placements. Rewarding consistency, but really those who are playing consistently at the best of the best with eliminations as well. In opens rounds, when you're versing, you know, anyone who's in Champions Division, you're going to run into a less caliber of player than you are in the top 33 teams in NA East after 3 rounds of qualifiers. So it makes sense your eliminations are rewarded more, and that's why we're seeing such big jumps up in the leaderboard. It's still rewarding consistency like you're seeing from teams like Clix, Booger, and Bizzle, but it also gives that potential for any team that wants to step up and wants to have their big games against the big boys be able to really just secure qualification or at least a lot of consistency points.
Yeah, consistency points is what you want to go ahead and achieve if you're just outside the bubble, basically qualifying your way through these qualifying weeks, right? The final rounds will definitely secure you that spot. You just want to make sure you do pretty decent when you're here. Go on and put the icing on the cake for yourself. Trick, the French-Canadian trio of Lupien and Trick here, working with one another. Clamps on the other side, trying to see what he can find on the look back here. He's going to go and slide his way all the way up. Tags going to be exchanged, but nothing's going to connect. Looks like Clamps does escape with Archive and Adrian. Again, that Lazy Lake trio there. Slacks, Jock, and Acorn, a team we haven't really talked about much today, or at least haven't seen much on the show, is doing, I guess, okay in the tournament. Not too great, though. We were watching them win their drop spot at Slippery Swamps, but outside of that, not making any noise beyond that. They had one great game today, and that was a 5th place in game number 3 with 8 eliminations. Other than that, their last game was a complete dud. They were taken out somewhere early in their drop, possibly rotating out through Weeping.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see. You got to try and think what's going through, what's going wrong, what's not fitting the game plan, especially for these teams that have been playing together, not just for multiple weeks now in this FNCS, but multiple FNCSs. Some of the best teams in NA East with the most pressure on them are the ones that have been together since the start. We still have our 1st and 2nd place teams still together as trios. You've still got the XZ trio. You've still got Jack, Acorn, Slacks, Zate, Saf, and Stretch. There's so many big names that just, they stick together, but sometimes on the day, things go different and things just don't work. Or again, in the world of Fortnite, against the best of the best, sometimes maybe you're just not up to the par on that day. Things are struggling, things aren't connecting, as Jack, Acorn, and Slacks trying to make a big move onto height, trying to build up on top of what looks like Okus's team here, which unfortunately Okus is going to try and challenge, which is going to push him up higher, make him a target as Ronaldo has fallen. So maybe having to go down and back up Blake to get this revive, or hold the high ground and see what happens, because I'm not seeing Ronaldo get finished in the feed though, so hopefully he's safe.
Yeah, he might be able to get saved. I'm pretty sure he was sniped by, yeah, I was going to say sniped by Jock on the rotate there as they were moving on in the outskirts. 20 seconds feels like forever for these players, especially when you're under the surge. 14 players are above the surge right now. 10 seconds remain on the clock. Desperate decisions are going to be made here. We saw Ronaldo and company trying to heal the last storm surge. If they didn't find a big fight, if they didn't secure a full team wipe or something, they're pretty much done right now. They're going to have this serious pressure on top of them. And look at that. They basically virtually pulled the zone right now. It's coming down south. Colosso, though, in the feed is going to find Acorn, and oh no. We talk about teams need to do drastic things. The exchanges are happening now.
What is this base I'm seeing from Dukes, Threats, and Chap? This is a big one. This is looking like an old school, like Season 2, Season 3 base in Chapter 1, where you just use up all your material to make a secure high ground. But it is Chap at the end of the day. I'm sure there's a reason for it. And when you look at it, for how much room it's covering, it's actually not that much material. Without the roofs, without the cones, this didn't cost them that much. And Chap's a fan of building these big bases. There's no mobility in the game right now to let someone just jump in there with shockwaves. Maybe a well-placed bounce pad, but I have to think they've secured a really good position on the top of this one, as Aspect and Pen and Zuni is trying to keep their momentum pushing forward on 71 points on the edge, trying to secure that top 10 with 2 games to go, as Miro also in the feed. So coming into this endgame monster, it looks like we've got a lot of those big teams that haven't quite been performing looking to have their game here.
Yeah, definitely. And that means the standings are going to shake up because bubble teams are popping off, which means that is always going to cause upsets up towards the top. It's really going to take those top players and crunch them down into those bottom players and really keep it nice and close for the final game here leading in. This is just game number 5 right now. This will be the pace setter. This will be the settings set for the teams that need to qualify out of this round here. Who can break into top 10? Who can hold top 10 by the time this is all said and done? Because 71 points is a lot right now. That is a lot that keeps them up towards this top 6. It allows them to maintain it, but it's not enough. It's not enough to still catch up to Bucky, Kanata Macwood, not enough to catch up to Furious, Kalkin Sebi, and everyone else who's up above in those top standings. So they're not safe just yet.
They're not safe just yet at all. They've got that edge, and Chap, Threats, and Dukes. I talk about that high ground. I talked about that base looking a bit strange, but knowing Chap had a plan. It's one of the first times we've seen this team seriously in endgame. They've been contested a lot on the drops. We haven't seen them get to endgame much, and unfortunately Chap trying to tarp out and gets broken out from below. He falls down, Threats falls down. There was too much pressure on the tarp. I think Chap was trying to go for a really quick rush play to try to get onto that antenna. That would have been the indestructible structure they needed to be on top of, but no, the first time they've made a solid endgame, and Threats is down, Chap is down, and Dukes has to see what he can do instead.
And that's so unfortunate, because if Chap was there, that means Bully probably did not make it all the way through, with Osman first being his duos or his partners there. So they were in 9th place. Again, big exchanges. That means the top 10 standings is going to be ever so much more closer. Top 10 teams being taken out, teams that are on the bubble just now fighting their way up. So anything can happen now. Here it is. Dukes, though, has to put the rest of the team on his back here. What can he do? Threats and Chap are already down to the one misplay. It's Aspect, Zunies, and Npen, though, who grabbed that high ground once again. They're looking to also grab themselves 2 victory royales today.
2 victory royales on 2 different players would show how high the caliber is in NAEs, yet there's still a few teams that are willing to jump up and take it. We have so many of the players that have been pressuring height previously, not in this one, not making those big moves for height, so they might have this one secured. I'm only seeing 17 builds on Aspect, even less now. They're not that high off the ground. Zuni's making his way up as well, though. I think Zuni's went down and got a refresh. Hopefully that is. We'll see if Zuni's drops a bit of the mats for Aspect. There it is, the mat drop, the split. That's what the fraggers do best. Find the elimination on the high ground, drop down and secure the loot with the harpoon, or run down and then come back up and re-secure, because right now they are not comfortable on the high ground. A well-placed rocket or even just a good spray could knock them out, but for the most part they look like they have things under control, as Kalk, Sebi, and Furious just showing that they're the one team that's doing insanely well who hasn't once been on a high ground monster. They are still just controlling this thing on the low ground. Kalk is now pushing through, seeing what they can do on the low, what they can make out of this game. As here it comes, the aggression onto the high ground, trying to take over things here, trying to build up and see what they can do. It's Dame Miro in reverse, a team we haven't seen on high ground previously either, really trying to bully Npen's team off this one to see what they can make of this. Reverse is going to keep looking for these angles. Day goes down, though. Miro and Reverse have to try and work their way down. Miro's getting dropped, I don't think intentionally right now. Not entirely sure how they're going to hold this one. Reverse by himself has a lot of builds, has 46 total, but doesn't have any of the health either. Doesn't have anything to make this count here. What they can do up on top, as we have full trios on low ground. Furious, Kalk and Sebi still down there. Tragix is in there. Zuni's Aspect is also there. Trying to build this one, dropping the mats, splitting what little mats they have. Only 21 builds total. What can they do to make this one happen? Daxor goes down to Kalk. 4 teams remaining, 8 players, so they have the numbers advantage, but they're also the duo. So right now, any trio in this one has it right now. They're dropping down, they're underneath. Tragix is moving his way through the builds as well. Aspect moving their way through as well. Miro's got 3 floppers and 2 chug splashes on the high ground, seeing what he can maybe do to heal this one off, because they don't have the power to drop down, but never mind. Miro putting the aim to work. Maybe Miro gonna drop the meds onto Reverse. They have the rocket as well, never mind. I think they have all the power they need to close out this game. Trying to find their way in with the rockets, has 3 of them, don't really need to try to do anything massive, can use those rockets to make these low ground teams fight each other, showing why they're your FNCS champions, having the game strategy of, look, we have the heal off, we have the firepower, but that win is worth so many points. Get the eliminations if they're there, but maybe don't play too aggressive. Even Reverse just dropping down, getting these builds. We are very, very close to the closeout zone. Once this zone closes out, it's down to who has more heals, and I have to think Miro's floppers and splashes are gonna hold up. The rockets are down, the pressure is off. Reverse is gonna stay up here and make sure that Miro can secure this heal off. They're not gonna make the big plays at this point with this amount of material. There's no real point to drop down and try to get edits. It's going to come down to the heals. How long do we have left? 9 seconds to decide. Reverse's team needs this. FNCS champions automatically qualifying in the first week would be massive. Miro hits the bounce pad, gets away from these players. They can follow that bounce pad, and it sounds like they are. He's popping the splashes first. They're lost. Furious is also trying to go for the heal off now. They know they can't catch Miro. He is long gone. They have no idea where he is, but who has more heals? I didn't see if the other team had any. He's got one more flopper. Furious is pushing this. I think it's going to come down to the last flopper right now. Furious had a lot of heals as well. Never mind. I said there was no way, but there is no chance that Furious had more meds. As you can see there, he only had the charged shotgun there. He had the apple and he still had a flopper left. So it wasn't even like he had extra meds to spare on top of that. He dropped his whole loadout to carry as many meds as possible. Now, obviously we've lost MDF here. We'll have to get his thoughts going into game number 6, but so you're not listening to me anymore, let's get the thoughts of the analyst and see what happened, because he had so many meds.
Honestly, don't sell yourself short. You're incredible. Stop that. Yeah, as he did mention, we did lose MDF, but he's on his way back. Don't worry about it. Guys, that was a pretty crazy game. I'm excited that we finally got to see the RPG out of Hydro 16. And it's kind of like a very, almost like well-executed, well-timed moment, right? Where Day and Miro, they're like, okay, guys, we got to go for high ground. We've had this tool. We've landed at this spot. We have the final opportunity to utilize this tool in our arsenal, and they made it work. And that is going to, like, affect the standings for them going into game number 6, Reese.
Yeah, definitely will. And, you know, Height turned over so many times that game. We had, in 5th zone, we had Chap holding it, and then kind of Chap got beamed out, losing a lot of his materials. Then NPen took over Height, and then we saw the RPG play come out from Day as well, and then seeing him go down, unfortunately. And, you know, maybe if he did manage to go down there, they could have clutched out that Victory Royale, but there was kind of turnover of Height over and over and over again.
Yeah, I was happy to see Versus Trio finally figure out the issues that they were having mid-game and get that RBG in the late game, be able to utilize it to take Height, because that is where it is most powerful. Really cool to see. And then really great to see Calx Trio getting that low ground position secured again. I believe there was one other game today where they had that low ground position against another Height team. I think they ended up losing that one, but this one, they go ahead and take the victory out with the floppers that they had. Well played from them.
I mean, yeah, dropping your entire inventory for just like a bunch of heals, I like it. You know, it's interesting that we're starting to see the heal game kind of be a prominent win condition here in the FNCS again. Of course, we've got to take a look at some of the crazy plays that we witnessed from game number 5 in NA East. Talk us through it, boys.
Yeah, and one of the things, you know, we mentioned there at the end where Chap had High going into the 5th zone, and, you know, they are contesting Steamy Stacks right now, and, you know, doing a good job winning off spawn this game in particular, but we saw, you know, they weren't able to clutch out all the way through the points. They ended up on 30 points after that game, I'm pretty sure, when we saw them go down. And, you know, I doubt that's going to be enough to kind of clutch them up into the top 30 right now. So they needed this big game, and they have one more left to get that top 10. So it'll be interesting to see if they manage.
Yeah, also looking at this, but very interesting position here from Calc, because he lands a pretty decent like distance away from Dirty Doc. So they basically made a decision to go ahead and push Dirty Docs here and take out that trio for their Storm Surge, which was eventually going to snowball them into that 2nd place position. They didn't have to worry about 3rd, and they could just straight up focus on their position.
Yeah, and one of the things that was interesting is in the first couple games, Calc's team ended up pushing towards the Coliseum to get their Storm Surge tags this way. This time we see, rather than going towards Coliseum, maybe that wasn't working out so much, so they decided to go dirty. You know, they're landing at what is called the Cami Split, so on the east side of the map, kind of with compact cars and Lake Canoe in this area, so clearly that's where they got all their floppers from. Then winning the team and that fight against the team in Dirty Dogs, more floppers for them, and that definitely paid off in that end game right there where the Furious won the heal off.
I love these, like, seeing these trios flex their mechanical prowess on the game, right? Just, we're seeing a ton of different strategies coming out of NA East, where in EU is just like, let me just grab a weapon and run at another trio, and we'll just hope that it all goes well. Let's take a look at our standings, because remember, we only have one game left here in the first week of qualifier rounds, and then we basically, the top 10 we see here will not be able to return until semi-finals. So it's basically like they've earned themselves a ticket to that next round. Right now, we've still got Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle. Now, I don't see too many more points gained from them, so they must have probably been eliminated early off spawn. But, you know, guys, I don't think we're worried about, you know, first place at the moment. I think we're probably more concerned with, like, top 5 through 10, right?
yeah, and Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle, they've ticked the box at this point. Those first 3 games were absolutely incredible for them. They got 140 points in the first 3, so yeah, maybe the last 2 maybe lacking a little bit more, but they are still so secure in that first place. But something that we didn't see too much there was Furious, Calc, and Sebi. We kind of mentioned them a little bit, and we saw them at the end of the broadcast, but they ended up going up to 135 points. So huge jump up in the leaderboard right now, and they're actually closing in on that first place slot.
Yeah, very interesting to see Clix' trio go a little bit quiet there in Game 5, giving Calc's trio the opportunity to close the gap. However, like you already said, those trios have pretty much already ticked that box. We'll be seeing them in heats. However, these teams at the lower end of the leaderboard do need a huge Game 6 here to go ahead and boost themselves back up to that top 10 position.
We're only looking at 60 points, right? And if we just base a victory out is 30, if you get up 6 eliminations, you're looking at a 42-point swing. So literally any trio can make this right now, right? They can turn everything on its head and pick up that final spot that they need. Now, the kind of key factor why we're trying to do this, in case you're just tuning in, is because if you have the top 10, they're going to be able to move on to the semifinal rounds 3 weeks from now. So we'll have to see how things unfold. But for now, we're jumping into the last game, so we're tossing it to our casters to take us in.
Looks like we'll be throwing just the one caster at the moment. MDF having some technical difficulties, but that is fine. Hopefully we'll get him back on the mic soon. You'll be in my hands, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on if you like the sound of my Australian accent. We'll see how we go. And right now we're getting the map shot to see how Game 6 is going to pan out. Who is going to be able to jump up and take this spot? Right now, top 10 is what you're mostly focusing on. That is the automatic qualification. That is sitting currently on 61 points. So this is really anyone's ballpark. Anyone who's over 20 points, even less potentially, with one big game could jump up and secure this. But can those players that are around that bubble try to hold up and stand up and really hold on to this position, as we have a really nice kind of swing of fortune here for Threats' team. Chap, Dukes, and Threats have been duking it out here at Steamy Stacks the entire game against this other trio of Bully, Osp. Right now they're trying to make their way in, and they drop on a llama. It puts them out of position, but gives them a massive material advantage in this fight. Bully, Osp, and Frist very quick to jump on this one to try to take advantage of this, but it actually looks like potentially Chap has already gone down. This might be a 3v2 unless Chap is out of position. I didn't quite catch it, but Osp team does not have the ammo to push in on this one. You see them splitting as little as 17 mini ammo, so trying to break through all these hard mats they've just acquired with the llama is going to be next to impossible, as Dukes makes a questionable play off the bounce pad to create some distance. I have to think that was potentially a misclick or just a really, really big brain explosion. Went outside the hard mats and exposed himself. Now they might have the advantage they need to just go in and close this one out. Chap, a team that's no stranger to grand finals in FNCS, would be such a shock to not see him there. First week hasn't gone as much in their favor, but I have massive faith in them. They came third yesterday in round 3, proving they can do it. Just when you're going up against a team with the likes of Bully, Frist, and Osp inside Steamy, which is Bully's home, things are going to be difficult, but I've counted them out early. Duke's trying to make a play, tries to box Bully, but no, unfortunately, Bully won't be bullied that easily. He's trying to push his way in, but Osp goes down. We've brought this into a 2v2, and this is massive potential right now for Bully's team to lose qualification on this fight alone. They are the team right now that is in 11th. They went into this game on 59 points. If they don't jump up, if they don't win this fight, it is almost guaranteed that they will not automatically qualify. So this fight means everything to them. Threats is going to try and hit the Steamy stack, get some distance. Maybe this was enough to make them want to disengage. It is a 2v1, but you can never count Threats out. He's known in NA East as having some of the best aim you can possibly have. If you hit that stack and you give him an opportunity, he probably will beam them. But Bully's playing no risk, sitting on top of the stack and just holding things down with the AR, just trying to pressure them down. Bully's grabbing a little bit more loot. Things have to slow down now. Ammo, everything. They have absolutely nothing. 7 builds, only 4 shotgun shells, has the assault rifle ammo, but needs to make sure if this turns into a box fight, Bully does not miss his shots because he is running low on basically everything. Has 1 medkit, 1 mini to try and hold this one down. I'm pretty sure we just heard Threats get cracked. He did. We had Frisk close this one out. Bully's going to get in. If Bully gets any opportunity to close this one out, he's going to do it quickly. But Threats dropping back in, using Steamy Stacks to play this one out, breaks it, and no, unfortunately, he goes down. He wins the fight.
The insult to injury there, Ozzy, is just unfortunate. Little dance on there. But in all honesty, if there's any team I wouldn't have wanted to fight this entire day at Steamy Stacks, it's Bully's team. They are so good, so knowledgeable about this area. They have been dropping here for so long, especially Bully by himself. So all great props to them. Great round, and they really needed that to qualify in. They're going to have to keep going, though. They're right on that bubble.
Yeah, the top 10 is what they're going to be aiming for, and you touched on it there. Bully knows this drop better than any other, and I'd have to put my my reputation on the line to say that Steamy, probably more than any other drop knowledge is everything. You can kind of land at maybe a drop like Holy Hedges and pretty quickly figure out how you want to play it, some of the advantages. Steamy Stacks has the absolute labyrinth of buildings and factories that are so different to any other building in Fortnite. And then you add the stacks on top of that. It really just lends to a team that has experience, and yeah, like you touched on, that's what Bully has, and it comes out on top, and potentially they can now secure qualification off this.
Yeah, and just letting everyone know, I'm stepping in for Monster D-Face. My name's Clay Sailing. If you don't know who I am, kind of just came in
Welcome.
hot and spicy there, like that fight there. But, you know, that's a hard rotation to make that they're doing right now, so I'll be interested to see how they go in. But now we got a fight breaking over in Misty Meadows, and this is a team that's already almost qualified.
Yeah, Twexy, Nut, and Zypher are really high up in the leaderboard. I have to think they've already secured their qualification, but they've done out of a drop spot they're not normally at, so it's going to be interesting seeing them play out the future weeks, and this is what you want, though. If you like Misty Meadows and you have a chance to qualify out of it, do it now before Centered Edgy and Commandment make round 4, like I know they will next week. Twexy doing some good damage here. Takes down Jerry and User, trying to make their way into this fight if they can. Misty is such an interesting fight. It's got that very happy Hamlet-esque feel as they come around the corner. Zypher, Nut, and Twexy showing why they are going to be playing in the semifinals here, just cracking the triple digits on 101 points.
That was so beautiful as well. So decisive, so succinct. They were dropping down together. They knew exactly what they wanted, but all of a sudden we've got a fight breaking out. Archive coming into third party, and that's what happens when you take way too long on these all-spawn fights. You are going to get third parties. We see the builds come out. They're just trying to disengage at this point because they're not in a position to fight this.
No, they're not in a position to fight, and that's what's been really risky about Misty. When you have those extra little teams that can hang around the edges, can push into these fights, and you have the gas cans coming out right now. Adrian's team trying to push in right now, and they haven't even had any room to breathe, and this is your chance. If you're pressuring a fight, you need to act quickly right after they've disengaged, because look at the loot difference, Clay. Adrian has everything. The legendary lever action shotgun, 6 minis, 3 big pots. It is night and day difference between these two teams' loadouts.
It looks insane. That legendary shotgun just there on Adrian is going to provide so much damage. And look at how they're pushing them back into this uncomfortable fighting position. And they've gotten their damage off on him. And for some reason now it seems like, hey, you know what? We're good. We're going to send a couple people off. But it doesn't seem like they fully disengaged. So I don't know if they've decided fully what they want to do here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of clash on opinions here. It's an interesting one to make. Do we push the team that's come out of a fight? They probably got a few tags in there, maybe realize they did heal back up. Because when you look at it, Nut, Twexy, and Zypher right now are actually looking pretty healthy. They're effectively all on 150 plus combined health. They tried to push in, maybe realizing, okay, they cleared out that fight pretty convincingly, because you never know. You hear the shots coming out. You assume that one of your enemies is weak. They can win the fight convincingly and then hold you off as well. So they're going to make the rotate and take their easy surge tags, which honestly, I respect it. That's a solid play.
It is, and it just came down to a lack of differing opinions. You can see one player went one way, one went the other way. They just weren't confident in pushing this team because they knew who it was. They saw the elimination feed. They're like, oh, it's Zypher, Twexy, and Nut, and they know the game that they're having. So you have this person that wants to go in. You can tell they're getting really aggressive. Gas cans are being thrown. And then in the back of their mind, like, you know what? Actually, let's just get out. Like, this is not an advantageous side for us. We've got to get on our rotate. We know how important getting early rotates are, especially this season with the lack of mobility. They got out in a good spot now. We'll have to see what Zypher, Twexy, and they can do in this like rotation out of here, though, because you've got that dance club up on the hill that's now looking at them as well. And this could spell trouble yet again.
Yeah, in game number 6, that real scary one to have those differing opinions, right? One of the teammates wants to play a bit aggressive, wants to secure those easy points now, because it is 2 points for an elimination. 6 points would be a very big difference between qualifying and not. Your other teammates want to play it out, stick to the game strategy, let's play it safer, and you'll never really know which call was right in Fortnite. You can't, with the hindsight, come back and say, we should or should not have done this, because at the time, it's too hard to make those decisions, as we have Ronaldo, Okus, and Blake on the verge of qualifying potentially in this one. They're in 13th place. one good game, one decent even top 3, I'd have to imagine will secure qualification for this team that has pretty recently formed with a player, Ronaldo, that I don't know what he has to do at this point to get more respect from everyone else in the community. Always struggling to find himself on good teams since he started making content, kind of found himself falling into that, you know, oh, he's a content creator. But last FNCS, he qualified with 3 separate teams in trios, showing that he is one of the best team players in the region, hoping to maybe qualify automatically in week 1. That would be a big statement that he needs to make.
That's insane. The fact that he went through 3 different trios, that, you know what, I can fit in any mold, just trying to make a statement for himself. And I definitely think you are right. If he qualifies here, he will make a statement saying, you know what, it doesn't matter what team you put me on, doesn't matter what you think I am, content creator, pro player, I'm still going to get to the semifinals at the end of the day. Now making their rotation in, they do have an opportunity to get some Storm Surges. This game's actually going to be a little bit more stacked than the ones we've been seeing. 75 players up. If this closes all the way, we will see that Storm Surge activate. And, you know, with the way they rotated out of that POI, I don't know how much tags they have in their repertoire, how much damage they actually ended up getting off on some of these players. But overall, they're looking really good. I definitely think if they get a game and get in a position where they can perform and they're comfortable performing, they can really, really pop off here in this late game.
Yeah, and that's what we haven't seen too much. We haven't really seen their late game strategy. We haven't seen them too much make it. They've been getting some good games in there. They have some decent placements. They got a 7th place a couple of games ago, so they have the potential there, but most of it is around that 10th, 13th, where you start getting placement points, but you're just not getting enough in total. So they have the pieces there to put together to make a good game, but I can't make a statement on how I think they're going to play this end game because they haven't really shown any style or any particular way they're trying to play it, and maybe that's the issue. Maybe they're still trying to figure it out. They've only been a team for a couple of weeks now at maximum, so we'll see. Maybe they're improving between every game and this is the one they need, because right now it's looking like top 10. It was around that 61 point mark. It'll go up this game, but if they can secure, I think, mid 70s plus, it's going to almost guarantee it.
Yeah, having an identity crisis right now in game 6 of the finals of the qualifiers here, not where you want to have it. Hopefully they're able to wrap it up, turn it around, as we move into another trio that's kind of on that bubble of qualification. I believe they were 9th place coming into this game. 63 points for Knifer, Accept, and Spade. They've had some great games, but, you know, they just really haven't had their moment to shine. That 2nd place 7 Elims did come through, but, you know, it just wasn't what I expected from them. So hopefully right now they put themselves up in a great spot to rotate more into 3rd zone. They've got good loot on their person as well. This is a great setup for them, but they have to be able to convert on that setup. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
I just want to see them have a little bit more confidence as well. They got that 7 elim second, which showed they can do it. It was a really great game, but there was a game before that where I saw them on high ground, a well-established high ground, and they just lost their focus. Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky built up behind them, and they instantly gave it up. They didn't try to hold it, and I think that was a bit of a misplay on their awareness on what was happening on the high ground, but this team has shown they can do it. They've had a 2nd place and a high ground, which could have potentially turned into a victory royale as well, so I think they have the ability there, and I love that we're focusing on these bubble teams. They were on 9th place because our top 3 is pretty well secured. They are definitely going through. There is a chance the Furious Calc and Sebi can maybe dethrone Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle. They've hit the brakes a little bit. Their last game not being the most amount of points, unfortunately. Trying to see if they can jump up out of a 14th place 1 elim. The first game where, again, they've got less than 5 eliminations and placed outside the top 10.
That's insane. I think their average placement was near, I think, like 2nd place, somewhere
close.
Up
Yeah,
very,
it
very
was
high. It was insane. So, and I know they had a lot of pressure on it. There was a lot of doubt in the community on Bizzle, Booga, and Clicks, and they've really stepped up today. They really came out and said, hey, you know what? There may be this doubt, there may be this pressure on us, but we're going to come out, we're going to qualify week number 1, and we're going to show you that, yes, we're forming a super team, but we're still just as good if we would have been on other trios. If not better.
100%, and we're seeing a lot of new teams step up, a lot of old teams, and so far it has been a story of almost all the new teams. There's been some up there, Aspect, Zunis, and NPen, not new to playing with each other, Dame, Miro, and Reverse, but a lot of the teams at the very top are all new. Our 1, 2, and 3 place teams are all brand new teams, not only just within this FNCS, within the last couple of weeks even. I'm pretty sure Zypher and Furious Calcs teams only just formed in the last week, and I think Clicks the week before, so showing that they have even more room to grow as well. This is the qualifiers. This is Qualifier 1 round 4. There is still 2 more weeks of qualifiers with 4 rounds each and then semifinals to improve together. So I've got really high hopes for them.
And that's scary. That's terrifying for some of these other players that you see them performing so well. And you're like, wait a minute, they only played for a week together? Oh,
yeah.
no, that is, and you don't want to be anywhere near sweaty when it comes time to semifinals now if you get seeded into their heat. But, you know, it's all about consistency, right? Yes, they may qualify here in qualifier number 1, but can they do that in semifinals going forward? In their scrims, can they continue to put down the pressure on the entire lobby like they have done already? And we'll have to wait and see for that. But this is a very congested side of the map, Ozzy. Paper is here. We see Nosh here as well. Scoped has here. That's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a lot of players, and the next rotate's going to be the sketchy one. They were behind that little hill. They had a little bit of cover, so even though it was congested, there was only really 2 or 3 teams that could see each other. But as soon as you come over that hill, as soon as you come out of the woods, there's that big clearing all the way until you get towards Slurpee. You start to get down here near the Hydro Dam, which this could be interesting to see how our FNCS champions, Daymere and Reverse, can hold this one, because it's the first zone they've gotten that is completely on their drop spot, which isn't always an advantage, as we see Sebi, Calc, and Furious have made their way from their split over near Dirty Dogs into a really good position with really good loot. I mean, obviously, Clay, you follow EU quite a lot. You know the strengths of the Kami split, named after EU pro Kami, who's been dropping there for so long. Obviously, Calc, Sebi, and Furious putting the pieces together and walking away with the same fantastic loot.
You know, and I had put out earlier today that I think this is a trio we have to keep our eyes on. If they can get together, Sebi has insane mechanics. He is so good at this game mechanically, comparatively to where he was a couple months ago. Furious, we know, insane ability to find frags late game. And Calc, if he can kind of hold this team together, be the mind of this trio, I think that they have a far way to go moving through, especially like you talked about landing at the Cami split. That is just so much loot in such a, what would be a scavenger route. If you're able to dominate that, look at the loot that they have. It sets you up for really good rotations as well. They are very scary. And the fact that they've came out in week 1, qualifier number 1, round 4, doing so well shows that, hey, maybe we formed last minute, but we are just as good as everybody else.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to make some statements, and you're going to need to make big statements because they're going to have to carry over weeks where you can't play. A lot of pros running into that, where once you qualify in week 1, you have to sit back and watch for week 2 and 3. First time we've seen an FNCS format like that, and some of these players are really scared about whether their reputation would hold up. So it's not about winning these weeks as well. It's about doing it in such dominant fashion, like Clicks, Booger, and Bizzle, that holds down your reputation over the drop spot you want to go, and just your reputation in general, because you've now got 2 weeks, which in the world of Fortnite, we have new people stepping up every day with the open formats for how FNCS works. Anyone in Champions Division being able to play, there's new names stepping up every minute, let alone across weeks. So they need to make big statements.
They do, and they're making one today so far, being one of, I think, 3 trios above that triple-digit mark. Now back over to Blake, Ronaldo, and Okus. They almost got that trap onto the player above, almost got the piece control in their favor, but not able to do it. They are below Surge, which is definitely something they need to look for, and that's why they're going for that play right there. 173 below, and it's just going to keep dropping, and that's a bad place for Daxter to be.
Yeah, and we've got Storm Surge already looking like an issue in the final game. 6 games of NA East. This is the last one, and players still holding up all of the pressure, still holding up all of what we know NA East to be. A stacked region that has stacked lobbies. 52 players alive, 18 teams right now, as Blake's team trying to rotate in 114 below, so that's why it's AR's out. Blake's got that epic heavy assault rifle, trying to put down some damage, trying to find some beams in on opponents, because they need more than a few shots right now, and unfortunately, they're trying to do it while they're being pressured from other teams, and there's the damage. The white tags, Blake just full blooming the entire team. That would be a very silly choice in most circumstances, but they had no other choice. Ronaldo, Okus, and Blake's backs against the wall. Ronaldo falls. They were so close to qualifying. I don't know if their points are going to be enough. I just don't know. They were just inside the top 10, or sorry, just outside the top 10, and I don't know if Blake and Okus are maybe going to be able to do this. As Storm Surge kicks in, Daxor sees it. They hear it. They know Okus is a solo, and he's going to be taking damage from the Storm. They're going to get in very quickly.
And luckily for Okus, the Storm, as we swap over, is not going to be activated with Surge. And with 3-4 builds remaining, he tries to just get up as any way away from these players. But like you talked about, I don't think he's going to be able to hold on for much longer. Puts down some nice damage onto them rotating, but he's really going to have to make a miracle play here because there's not much left in the inventory. There's not much gas in this tank for Ocus. He's going to have to maybe get into the tarp and find something, but they're ready for it. So unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to do something. But if he can take down one of these players, maybe keep them from getting into the zone. But no, Ocus going to fall.
Ocus falls here, unfortunately, and that's going to be it. Ronaldo's got another weeks to come, though. He's got 2 more weeks to try and make this count, and still, that's really good consistency points. We talk about how you need to make that top 10. You need to try to get the automatic qualification, but more players are going to qualify through consistency, not top 10. So at the end of the day, if they keep playing like this, it won't matter. That was a really, really good first tournament for them together. First time playing in the FNCS.
Great performance, and I think they should hold themselves up really high going into next week as well. I don't think they should try to swap. Get that practice in, solidify what you want to do, what kind of team you want to be, and then just come out next week and dominate and show, hey, yes, we didn't have that great of a showing in qualifier number 1, but qualifier 2, we are here and we are going to dominate.
Yeah, and this is a team that's trying to say we are here and we are going to dominate. Jack, Acorn, and Slacks, one of the favorites coming into this, had a phenomenal last FNCS. A lot of chemistry, finally getting their big game to do this. You see them on the high ground on half-half. First rotating pulls across, not far enough where they can't bouncer and then anchor this massive high ground. I also saw the slurpfish in the inventory there, so I know this team has the white meds for the heal off. I know they have the ability and the game sense to win this game, and they need to. They are currently outside the top 10. They're in 14th place, but a top 3 here would 100% secure it. And if you're looking at a team to try to secure a top 3 in game 6 to qualify and they have high ground, it's Jack, Acorn, and Slacks. They're going to bring it home unless something massive happens very quickly.
Yeah, I'd put all my eggs in that basket there. I have full confidence they're going to do really well. But what can everyone else do that's on that bubble? Bully losing OSP there, not able to get that reboot off there. What can they do in these tarps rotating through? They're low on materials as well. Only 45 builds here for Bully. Can they find an impact elimination? Can they find someone in this tarp to grab the match from, steal elimination away? But it's going to be very hard as you see so many of these players still looking back. They're getting in the zone. It's kind of going up an incline. This is not where they want to be. Bully going to have to burn a bouncer, and no, they're both going to fall there.
Yeah, they're both going to fall there, and there it is. Wait, Clicks, Bizzle, and Booger are now taking the high ground. They're going to try and run this one home. They're going to try and take out their 3rd victory royale in 6 games. If they close out FNCS Qualifier 1 Round 4 with a 50% win rate, Clay, that would be massive. I talk about big statements. Who's going to make a bigger statement than the ex-World Cup solo champion, Clicks, and Bizzle? Those are the 3 of the biggest names, and it's for a reason.
It is. They're showing absolute domination over the region today. Can they close it out, though? That is what we'll have to wait and see. But Jock and Slacks, even though they lost Acorn, are not done anytime soon. They know we only have 18 builds, and it is all in wood. So we have to get in. We have to try to find an elimination here on low ground beneath us, because we're going to run out of builds, and that's going to put us in a bad spot. Now, they operate very well in shambles, especially on the low ground, but recently, they've been going more to these mid-ground areas, trying to get these eliminations, but as we swap over, we see someone more in shambles. Aggro getting hit by Surge, is trying to get in, but Surge is going to take him down.
Surge's going to take him down. You're just looking at those points constantly. Anyone around that 70 mark is really, really on the bubble and needs to have a big game, which is obviously Jack here. They're on 61. The big shot, the 2 big shots, the tack attack back to back takes them both out there. Jack just instantly back up onto 100. Doesn't need the slurpfish. That epic tactical shotgun being put to work, and that is 4 huge points. Eliminations being worth 2. If they can keep pushing, this might be the monumental push they need to jump back up as a duo. Jack obviously normally duoed with Acorn, but Slacks is just as good, and they're going to see what they can close out with this one.
Ooh, but falling down into a whole trio goes down. Jock, Slacks. Now it's a solo try to clutch it up here in the last moments of the game, and no, not going to be able to do it. 68 points is what he is on at the end, though. We'll have to see if that'll hold. On the high ground, still Bizzle, Clicks, and Booga trying to pressure down everyone. Zypha there as well. We know they're qualified as well. How many of these trios down here are on the cusp, though?
That's the thing. They're just pushing forward. They've got the victory in the bag. They've got the victory out potentially, but you know the tournament's there. Bizzle lines up that legendary Dragon Shotgun, sits back a little bit, doesn't do as much damage from range, but that was more than enough damage to push that player off the level as Aviv is going to go for the heal off a little bit early, leaves the toes exposed. There is a player under their builds, only has the small fries. They're not going to top you up that much, but just enough to keep pushing forward. There he goes, gets the second last one off. It's a low ground, 2 teams alive, 6 players, a trio versus trio, head to head. Your first place team on high ground trying to make their way through the team that came in on 7th. A phenomenal performance. Both these teams have guaranteed already made top 10, but can they push up higher? Can Booger, Bizzle, and Clicks close out week 1 with a 50% win rate? With that heal off in the back pocket, I have to think it's going to be highly, highly likely. Trashy comes up, the tack shots come out, that epic tack gets to work. Can he get the siphon? Needs the finish, he does. He takes down Bizzle. They're in zone, but where's Booger? He is nowhere to be seen. He is going for the heal off deep in Storm. They don't have it. Not only do they finish with a 50% win rate, Booger had 3 extra floppers, and what was that? 4 or 6 chug splashes, Clay. Like, you can't win a tournament or a game in more dominant fashion.
No, you cannot. Taking half of the games off of the region is absolutely insane, and they definitely made a statement here today.
They made a massive statement. That was just clinical from the entire thing. They did it from high ground. They did it from low ground. They did it as a duo. Clicks did it as a solo. You literally cannot ask more of a team to say that we are the best team right now in NA East. We're going through to semifinals. We have guaranteed come in first place, but there was a lot of other teams that popped off today that are just inside that top 10.
Yeah, it is insane, and it's way too much for us to break down. So we're going to send it back to the analyst desk here so we can get their opinion on everything.
It's fantastic, Cass, and a great way to round out the day. Clay, thank you so much for stepping in on MDF's behalf, and we'll see him again over in NA West. But for now, we turn our attention back to our overall winners here. Of course, you know it is none other than Trio that has been ahead the entire time. They are your most winningest, but remember, we need to look at the top 10. Which trios are moving on through? We'll get to that in a second. First, gentlemen, let's just kind of talk through the day, what we saw, things we liked, things we didn't like. I mean, overall, I like that Clay said this was kind of like a statement game for Clicks and his trio, right? Booga and Bizzle. Like, for them to kind of come out so strong. Now, remember, for you guys that are just joining us or maybe missed it, the top 10 trios, whatever they go through, we will not see them until semifinals. So that means we won't see them the next 2 weeks, which means there's more spots available. But for these guys to make such a strong statement here in just the first week of competition, it's like, we're just like, hey, we're going to go do this thing and hang out, right? We'll be there for like 3 weeks. And they're like, don't worry about it. We took care of it in day 1. So, not a big deal. I mean, I'm impressed. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I'm impressed too, but what's going to be interesting is the anticipation, because there's going to be anticipation over these next 2 weeks. Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3. Are they going to be able to keep this up consistently? Well, let's have a little look to see exactly how much they've won, because we know these guys are in first. They've won 3 games. Clicks, Boogle, combining the names of Booga and Bizzle. We nearly managed all day to not combine all of their names, but 208 points. And if I'm not correct, so far that is the most of any region right now. So out of any single region, these guys have won by far by the most. So 3 victory royales, extremely impressive.
Yeah, what a day from Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle. Be very interested to go ahead and watch those game backs to see how they were communicating those height takes and everything like that. An interesting thing to note, though, Reverse's trio ended up in 5th. I felt like throughout the day they weren't getting that many like impactful things done with that RPG, that they got uncontested, but they ended up closing out very, very strong with 109 points, and it just felt like they left Bizzle, Booga, and Clicks to basically have that high ground on their own, right? Like, they should have been getting more contested on height by that RPG.
Yeah, I feel like they were definitely missing out a little bit something in terms of the playstyle with the RPG. You know, that should be their time to shine. And as you discussed a little bit earlier, you know, they're a mid and low ground team. They know how to play that. You know, maybe that drop spot for the RPG for high ground, potentially not onto their style. But, you know, moving on to the next page, we've got the 6th to 10th slot. These are all the teams who have qualified through as well. 73 points being the cutoff currently. So we saw Aspect NPen in there as well, who ended up winning in game 3 too. So really good success from them.
Yeah, probably the most surprising thing looking at this leaderboard here is Slacks, Acorn, and Jack in the 12th position. They won't be going through the semis. Obviously, they have qualifiers 2 and 3. I would have put them as one of my favorites to go into like the top 3 today.
Yep.
But must have just not had a good day. We saw that they were getting some struggle with like Storm Surge and everything like that in a lot of the games. So if they can fix it up for next weekend, then I'm sure they will be right back to where they are used to being.
And I mean, they were my pick. They were my pick to do well. And, you know, coming in 12th is probably disappointing for them. And like I said, Storm Surge was a big issue, but really the rotates didn't seem to be an issue for these guys. You know, for the first 3 games are relatively central. 4th game pulled down to Misty. The 5th zone, you know, 5th game was a tough rotate for them. It was max distance northeast near Steamy Stacks. But that last game, it was straight on top of them in their drop spot in Slurpee, and they had height going into 5th, and it all kind of crumbled and went a bit wrong. They ended up only getting 8th there with 3 eliminations when, you know, really that could have been a game with the potential for that victory royale to pull them and propel them up into that qualification slot.
Yeah, and don't forget, the top 10 teams from today won't actually be playing in Qualifier 2. So if these teams that got 11th through 20th play exactly like they did today, then they'll just take those first through 10 slots and boom, we're going to qualify as well.
Yep, that is like the big question mark, right? And this is kind of like the thing I like to talk about that is like the thing that interests me the most is when these spots are left uncontested, who's going to try and step up and kind of like say, okay, this is now our spot for this qualifier round. And if they make it through on that spot that is now theirs, but then they hit on to like semis, and then everyone else is like, okay, hold up, buddy, hold up a minute. We were there though. What does that mean for these other trios, right? They either have to learn a backup spot or they have to hope that they can outgun whoever's on the other side, right? So I'm very interested to see kind of what will the next qualifier round look like, not only here in EU, and we still have NA West on the other side of this as well. So I'm very much enjoying all the action so far. So, Reese, if there was something that you would say trios want to improve on for next week, what is like one thing that these trios should start doing that will kind of put them in a better spot to aim for top 10?
I would say actually kind of something that you hinted at, which is just their flexibility in general. You know, there's going to be a lot of flexibility going around. They're going to have to potentially change their drop spot, something they're not comfortable with. So something a little bit, be more comfortable. What about you, Vivid?
For me, it's going to be probably Storm Surge. We saw a lot of new names today. Not a lot of these experienced players. So they're not used to these final lobbies where there's a lot of Storm Surge. We even saw some experienced players have trouble with Storm Surge. With Storm Surge, they fix that up. I'm sure they're going to do great.
Well, Fortnite fam, we hope you guys have enjoyed all the action, and don't forget, after this break, we're over in NA West. If not, then we'll see you next week. Till then, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. That's right, NA West, we back. I wish we never left, but it's okay. Here you are. Come into my warm embrace. I've missed you so much. Oh, it's so good to be back. NA West, I've missed you. All right, Fortnite fam, hello. How's it going? In case this is your first time tuning into a Fortnite Champion Series show at all, hi, I'm Zeke. I'm the host of the show. Joining us here, we've got Shia Wager, one of the biggest minds in all of Fortnite. And next to him, I'm going to have a long-winded intro, but here we go. Get ready for this. It's Kelly Link, host for DreamHack, turned analyst. What can she do? Kelly, the excellence. What's going on here? How are you feeling?
Oh my god, after watching Europe and North American East, where Clix, Booga, and Bizzle absolutely destroyed it, I cannot wait to get North American West started.
Yeah, no, past that, Zeke and Kelly, like, yeah, I was waiting. I'm ready. I don't want to jump the horse just yet, if that even is the saying who jumps horses, because today we're going to be jumping through elims, boxes, builds, and zones 24/7 in NA West. It's going to be amazing, Zeke, and I'm ready to get to action.
Absolutely. We got a whole bunch of things to talk about before we get into game. And the first thing is the tournament format. We're going to talk about how these players have gotten here in round number 4. And Shia Wager is going to take the helm.
Absolutely. This is the format, 4 rounds for the qualifiers, 3 weeks of those qualifiers as well. We're in week number 1, round number 4. So these guys have already played through a few rounds of competition. Right now, we're looking at the top 33 of the week. They're trying to hit the top 10. Remember those numbers. So look at the top 10 for this week, moving on to those semifinals, kind of like that heat stage. Look at the top 8 there, moving to those grand finals. Those will be split over 2 days as well. After that, we'll have one FNCS champion as well. It'll be really cool to watch, Zeke. But to be there, to play inside this format, there's some points, Kelly, that these guys will need to actually accrue.
That's right, and if you guys are just joining us for the first time, we are changing up the point system for round 4 of our qualifiers. Instead of eliminations being 2 points each, or instead of them being 1 point each, they are going to be 2 points each, as well as the placements going up just a little bit. Instead of first place getting 25 points, they are now going to get 30 points each, but you can see it right in the bottom right corner. 2 points per elimination. And after that North American East game and in Europe, where we had several teams get 12, even 14 eliminations, I think we're going to be seeing some aggressive plays coming into the first games.
And a lot of that is kind of what we're kind of seeing, as to echo what you're saying. This just single point, in addition to like a 1, just a single point difference has changed everything. Now these players are going to be playing for prize money, for notoriety, and of course at the end of the competition, one trio will be your FNCS champions, and they will hold the Axe of Champions high. We could see a prize breakdown. Now do keep in mind, this is just for finals, so this is about 4 weeks, about a month from today's performance. All right, so we hope you guys are ready, because we are in for some craziness right now. Now, Shai, you've kind of been around for most of the day. You've seen the craziness out in EU. So what I want to do now is kind of look into Brazil and kind of compare the two, right? Like, see what we can take away from Brazil, EU, NA East, and what we might see here in NA West.
Yeah, overall, throughout the day, it's kind of been the similar pattern on many different regions. The fact that there's certain teams taking away victory royales from everyone else and doubling up in the case of NAE, sometimes even tripling up compared to the competition. Today, for this qualifier, Kurtz, Frosty, and Redley are going to be the ones with 2 victory royales, 46 total elimination points, and 196, almost hitting 200 points here to lead the pack. On the same page, Lucas is there too. But Kelly, all the way to the top 10. It's a close race to see who got to qualify for those semifinals.
I mean, we were talking about it, those singular points. That's what separated the 10th place from 11th place in Brazil. You can see Tommy, Brian, and Clipno down there. They got 83 points. 11th place, it was 82 points. So obviously, everything has to come into consideration right now. I do want to hark on, though, 2 victory royales. It wasn't just the first place team, but 3rd place team as well got 2 victory royales. So it definitely seems like Brazil is starting to get a little top heavy. Obviously, these top 10 teams are going to be moving forward into the semifinals starting in a few weeks. These teams, however, though, Shio, had a rough start.
Yeah, this is kind of the most surprising 11th place finish for Zone King and Rusty. You guys are usually watching these guys own up the entire competition overall around Brazil, so we'll see. I mean, they are the top team to watch in general now, and 100% the best team to be watching and going to qualifier number 2. Past that as well, all the way down to 20th place. You can see that in Brazil, it's actually a lot closer in terms of elim points team to team comparatively to most other regions inside these slots. Usually you'd see a lot more people that have a little bit more of an elim heavy performance, placement lacking behind, but a similar game played by both opposing teams. and teammates on the same page. So we'll see exactly how that looks in the qualifier too. So far, Kelly, it feels like you could root for any trio you see on the page.
And you're going to be rooting for those trios. 11th through 33rd place are not making their way into the semifinals, so we're definitely going to be seeing them in the second week of qualifiers, and I know that I'm going to be rooting for them.
I like that. This is the spirit we're bringing to NA West. Now, one big thing to note here, your top 10 teams will be moving on to semifinals, which means we're not going to be seeing them in the next 2 weeks of open rounds. So this is going to mean a lot of these other trios that didn't make it, they're going to have that second and third shot. So hopefully, if they didn't make it this week, they'll come back next week even stronger, looking to take POIs that were claimed by these top 10 teams that have pushed on through. Guys, we're getting the battle bus prepared. We're going to be launching any moment now, but first we got to talk about Chapter 2, Season 5. You know, Shy Wager, I've asked the other guys in NA East, NAU, their thoughts, what they were excited about. What are you excited about as we kick off the competition?
After watching EU and NA East, now people are treating just the qualifiers in the season with the Dragon's Breath available with the lever action. I'm excited for aggressivity, for action in itself. It's been a lot more W key than usual that we're used to in these first few games. And if you're looking at NA West, Kelly, I feel like this is the region that brings the most heat when it comes to box fights.
I'm so glad that you talked about W Key and you tossed it over to me, because I want to talk about one of my favorite teams, or one of my favorite players for a long time now. Reet, now joined by 40R and Macon, kind of creating this like incredible team out of nowhere. Had an absolute insane performance, not just in round 2, but round 3 as well. They had 4 separate games where they got 13 eliminations, and that wasn't even the victory royales that they got. They did get an 18 elimination victory royale. They had 25 elims, higher than any other team in round 3. So when you think of WQ and you think of aggression, you're going to be thinking of this team.
Oh my gosh, that is absolutely insane. Okay, so my next thing would be, Shy, it's been a while since we've been in NA West, so we have probably some new viewers that are like, okay, you know, maybe they've been following the action from EU to NA East, they saw the differences. What does NA West look like? What should these players be keeping their eyes on? What should viewers kind of be like, looking around and be like, oh, I recognize this or that? Like, what should they be looking out for?
Well, first off, let's talk about the elephant that is now not in the room, right? Rex, Epic, and Arkram not being able to qualify. I think they were inside the top 30, top 40 in total. We're almost there, but didn't actually end up making it this week. They've been dominating the scene, though, just, you know, past throughout the whole year. Back-to-back wins in many different formats, you know, splitting apart the trio into duo events as well. So it's been cool to see them, you know, take that hot action. But Kelly, now, there's kind of a room available for other teams. There's a spot on the throne for people to take in the first week of quals.
And there's a few teams out there. I know I already talked about Reet, 40R, and Macon, but we got Zera's, Goon, and Nani. You have Falconer, Canadix, and Turtle Tavern. There is a lot of incredible teams that are going to be making it into this round 4 right now. These 33 teams that are going to be competing. It's also possible that we see kind of a new team rise to the top, and it's going to be fun to see what happens. Okay,
now do we think that these 2 points, okay, EU was just like, nope, we're full setting it, no stop, there's no brakes on the train, okay? NA East was like, a little bit, maybe sometimes. Do we think NA West is just going to send it? I don't know. I feel like NA West is a little bit different. I don't know if that extra point's gonna just send things into chaos like it did in EU. What do you think, Shy?
I mean, Kelly, we've seen this, right? DreamHack time and time again in general for just NA West. They bring us the best stories and the closest ones, you know, at that, the most kind of professional and prestigious that we've seen so far to date. I feel like it'll still be a good showing today.
I think this is going to be an incredible showing today. I'm excited to see, are we going to have any contested drop spots? Is anyone going to try and take Hydro 16 away from Reet? I don't think so. It definitely seemed like they were uncontested in round 3. They were even splitting their drop a little bit. But I mean, you know what? This is like the Wild West. Anything is possible here. The only thing that you can expect is the unexpected.
Yeah, I would definitely say Hydro 16 is kind of like a spot we have to be considering, right? And we've seen the RPG effective sometimes. It's just kind of like, you would think that this thing is super strong, and anytime it was in a trio's hands, they'd be able to greatly affect the outcome of a game. But sometimes we see it just fracture high ground, and then that's it. They're just like, oh, we just want to take high ground, we're gonna kind of back away. And other times we just see it kind of like dropped on the outskirts of a battle because teams are just trying to fight on the edge of zone. It seems like this back and forth, there's so much chaos happening in this first week of competition. What's going on, Shai?
it speaks the RPG in its sense. The rocket launcher speaks its own unique language, Zeke, that only a few situations can understand. I feel like Misty Meadows is about to look at Kelly. Not sure if you agree, but that's where the one common language is their best shotgun to take in box fights in the game. The Dragon's Breath. If your whole squad has it, you're hitting heavy shots and fire's following through too.
Well, you know who's landing Misty Meadows, right?
Who's landing Misty
Fabs,
Meadows?
Wavy, and Jason.
Okay, all right.
So I'm
right.
excited to see how that's going to be working out. They did only get 18th place, but I'm excited, man. I'm ready to get into the game.
Oh, Kelly, the excitement is building. Fortnite fam, we hope you are as excited as we are. We're jumping back into NA West. We're going to get to experience what this region has to offer. So make sure you stick around. We've got 6 games on deck. And if you like what you see, we'll be back next week with more NEU, NA East, and of course, NA West. But for now, we're kicking it over to our casters. So gentlemen, say hello.
Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and what is up, everybody? My name is Sundown, joined here by the fantastic, as always, Clay, to bring you the NA West action. Bring out the 10-gallon hats, get your Spurs, because it really is the wild, wild west where anything can happen, and anything has already happened with the top trio not making it to round number 4. So, Clay, who do you got your eye on, man?
You know, I lie on a couple, but if I got to pick one, it's going to be Krizix, Alithi, and Frappe. It's just something about them. They're really good at playing together and not just playing near each other in these trios. They like to stay together and go aggressive when they need to go aggressive and play back together when they know, hey, we're in a bad spot. We need to be together. We need to make these box fights count. And I've got good eyes on them.
I mean, they've been able to put up a lot of solid performances, and don't forget, we will have 6 matches today where the top 10 trios will cement their spots into the semifinals, into the heats, where they'll then have an opportunity to compete for the grand final. So the top 10 is what we're going to be looking at, and as they mentioned on the desk, it's been a while since we've had an opportunity to kind of see the NA West action and to really get to watch all of these trios get involved and really go against each other. And NA West, surprisingly, has had a lot of really good results both in region and out of region. I mean, we go all the way back to the World Cup, and they had great results across both solos and duos, Clay. So I'm personally excited to see what this region has to offer.
I am as well. And now that no one's invading their territory, they get to show for themselves, like, hey, we're West. This is how we play. We get to kind of a reintroduction into this region. And, of course, we're going to see some familiar names, though, like Falconer, like Turtle Tavern. A new player on their trio, though, Caden.
Yeah, and he has been playing fantastically well. We've been going through and talking about him. Cadenox is brilliant when it comes to closing down fights. He has some of the fastest closing fight time, and what that means is once he engages with an opponent, the time between once he started the fight and then when his opponent is eliminated is one of the shortest. And we've talked about just being able to close out fights and how valuable that can be, especially in this round 4 where eliminations end up being worth 2 points, and a lot of the points are distributed kind of towards that top end, the top 3 being incredibly valuable. And the West is known for going out and kind of getting those elims, especially when they're needed. I mean, the top team coming off of just a brilliant Cash Cup win last week as well, and they're known for really pushing the pace.
Yeah, I am worried about the priority on that Dragon's Breath shotgun. It is very punishing if you do miss that shot. If you do not hit it, and you maybe hit it for 45, your follow-up aim has to be on point. And so we all know these players are going to be on the top of their game. It's just about whether or not they can convert on it.
And that's enough of the preamble. We're going to get into the actions. Like we said, grab the Spurs, get on the bus, and hop on out. You better have a parachute because we're into the action. Let's see where that bus is going for NA West. Match number 1 here.
Ooh, going right over the middle of the island, ending off at Steamy Stacks. You see my favorite POI there in the end. Dirty Doc, so strong. Such good rotations out of it as well. As we saw the Cammy split doing really well there in NA East for Calc, Sebi, and Furious. Holly Hedges. Now, we talked about this before. A contested POI already having fights off spawn.
Yeah, and with the bus coming pretty much directly over that, those players are trying to drop down as fast as possible and get on top of a weapon and try and close out the fight immediately. You can see a couple other congested areas so far. A number of teams heading over towards the Lazy Lake and the Catty Corner area, as well as 2 llamas up by the Stealthy Stronghold. So if they're able to kind of seek those out, that could be a nice little jump start to them. And it seems like one player had already landed on it, but we're going to hop on board right here with Alithi, Krizix, and Frappi. And tell me a little bit about these guys, Clay.
Yeah, so they love landing here. I watched some of their scrims versus, I believe, Spidey and his trio, and they will sit in zone if they need to sit in zone just to secure all of the loot that they can here. They are very confident in landing at Craggy, and we've seen Craggy do a lot. It has produced the most FNCS wins of most wins of any POI this FNCS as well. So it's a great POI, especially because in this Districts building, you are guaranteed to get yourself 100 shields right off of spawn.
Yeah, and able to grab those shields as well as the plethora of fishing spots on the backhand side. It really gives you options in terms of how you want to play the game. Easily accessible mats in terms of farming, both in terms of soft and hard mats. And if you get it uncontested, there's a lot of clean rotation paths where if you want to go pick a fight, you have the option to, because there's still some desirable spots around there where players might land. But we're going to hop on board here to what looks like the early engagement over in Holly Hedges, and right away, ZD Zass is actually just going to clean that one up. 3 for 0 and 6 points going over to him and his trio off the start.
That was what you needed. You talked about how you needed to end your fights quickly, and they must have been listening or heard something. Then they said, you know what, exactly what we're going to do. And now that puts them on a great rotation because they're so close to zone. They can set up center zones that much quicker, and they can prioritize those storm surge tags, which we know we're going to have. We've seen them in every region so far, so they have to have a game plan for that. If they don't have a game plan, trying to scramble at the last minute for storm surge tags is going to be so hard to do, especially if you're not used to trying to grab them.
And for those of you who are unfamiliar with Storm Surge or haven't watched competitive Fortnite, Storm Surge is basically the counter of how much damage your trio has done over the course of the game. And the trio who is the lowest in that scoreboard will then be put under pressure when we hit certain player density thresholds. That means once we're at the 3rd zone, if there's above 70 players remaining, when we're in the 5th zone, that's above 50 players remaining, and when we're in the 7th zone, that's above 30 players remaining. Those players who end up being below the necessary damage threshold then start taking damage from the sky at a kind of a periodic rate, which then forces you to either go out and find eliminations or burn your utility in hopes of outlasting and somebody else gets eliminated. So you're really looking to put as many rifle shots and guaranteed damage you can over the course of the game and just getting safe shots. But this also goes into kind of maximizing the damage when you have an opponent down. So you'll see some tricky little things like guaranteeing you shake down an opponent and making sure you snipe them in the head to get the maximum amount of damage. As we hop on board here with Nigel, Walsey, and Tidal, we're over at Slurpee with a ton of space right now.
Great amount of space and a great amount of loot, and that's the great thing about Slurpee. Just like Craggy, you get to hold any extra shield that you find while you're looting on your person, and you don't have to worry about spinning it unless you are contested. Now, they, of course, will have to worry about finding tags on the rotation. As we swap over to Lazy Lake, Symmetrical, Dog, that is, rather, and Zinx, they're a trio that if they get rolling, if they get their momentum under them, they do very, very well, especially with Symmetrical's leadership. But they have to play perfectly because one little falter sometimes can throw them off their game entirely.
And Symmetrical, being one of the longtime veterans of kind of just the Fortnite NA scene in general, and really kind of one of the stoic guardians out in West, was ever so close to qualifying both for the solos and the duos of the World Cup, but came up just short. And I mean, he's been able to put out some really consistent and clutch performances, but as you talked about, he's really reliant on chaining together a number of kind of at least getting to the mid game and getting to the end games. And if he's not able to establish the rhythm, which is the same for anything, it goes for any sport in any game, if you're not really able to feel like you're getting into the flow, it can make it difficult to come up with those clutch plays, and Symmetrical kind of falls directly into that category.
But he's looking to do it. They had a great run in round 3 as we now get to swap over to Hydra 16. We talk about the power of this POI, and one of the more underrated powers is that Tomato Head can sometimes spawn near here, and he does offer an upgrade ability. So you can go to him, talk to him, upgrade your weapons, and that puts you in such a good spot. 40R Storm with that epic tactical shotgun is going to be doing a lot of damage, and they also got the other upgrade NPC that spawns here as well. being mechanic, she also offers a good amount of quests to get very easy gold and the upgrade to turn around.
Yeah, and sometimes you roll all those NPCs, sometimes you roll none. It's not guaranteed. There's a certain number who can spawn up there, but they ended up getting the maximum amount. And you're thinking, what impact do the NPCs really have in this season? Well, in terms of what the current meta or the most efficient tactic available that these pros and competitive players are using, it's generally defaulted mostly down to upgrading your shotguns, upgrading your rifles. You get a guaranteed amount of gold at the start. You can loot a certain amount of gold as well as find variable quests around. Sometimes they're just farming or grabbing fishes. Generally, what you'll want to do is find the easiest quest possible to kind of get to that break point of at least having a blue shotgun on everyone, because that kind of gets you to the one-shot potential and the ability to hit those key shots with the lever. And then outside of that, you have the rocket launcher over at Hydro 16 that's been talked about all day and fought over between all of the regions because it adds so much pressure, as well as some other key exotics, with the Storm Stout Sniper not being in play, notably removed last week, but we have seen a couple of the other ones been purchased, but not necessarily utilized as much.
And it's very, very hard to get one. You'd have to have the perfect scenario. You could get the Shadow Tracker pistol at Dirty Docks. There's a lot of combinations there with the upgrades there as well. But moving back to the rocket launcher, one thing when I was watching Reed, 40R, and Macon go through round 3, they had the rocket launcher. They consistently got it, but they never really used it to take high ground. They were trying to get into boxes. They were trying to just keep people off of them as well. So one thing I'm looking for them is to really look for that high ground potential, saving that last rocket to try to take it from whomever is on high ground, because they're a great team once they are on high ground. They just have to be able to execute that.
Yeah, but particularly with the lack of mobility and kind of the shockwaves not being able to give them instant access to it, it makes the take of high ground a little bit more calculated. As now we're going to spread out a little bit. You can see Vert, Midground, and Dabsy with a ton of space. They're actually very far split right now across Hunter's Haven, but that's okay because there's a lot of really valleys in between. So if anybody pushes into this area, Dabsy's going to have a great view site. You can already see on that mini map in the right-hand corner a number of trios who are close by but not enough to be threatening. So really what this red team is doing right now on the side is just looking for tags. So Storm Surge tags we talked about, just hoping to find anybody who's rotating out in the open through one of those valleys who they might be able to take advantage of. So I'm going to hop down on board here. Salty Towers, you got Power KG, Slays, and Pure Optimal. Also looking to potentially ambush somebody. They're in a little bit of a gatekeeping position here. They're just inside the safe zone and waiting for the zone to close. You can keep an eye in the bottom right-hand corner to see where that second zone will be revealed, but not a ton of pressure going on in the moment.
No, I think actually the most passive game we've had on broadcast today, and that holds true. We will see Storm Surge activate in this next zone. It closes, rather, right? That 70 threshold that Sundown talked about. It is very, very hard in these early moments if you land uncontested to grab those Storm Surge tags, which is why I really, really like seeing that team in the middle of the map near Hunter's Haven set up there, because we've seen throughout all of the different FNCSs, a lot of players, whether it be solos, duos, even squads, would go to that POI, whatever it be, over the course of the time, sit there and try to grab any sniper tags, any AR tags that they can. But now bringing it back, Pure Optimal is getting a little bit aggressive. He's trying to sneak his way through this building, and it looks like they're going to get away. I think the sand tunneling going to get them, and now Optimal is going to find it. But will he be able to beam a player out of the sand tunneling effect? Maybe, but they are moving quickly and not able to get the beam. Unfortunate there for Optimal.
Yeah, and that sand tunneling offering you just a little bit of extra speed, a little bit of protection going through, and you can definitely see players utilizing it as they have to path over this area. I mean, there's no reason not to in a lot of circumstances, or you'll also see them opt for the vehicle to make sure they stay together. But the number one thing you'll see trios prioritizing is making sure they're close enough to react if there is contact and if somebody commits. Because if at any point in time in one of your teammates it gets bogged down and you're not able to get into a clean 3-on-3 engagement, that becomes a hindrance to your late game. And we've talked about it all day, but the points are so heavily weighted towards the top 3 that you need to be playing late game if you're trying to maximize and get up towards that top 10 potential and to ultimately make your way into the semifinals.
This is definitely a trio we expect to be in the semifinals, with the tags going back over, as we were going through their inventories, I didn't see the RPG on Reet as you see it now. Normally that's where it's carried. 40R didn't have it either. So maybe Macon has it in his inventory, trying to switch it up from round 3. There was an instance where Reet accidentally RPG'd himself once, and so maybe they're trying to just make improvements round to round, and that's what's going to separate the best trios from some of these trios, is that they're making improvements round to round. But now they're going in. Now they're trying to get aggressive. They saw this team getting tagged up. They were ones to do it, and now getting in. Snipes trying to go through, but the tree going to block it. There is Zaz is going to go down to 40R. This is a fight they don't want to take. They know who it is, and the instant disengage here from Diggy.
Yeah, you see that name go down right away. 40R, he's been in West long enough to know that once that pressure starts, it's not going to stop, especially if they're able to get a shakedown. The only thing you can do is create distance away from kind of that buzzsaw coming your way, because they will not stop. And you can see right away putting walls in distance, natural cover between them, and they're just going to accept the fact that Zaz, who had their 3 eliminations and a decent amount of their utility and heals as well, he's going to go down. They're just going to say, like, nope, sorry, nothing we can do, bye.
Yeah, there's no opportunity for them to really even make that happen. They realize that the placement is so heavily weighted that they're okay with leaving their teammate. In that moment, Zaz, I think, is okay with it as well. You kind of realize, oh, wait, you know what? Yeah, team, you leave my loot. You go. You do your thing. And that's exactly what they're going to do. We do see Wally there with Nigel and Tidal. Saw them very early on, based up at the very, very bottom of that main building. And that's a really good spot to be in. They do have to be careful from pressure from above, but it gives them a lot of options to rotate depending on where this next zone is going to go. And now, once this zone fully closes, Storm Surge is going to activate. 10 players, rather, need to go down before it turns off. You're going to see Purple Lightning coming down from above, striking these players for 25 damage, I believe, every 4 seconds. So teams like Landjock that are just barely above have to go aggressive because they know it's going to damage them soon.
Yeah, that damage will be coming out and putting the pressure down on top of him. As Clay said, it is 25 damage. I believe it's every 10 seconds where it comes out, so you can kind of use chug splashes and those mini shields to outlast it if necessary. But I'd be really interested to see the perspectives of the teams who are underneath Storm Surge right now and being pressed to go forward, because as soon as that circle closes, as we talked about, that damage starts coming through and you have no choice but to go or start using utility, and utility can only last for so long. It's a finite amount. You can group up, you can use chug splashes, you can use minis, but ideally you want to be saving those for the late game scenarios, and you still need 8 more players to go down. Right now, Landjock and Co. 96 damage above, so that's relatively comfortable for this Storm Surge, but that kind of gives the little warning bell in their head that, like, hey, we need to get a couple tags, because boom, we see top left corner, 70 players left. Storm Surge on the right hand side of your screen is going to turn off. So the aggression was enough, the rest of the lobby down to 70 players. However, Landjock and Co. know now for the next time, hey, we're kind of right along that barrier. As we rotate through, we really need to be looking to be finding shots as much as you can in Renuity and Nav. Going to get a little bit of a chug splash and begin that rotation. We're still pulling a little bit further south here.
That was so decisive from NA West. It went in a matter of seconds from 80 to 70. Everyone realized, hey, we're below. We got to make a decision now. And they either got into boxes or people got into their boxes. And for Landjock, luckily he did not have to do that. He did not have to go in. But it's going to be a little bit more dicey, like you talked about later. Car crash comes through. They're able to keep going through, keep moving through. But this is where I'm worried about this trio, is they're not making decisions quickly enough, especially when they went to go push for that Storm Surge. They were fighting, then they weren't. They were fighting, then they weren't. Here, they wanted to rotate one way, then they went the other. Then now they're going into the middle of Slurpee. But this does not bode well going into the next couple of games. So I really hope they're able to round that out, figure out exactly what they want to do, what kind of trio they want to be, to see them place where I know they can.
And now we're going to get a nice little pan all the way across Slurpee to the main building here, where you can see Symmetrical, TD Dog, and NorCal Zinx XZ have set up shop. They have the high ground. They have plenty of mats on the internal. Only 1 elimination to their name, which means they might be in danger of the Storm Surge coming out, but a decent amount of utility. And really, they're just kind of going to be hanging out, waiting to see who rotates around, using a little bit of the cone peak to see kind of who's in the area. But in reality, they're pretty far enough center, and being on the safer edge of the zone, there's not going to be a ton of players who are going to pass them. So they're just really scouting for information and figuring out where the threats are for their next rotation, which is what you always need to be doing. Fortnite is a game of information. You're trying to figure out where your opponents are, what you have available to you in terms of your inventory, and what the zone is dictating, and then making the best decisions.
And the way we know Force Zone plays is they know they're either going to get very lucky and barely be in, and they don't have to worry about the players above. And based on that build up by Symmetrical, it seems like they may have gotten in just a little bit. And because the next zone is half in, half out, they put themselves in a really good spot. And you see Symmetrical gathering information on the team that is near that gas station we saw just moments ago, because they know if the zone pulled down to them, they're going to have to rotate. Those are going to be free tags. And you see it did. It is barely up on that hill, so the team can kind of scoot down and be fine. But Symmetrical is in a really, really great spot for this entire game. Center zone on half and half out is dicey because there are going to be a lot of players rotating through. As well here as Guy Goose and Guy Aiden, they've got some very interesting rotates to make as well.
And the rotations around here are going to be interesting because we've talked about the power of Hydro Dam the entire time. And now, boom, first game, NA West, the zone pulls directly over there. Well, one of the things that we've talked about forever in competitive Fortnite is the rapid change in verticality that happens with moving zones. And, well, there's nothing more rapid than kind of that sheer wall of that dam. It's really difficult to build up on either side. So if we see that fifth zone pulled to the east, things could get real interesting real fast with Falconer and co. kind of in the prime position right now, peaked on the top of that, but we're going to hop back on board. Symmetrical, ZinQ, and TD Dog, they're doing fine here on Storm Surge. You can see that tick over on the right-hand side, 543 damage above when they were just 333 damage above, so able to connect there on a nice shot with the snipe from there. And you can see everyone, lots of AR bullets being traded out as a Storm Surge warning kind of comes through, and the rotation is going to be a little bit more dangerous this time around.
And every chance you open that window up, you open that cone up, you put yourself at such a disadvantage because you see the sniper shots coming through from every team we spectated. I think every team has at least had one sniper in their inventory. Taboo now trying to rotate through, did lose their other teammate there, Clutch. Now up to Mangoes and Kaboo to try to make this rotation, and that's what they get for rotating a little bit too late. Unfortunately, when you rotate this late, the entire lobby is going to see you, and you're going to have to spin mats that you did not want to spin. And so they get into zone, but they're down on hard mats, they're down on HP. They will be able to heal, but Sundown, like you said, it's pulling to the northeast. This is going to be an incline like no other.
And you can already see there's one team who is piled up and is directly on top of that high ground already. Like, everyone is going to be rotating into him. They're going to be shooting fish in a literal barrel. The ones who are stuck and funneled kind of into the bottom of that dam zone where there's a nice little river area. So still tons of bullets being traded out. You see Walrus getting a knock and a full confirm on Renuity. Reet and his trio still getting knocks and still getting confirms as well. Still need 3 more players to go down. You can see the Storm Surge flashes, that purple lightning triggering from the sky. Again, the players don't see the actual lightning, the visual indicator, but there is an audio indicator. So generally you can see players kind of find that one out. Favs is going to do the whole lobby a favor by converting on one more player, and we are down now to 19 trios remaining. So almost starting to the first placement points as we get into the full moving zone. So that fifth zone, the half in, half out, we already saw it pulled to kind of that northeast. Zone 6 through 9 will be full moving. That signals the end game in competitive Fortnite, and you're going to see players forced to use all of their utility, all their decision making to just try and outlast and eliminate their opponents along the way, as Mangoes is going to pick up Trashy. You can see Falconer, Turtle Tavern, Cadenox, my prediction here, just holding up high on the high ground. And I mean, if the zone continues to pull up that sheer cliff face, they're going to be in such a good spot. Look at everyone else just piled underneath right now.
And their base is built so well as well. This is a massive base for them on the high ground. RPG is not going to be able to do anything. And even if the zone doesn't pull their way, if they have to get down from here, one bouncer will allow them to maintain the high ground. As we see X going to go down there, the Zayrez. Unfortunate there. I believe Walrus on there as well. Now going to go down. You see, they're not going to pull it, but the immediate tarp over from Turtle Tavern just to connect them down to second high ground. So they do not have to worry about that. They can play this high ground how they want to. They can go back and forth, but they do have to be careful about someone trying to get that top rotate around them. Tavern is waiting for it. They're set up in a beautiful situation. Falconer is looking for it as well. So now everyone has to come to them that is down below. They have angles on the entire lobby. This is going to be hard for teams rotating through, but Reet, 40R, and Macon are not right below them.
I mean, that was so good from them. Just Turtle Tavern immediately ramping down on the backhand side. They've effectively solidified that they are not going to get shot at in this zone at all. So they get a free pass to the next zone. They're good. All the action is going to happen. You can already see Falconer starting to convert onto it. We're going to hop on board here with Reet and 40R Storm. Macon has already gone down, so it's all going to be on 40R Storm and Reet. Reet tarping out, trying to get ahead of the zone. Nice little turn to find some people on the backside of the zone, but not able to quite connect with the shots. Pressure coming in right now as well, and he's just going to continue tarping out and staying ahead. We are at 17 trios, so now every single trio that gets full confirmed out will result in a point for everyone else going through. And Reet trying to find one of those. Some great tags going through. That's 5G Mangoes getting knocked there. He's going to end up getting peeled for the full confirm. Reet does have a harpoon if he's able to steal any of the loot. Not going to opt to try and find any of it. Instead, just going to get the pressure. Nope, there it goes. Just trying to find whatever mats he can. Only going to find builds so far, and it's honestly a lot of wasted time. We'll end up finding just a little bit of brick, so not a whole lot going on there, but they'll take the elim and whatever else.
And unfortunately for them, Macon is the one that usually tarps in their trio. He is usually in the lead, and now Reed having to step into a role that he may be comfortable with, but not as comfortable sitting back on the tarp, finding those eliminations. And for a team, speaking of comfortability, Turtle Tavern, Kadenox, and Falconer have just literally had to go back over their single tarp, both of these zones, so they are sitting very well. I'll be surprised if anyone tries to challenge them here on this zone. We see Caleb rotating all the way through. Midi, I believe, actually did end up going down, but got picked back up. Guy Goose will fall. Wavy Jacob going down as well. Napi gonna go down there to zone. Unfortunate there, but look, Reet and 40R are going to find their old tarp. This is gonna save them so much mats, and with Reet on 34 builds, this is where they really need to make a play.
He has to find a pick. He has that epic charge shotgun. He's going to be looking to get into a box. Has the harpoon as well. If he can find somebody with a fresh build or any wood, he might be able to find an immediate pick. You can still see eliminations lighting up the feed in the top left. J Rose is getting the confirm onto TD Dog, but up on the high ground, back and forth over their own builds. We talked about them not being threatened in the 5th. We talked about them not being threatened in the 6th. They might just not get threatened at all until they're forced to come down towards the end, because these builds have just gone back and forth, and that was all because of the high ground take in the game bull, saying that, like, hey, we can get this ultimate height in the 5th circle. If it pulls our way, we will be set. And they have just glided so far to a top 6, as everyone else on the low ground is just forced into a frenzy. They're now shooting downward. Turtle Tavern able to pick up an Elin. Reet will get the confirm onto J Rose. As you can see, 40R Storm finally going down there, which means Reet completely alone left to play Superman. But as the teams drop over and over, we have our top 4, and they haven't even been shot at, Clay.
No, they haven't. Unlike Reet and Jay, who have had to gone through player after player, build after build, Caden, Turtle Tavern, and Falconer have had a very peaceful high ground, and Caden's got that charge all the way up. They're looking for an opportunity to drop on down. That's Jay they're shooting at right there. Now, Reet dropped there by Jay. One player remaining. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere there. Jay going down. Caden, Turtle Tavern, and Falconer just had a very easy game.
It was, I don't want to say it was easy, but it was incredibly well executed. They grabbed zone in the 5th. They got the ultimate high. They were able to ride it out with a perfect hard mat connection right at the start as soon as they saw where the moving zone pulled. And then every single zone stayed their way. They never dropped too far down, and they got just enough eliminations. But we've talked about how valuable those high placement points are in getting the first victory royale. They're going to be able to roll with that momentum.
They will. Didn't get as much eliminations as I'm sure they wanted to, but getting a win, your first game, puts you in such a great spot. But that's going to be it from us. We've got to get some people in to break down the action and really tell us what happened in that game.
Why do they look so good? Is it just long hair? Do I need to get long hair? I don't know. Anyway, a great first game here in NA West. I liked it, and I think they talked about it so well. Falconer and his trio, they just did everything right. This felt very textbook.
it was actually kind of out of pocket as well. They had a do not disturb tag on their tarp the whole time, which was also cool. Not many people remember to put that tag up when they leave the tarp, so they did that. I think that was the difference that got them in. Would you agree, Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, all the way from 5th zone into 9th zone, they never lost that high ground. They, just as Sundown was saying, they had so many mats. The entire tarp was all like hard mats, so there was no real risk of them being dropped down. It was absolutely incredible seeing them play that textbook play style.
And guys, you know, I think we need to get a weather report to check in and see how things are going to continue here in NA West. So we've got correspondents Kelly and Shy Wager standing by on the scene.
Thank you so much, Zeke. We're going to be tuning in and get a little bit of a context of how these teams started off their game, starting at Slurpy Swamp. Not that much action, Kelly, not that much contestation, just a few teams trying to get their due diligence done to start off the game.
Indeed, but we got to be moving on, of course, to Hydro 16. We did see the end game rotate over there, and it is a 90% chance of high eliminations over here.
Especially with that rocket launcher, you saw ladies and men ended up starting up inside this POI / entire dam of sorts to start the game. No one was really here, but you saw it get a little bit busy after the fact. Over at Misty Meadows, though, looked like clearer skies, Kelly.
Well, with Misty Meadows, you're going to have a little bit of some, you know, humidity out there. It's going to be a little hazy, of course, but you know who it was not hazy for at all? Fabs, Wavy, and Jason.
Absolutely.
It was
going up all the way to that almost second place to first place slot at Caddy, though. It was a little bit more split on the sides of weather, mountain of snow, and then a little bit more clear on the ground towards the factory. That being said, though, how did Lazy Lake look?
Well, I mean, if you're looking towards Symmetrical Dog and Zinc, it looked pretty dang good. But, you know, it's Lazy Lake. It's a bit humid over there, a high chance of rain. So I think we should probably shift things over a little bit.
Yeah, let's get industrial. This is where Falconer started off the game. Dirty Docks with Tavern and Caden. There was no contestation, no clouds in the sky. They shot up to the moon this game and stayed there. Remember, do not disturb the rocket ship as it operates on high ground, because if you do, you get shot, you get eliminated, and you don't get to see your name on the top of the leaderboards.
But of course, we have to move on, everyone. Look at this pleasant view that we have right here. It's quite nice out. It is fun, sunny, no clouds. It's just a good day to go out and get some eliminations, Shio.
Yep, Pleasant Park had you dropping down over there in Stealthy Stronghold. They were trying to keep their entire drop spot a little bit of a secret to see where these guys end up on the board. It's Monk and company landing once again uncontested, one of the biggest spots we've seen play out today, and so many early game fights. But Kelly, for West, once again, it's clear. It looks like everyone have their pathways kind of paved out for them in their early POIs.
Well, you say clear, but we have to move over to Steamy Stacks, and it's a little hazy over here, but you can see that this is definitely going to be probably a contested spot. I definitely know that there's a few teams that are wanting to drop over here. How that works, though, we're going to have to find out in game number 2.
Yup, it's Salty Towers, an absolute desert of a show, and what we expected to be somewhat of a 4 or 3-way fight every time it's on NA West, but now you know where some of the top trios drop. It's near that industrial side. Everyone else looks kind of weird on the other sides of the spot. But Zeke, back to you. What do you think about all this?
Well, Shao, of course, we are going to have a standings more at 11, which is right now. So let's take a look and see how things are going after this first game in NA West. Thank you for that weather report. Of course, we'll have more on the weather a little bit later on. But for now, it's standings time. Who is holding down the number 1 spot? Of course, it is not the team that won with the Victory Royale. It's actually Fabs, Jason, and Wavy Jacob with a single point difference. You know, guys, we kind of talked about this in the pre-show. That single point difference will make the difference.
Yeah, and you know, Kelly said it, 90% chance of rain at Misty Meadows, 100% chance for these guys to steal away the game number 1 with those elims, with those points. You have to always be careful of second place.
But taking a look at 6th through 10th right here, you know, we got some good eliminations. Napemon, Goose, and Guy Aiden definitely got a good start there. Dropped off a little early, but 6 eliminations is going to get them that 16 points, as well as the 4 points that they got for their placements there. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty good, but these teams right here are going to have to be shaking up their play style a little bit if they want to qualify into the semifinals.
Yeah, Wheels, Tata, Caleb, Symmetrical Dog, and Zinc overall are both trios that were kind of neck and neck in round 3 as well, coming through into round number 4. Louis, Yoris, and Temi as well are going to be tied over with Midground Vert, Dabsy. So everyone here kind of has results that are okay, good for a game 1 pedestal, but Kelly's absolutely correct. They're going to have to do a lot more to get towards that top 10.
Man, I'm actually a little surprised to see Trashy, EXE, and Walrus down here. They
Right?
had a pretty good round 3 to make it all the way into 20th place right now. I'm actually interested into if they had a contested drop spot or if they just got a limbed on rotation.
I think we saw them overall in that little weather report at Stevie Stacks, at least Trashy's body, flying in and not really having that much compensation. That might mean that mid-game is actually one of the hardest things to kind of, transfer and travel through for these NA West trios. I wonder, Zeke, if they have what it takes in game 2 to make changes to have a better and clearer game overall.
You gotta hope so, man. We have 5 more games, so it's okay. We got this first one out of the way, so any first game jitters we're looking at, or any plans that may have been foiled along the way, whether that be taking an engagement they really shouldn't have, or whatever mistakes were made, it's okay. They just gotta let this wash over. They have more games to go and more chances to try and attack those top 10 spots. But for now, we're jumping back in the battle bus because it's time for more games. We're kicking it back over to Sundown and Clay to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. I mean, getting the weather report down, I'll definitely tune in for more at 11. But right now, whether it's 9:42, 6:42, or wherever you are in the world, it's time for match number 2 here in NA West Qualifier 1. This is the FNCS Chapter 2, Season 5, and it's the final region. You see a llama hanging out at around 210 right in the middle of that Cami split. And in fact, there's 2 llamas right there, Clay.
Hey, they said something's magical with the Cami split, and we're seeing it right now. Double dose of llama dealt out. We had a weather report, but they didn't predict it was raining llamas. Sundown West got some good RNG right there, but I am really interested to see Dirty Docs and what our in first place Team Falconer and company do walk away with, as we do actually get to go right over there. Now, interesting point about this POI. So they have 2 guaranteed NPCs. Reese and Brutus will spawn here all of the time. Anytime you drop here, Brutus and Reese are here. They don't have another spawn point. They don't go anywhere else. So they all also both offer 2 quests that are very awesome in the fact that you can upgrade a weapon. And so you get, I think it's 240 gold if it's 120 gold quest for upgrading there. So upgrading here is a very, very profitable thing. And you see already a legendary AR here on Turtle Tavern, as well as a really good amount of shields. They are setting themselves up so well.
He pulled a legendary AR as well as an epic heavy AR there. So without even needing the upgrades, they're going to be able to prioritize it. And Kadenox sitting on a legendary heavy AR as well. So a ton of positive loot coming out. Those fishing pools are absolutely stacked at times as well. And just, I know we've referenced it a couple times over the course. For those of you who are unfamiliar with competitive Fortnite or some of the terminology, the Cami split is basically the interior of the eastern side of the map. There's a bunch of nice little fishing poles and kind of like one-off little loot spots that you're able to get to, as well as some NPC spawns. So if you're a little more inland from this Dirty Docks area, that's what we're talking about. But now we're going to swing all the way on over to where the Fortia used to be, just outside of Slurpy Swamps, for a little bit of an engagement, which is not too atypical to see from this area.
No, we've seen NAE's Europe fight in this time and again, as Ming is going to go down there to Landero. Where is the rest of their trio? That's the question. Squishy and Mob trying to just run away, but with the lily pads here, Tidal able to keep up with them, and they're pushing them into more shields, so it'll buy this team some time. But there's another team there, so a third party has entered the equation. As Snipes come through, Wale is gonna get sniped there from Jeffers, and Nigel gonna finish off that elimination. So no ability there for them to grab him and pick him up. The reboot card is also going to be in the air depending on when they were finished, so they're going to have to build back up for that. Don't know if they were able to grab it. And you see Tidal looking for it now as well. Has to invest mats to get that if they want to get their teammate back in.
And that's just so incredibly frustrating. You think you're able to have a nice little 3v2, you have the chase down, but then the team from the other side is able to execute the pinch just a little bit better. Somebody ends up eating the sniper rifles that are so popular due to that one-shot elimination, the one-shot down potential that they end up providing. And now it looks like Mob and Squishy are just going to be able to slide out the backside, utilizing the water and kind of the difference in line of sight to create enough of a gap. And if they can get to a boat, that's going to be it. You're not going to be able to to really chase them down, because the first team who's really able to get to that mobility is going to create so much of a gap, because there's not that many boat spawns down here. There's only about 2 or 3 potentially that can end up coming through, but they're not trying to give them time for that, but as the snipe ends up coming out, Jeffers is going to eat the shield. He's going to eat a second shot as well and just go straight down. Dardis a little bit overextended away from TRNL Union Fu. Is going to be stuck out here in a 1v2 where Mob is now just trying to get back over to Squishy to be able to get the finish and close whatever they can on this fight. But Dardis getting a good angle, going to take a decent amount of shield damage, returning back there with that uncommon lever action and getting a good shot, but needs to be able to close the gap and finds a brilliant shot down there, finding the down as he falls in the water. Barely even saw that. Mob eating the entirety of that pellet there, and it's all going to be down to Squishy to try and now clutch it out. And as I say that, Union Fu going to clean that one up, and really kind of quite the fiasco going on outside the Slurpy Swamp.
Yeah, they were either worried about Storm Surge from last game or worried about not having enough loot, and decided to be decisive with their action, taking him down. Sometimes, though, they did have a little bit of a stumble, right? Jeffers did get sniped, and Dardis did take a lot of damage. The players with nothing to really go out on are the most unpredictable to try to fight against, and that's why we saw them almost sway into a 2v1 there, but able to clutch it up as Guy Goose is going to get Evol there in the feed. That's one of Ming's teammates there. I believe OJ, the only one remaining there for them, unless they were able to reboot Ming. Is now we're back over to Salty Towers. We've got Power, we've got Slays, and we've got Pure Optimal, as once again, they're set up in a very great position to get Storm Surge tags and hold anybody from rotating in.
And you see, already set up, getting height, looking out towards the zone where players are looking to rotate in, trying to find whatever shots he can, utilizing the first shot accuracy to try and pick those off, getting the 22 armor tag. He's going to communicate that over to the teammates. Generally, you want to try and be keeping track of roughly how much damage you've done. You can get a good idea of kind of how much more you'll be needing and kind of where you're at, depending on how much you've been playing in these games. They get a pretty good feel for it, but speaking of getting a feel for it, this is a fight and a half going on at Caddy Corner, and a ton of piece control being thrown out. This is a bunch of building pieces being thrown out, so if you're not able to kind of really close this fight out cleanly, that's a huge investment right now from France, Lux, and Boomer after another full box being done, and we've already watched him basically burn through 200 plus brick, just trying to back off, but we see why over the horizon. It is Wavy Jacob, Jay, and DFAVs, and that is a team that you want nothing to do with, and they're putting out as much of a turtle shell defense as possible, saying, nope, we are strong, definitely don't come poking at us.
Yeah, they realized what they had to do, who that was, and they said, let's do it. We got to invest in whatever we can. Now, this team down below knows that that team above disengaged, but they know this new team is coming in. They just don't know who it is. Favs rocking the signature J skin. Jay wears this skin 9 times out of 10. If you see it on West, you got to know who it is. Now trying to get in. This is a very awkward place to fight, though. There's a lot of places where you have to refarm to be able to build inside of the main caddy building, but Steph gonna get deleted there fast with that Dragon's Breath. Is gonna hit a lot of damage, but now the downside of the Dragon's Breath is you have to take time to reload. You have to get out of the situation, find a new angle, and then reload. It takes, I think, 2 seconds to reload that entire Dragon's Breath shot. It held 4 bullets there, so there's a lot of damage at the cost of setting everything on fire and the reload time. Landero trying to make something happen for this team, but they're running out of space. They're giving up so much ground. They're going to have to go on the offensive here soon. And if they don't, maybe Jacob, Fabs, and Jason are just going to dominate this fight like they always do. So I'm looking for them to try to get maybe a snipe shot, maybe a shotgun shot onto one of these players to try to really get it to go back in their favor. But Landero is just running through these builds that are not his. He's running through all of this spray, trying to get back to his teammates, and this is just looking really, really unfortunate for them.
They need to get together and push a direction. You can see from the outside right now that Jason and co are desperately trying to get a pinch. When you see that a team is doing this and they're closing off all the space that's available to you, the best thing as the defensive team you can do is find one player who's a little bit more detached from his teammates, who's maybe 1 or 2 boxes away, not able to get help, and just fully commit onto him. Take all your spray weapons and just push that player before they're able to fully collapse, because as they steal the space, this is going to get more and more desperate, especially considering the zone is pulling north and completely away from this area. So they're going to need to find some kind of resistance to get out of here, some way to kind of break this hold, because eventually they're going to strike and push through. But also, the longer they're able to just kind of hold them here, the more that Jason and his trio need to kind of sit, like, is it worth it? Like, when do we really rotate and go to the zone? Because we've talked about just how placement heavy the format is.
And the thing about Wavy, Jacob, Jay, and Favs is that they will stay here no matter what. They've already invested too much, and they know that. So they will continue this fight. I don't see any reason for them to disengage in their mindset, because they've got them on the back pedal there. They're going in so aggressive. They put so much damage down, and this team is not putting any damage back onto him. Jay, Fab, still 100. Wavy Jacob does take a little bit of damage, actually a lot more there, but Landero tries to go in. I think that Dragon's Breath shotgun just went off. Wavy Jacob taking him on down. Jay takes a big shot as well, but will now back off. They trade eliminations, actually knocking down 2 there. Favs, Wavy Jacob, and Jay looking good, but they're also looking really low. And now a third party has entered the equation again, and now I think they're comfortable with those eliminations, and now they may start to back out.
Yeah, well, the third party came through. I think the third party kind of saw the downs that ended up happening and equated 1 + 1 = 2, and that it was Jacob, Jason, and Fabs who were taking that fight, and they just ran right past. They had the option to kind of third party, take a peek, see what else was going on, and instead just opted to rotate. We talked about how Zone had already pulled away, so nice job being able to clean up that fight. It took a little bit longer than I would have anticipated, so a good job in terms of the defense from the other trio, but ultimately they are unrelenting, and it is something that Wavy Jacob has been known for particularly. But I actually really do like the addition of Jay onto that team. I mean, he's been around the scene forever despite being how young he is. He's one of the veterans, been to the World Cup going through, been to almost every single FNCS finals, and he's just been so incredibly impressive. And you can see there the quick stat on the left hand side, the winner of game 1 went on to win both NA East and EU. But I think I'll also caveat that saying the winner of game 1 in EU in NA East was also in first place after the first game. We saw the win come through, but they weren't necessarily in first because the elim difference from Favs, Jason, and Wavy Jacob pushed them 1 point ahead. Falconer, Cadenox, and Turtle Tavern, the team we are watching right now, were our match 1 winners, but I want to say they quote-unquote only got 5 eliminations, but in a trio competition, 5 elims and a victory royale tends to be towards the lower end of the spectrum, just statistically.
Especially in trios as well. That means they eliminated 1 1/3 or 2/3 of a trio, right? So they didn't even get all the eliminations that they could have that game. So it'll be interesting to see how they step into game number 2. Interesting for me is that Falconer does have that Dragon's Breath shotgun, so got very lucky on a pull there from one of the chests in Dirty Docks. As now we go over to Notch, Beck, and FJ. Now, Beck has been playing very, very well, especially in other duo competitions. Want to see how we can translate it over into trios. They are above Surge. They're in a good spot as well. They got a team down below them. They could go on to them if they want to, if that Storm Surge starts to dip a little bit too much. And it looks like they're trying to get eyes on that. That's what they're trying to scout it out. They hear the charge. They know where they are, and they're not fully investing. It's actually 2 different trios down there.
Yep, and right now everyone just trying to get as much space for themselves as we can. You can see these teams have already pulled the next zone, so they're really not worried about kind of rotating or moving. They just want to occupy as much space and area to make sure they're safe, and then look for whatever shots they can to try and add to that Storm Surge counter. As long as they're above it right now, they're not going to be super threatened, but as you can see on the right-hand side, being only 62 damage above, and with still 6 players to go down, doesn't necessarily make you safe. You can see a 22 tick coming out right there, going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable, as Pure Optimal is actually being hit by it right now, so they're going to be forced into aggression right here. You can see power in them, looking to find whatever they can.
And this is where it gets really hectic. You have so many trios trying to fight so many trios. If you make one wrong misstep, you are going to go down. Like Tidal getting knocked there. Wale was actually able to get picked back up, but his teammate going down now going to put them in an awkward spot. FJ trying to grab any sort of real estate down here, trying to find out where these other trios are, because like we said, they were above Surge, but not by much. And going into the later zones, they're going to have to keep getting damage. Otherwise, they're going to fall below, and their heals did not look the best for Power, Optimal, and Slays. Just kind of hiding out down below as they're rotating above. Maybe able to catch one off guard there, but no, rotation does come through. Notch actually rotating a little bit delayed on this, so he has to be careful as well not to get too spread away. We see trios do this sometimes where they send someone first, then they send another person, then you send another person, but that doesn't always work out for them. It does in this circumstance, but it's not always the best scenario. They are in zone now as well. They still have all these players to deal with for tags, but I wouldn't want to be set up right here if I was this trio.
I would honestly want to be a little bit farther center because we talked about kind of the zone numbers and where it dictates. So zone number 1 is kind of that first zone that ends up forming, which decides where players will move. Then zones 2, 3, and 4 will always be interior to the circle. So generally you want to be as central during those zones as possible up until the 4th zone. Then you want to be towards the outside because the 5th zone will then be that half in, half out. And then zones 6 through 9, as we talked about, are the full moving zones. So being right on the edge here almost guarantees that you're going to have some form of rotation. And as you've noticed, 4 teams are now basically on top of each other because this is the high ground on the western side of the zone, and rotating anywhere else away from this with no mobility, unless you're kind of in the sand already, is really difficult. But getting into the sand in order to sand tunnel around here is actually really, really, really hard because that road will break it off. So you have to cross the road first. So anybody who's up on the high ground is going to be able to get a nice little free shot at you before you're able to actually sink down and kind of get that faster and safer travel speed.
We see one trio doing it now. They're going to avoid the road. Well, one of them is Smock, unfortunately not able to. And then Eclipse is actually going to break that build for him, so it puts him in an awkward spot. They do operate like that. If you go too fast, you will hit a build, and it will damage it, as Wale is trying to sand tunnel down, but they actually decide to jump out, slide down this side of the hill so they can get into another sand and tidal. Takes 91 fall damage, is almost going to be eliminated, and you can tell they have no heals based on Nigel's HP.
Yeah, and you can see they're just trying to like make sure they got in. And I think what actually ended up happening, it looked like 2 of them had sand tunneled and hopped out. Tidal looks like he was using the 0-point crystal that's there in shifting, which that will not give you fall damage immunity. So you need to make sure you're respecting those little cliff edges. You think it's not a ton of damage, but all of a sudden if you shift right off of the side of that, that vertical delta is nothing to be feared or laughed at. And him taking 70 damage there when they have no excess shields, no excess heals, and their only form of rotation is relying on that sand tunneling. I mean, they are basically just praying that a bullet doesn't come their way, and right now they're tucked into the bottom of the butter barn, just making sure that they don't end up as syrup on top of that pancake. So now we're going to swing on over to the butter that's on top right now, and the players who have the high zone control right now, but are looking down and are threatened by Storm Surge.
FJ, Beck, and Notch made a really great rotation to put themselves in a great spot after that. We do see Vert going to get an elimination there onto Lux, who, fortunately, not his day right now. Dog is going to go down. That's part of Symmetrical's team there. Notch is getting a little creative. I think he's looking towards that high ground team and thinking maybe we could go for that if it pulls to us. You see them both looking at that. So they are setting this up. They know they can go, and there it is. There's the high ground take for them. They're not going to be able to get it. The cone actually going to prevent that player from going down. Nice damage there, but FJ going to take a lot. Tidal is going to get knocked there in a different fight. No knocks came through here from this fight, but a very great execution from them leads them to, I believe, grab high ground from them. I think they do, but I don't. Oh, one player above will control it for now, but they could go back up if they want to. They don't have the match, though, so they have to get in. And now, below Storm Surge as well, they have to get aggressive now. As you see the purple lightning coming through, shots come through as well. Damage does go through, but it's not enough. In the box he is. Is he going to be able to get him out? No, he gets out. The edit was there. The piece control not for FJ. They are just getting tagged up and up. They have to make a play.
And they're not going to have an option to. You see desperately trying to take minis, trying to take any of those floppers, just getting shots raining from above, but you can hear that Storm Surge. It's just wreaking havoc on them, and the players want to go down and just try and get the tags and get the elims, and Reet, Jason, and DFAVs are going to be the ones to benefit them, each one getting a tag before the downs come through. 3 eliminations and 6 points going over, as well as almost exclusive high ground control and a ton of excess materials because we talked about it. They'd executed the high ground take. They were ready to be there, but they didn't have the Storm Surge. They didn't have the damage there. In all of the mats, they're just going to be able to scoop them up, nice little loot goblin, build up as much as they want, and then have the excess to begin to rotate. So now, all of a sudden, the arguable favorites in this tournament, Reet, with the control, looking down, and 4DR Storm telling them where to go and how to move about. The veteran in this group, will they be able to execute and close this game out?
And I talked about how I wanted to see them use the RPG to take high ground, but if they get high ground gifted to them with their positioning, they can just use it to spray down and secure those last little bit of eliminations at the very end. So this is great for them. And I also like that they focus a lot on splitting up their ammo. This is something that makes a resurgence when we don't have a lot of mobility in the season. They're able to take this this legendary pistol that we can see in these loadouts and use it so effectively because it splits your ammo up. You're not using the same ammo type for the entirety of your trio, and it allows you to find so many more eliminations because you're not running out of ammo as quickly.
I absolutely love the pistols. I love seeing people, these high-skilled players, running with the epic and legendary pistols. It doesn't have the nerfed headshot multiplier. That is the huge thing on it. So that, combined with the tight bloom spread and the fast first shot accuracy reset, its actual damage per second when you're shooting from top down is incredibly high. And as you talked about, you don't eat up medium ammunition. It makes for an efficient swap weapon for almost any one of the shotguns. So it has a bunch of versatility. And again, when these players don't necessarily miss those shots, all of a sudden, hey, 4 headshots will put somebody down. That's an elimination. It's 50 damage across. It doesn't have the 1.5 multiplier, but now we're getting a shot as we go directly across a Gorgeous Gorge. One of the toughest natural rotations to make, but because players had already ramped across one side, a lot of teams are working their way through old builds or being forced to pickaxe, and right now we're going to hop on board here with Fabs,
who's separated from his trio. This is not where he wants to be. His trio down below near the mid-ground. Fabs is going to use a bouncer to try to get ahead and get down, and now, unfortunately, not going to get there. Will start to drop down. Wavy Jacob is going to take down Chicken. Not a fan there as the fire from the Dragon's Breath shotgun is just burning all over. They're on wood, so they have to switch off quickly. Vert and Union gonna fall. Hov gonna fall as well. A lot of players still up. We saw Falconer go down as well. I believe they ended up going down in 20th place, so they are out of this game as well. Vinny and Hov now confirmed their great rotation here from Fabs, though, to get him into zone. A very hairy rotation, but he's able to get out. The side jump there as well will secure that as Storm Surge raining up. Reed and them have lost the high ground. They gave it up. Landjock now up above.
You can see some really good mechanical tarping from Faz. Normally not the one who's out in front. Also has that Dragon Breath, so not necessarily where you want to see him. You can see him trying to rotate their positioning right now to get Jay back out in front and allow for Jacob and Faz to kind of work around the backside. But instead, they're just going to continue tarping out. As you said, Landjock, another veteran who's been around the scene for absolutely ever, going back to almost the PAX West stage. We're talking about Summer Skirmish, baby. Landjock with the Rift play. Now him, Nav, and Renuity up on the high ground, currently only sitting on 8 points, all from the placement, but only 10 trios remaining. Not a ton of mats, so they're going to have to make a play at some point here if they want to continue with the control. But some white tags coming out. Can he convert on the elimination and get the mats? You see somebody else is able to get that, and no Harpoon to go grab it. So really, they're just holding on and waiting for the moment where they're forced down.
And it's very interesting to see that Reed and company did go all the way down to the low ground. I think trying to take it back with that RPG is now we're on board with Fabs, Wavy Jacob, and Jay. This is where Wavy Jacob and Fabs operate so well. Nice elimination back to back. Will he get the third? I think he will. He's going to get that confirmation as well. Jay will fall in the meantime, but Wavy Jacob operating in tandem there, picking up their 4th elimination. No RPG, raining fire from above, will take a lot of damage there. They find Chug Splashes, though. They can heal up a little bit. That Chug Splash will actually put the fire out, used perfectly, but in a box that's not his. Shotgun not reloaded. Fab's gonna go down. Unfortunately, that's gonna be 40R Storm taking him on down. Wavy Jacob, the last remaining member here for the trio. Will he be able to clutch up? He's got the legendary Dragon's Breath. This is his favorite shotgun. This is how he operates so well. Harpoon to the box. Dragon Breath there. It doesn't hit, but the AR spray is there. He gets the damage, but he's got to get that shotgun reloaded.
But you can see there's so many duos and trios left. There's 5 players left in the game. There's 4 trios up. There's no full trios left. It's a duo and then 3 solos trying to run it out. Don't forget, top 3 is what matter. You want to stay in the match as long as possible, and Landjock knows it. You can see he's up on high ground using the Harpoon to get whatever he can. 4DR Storm goes down in 4th, and that is heartbreaking. Only getting the +1 point there as everyone else gets the +5. Wavy Jacob desperately trying to hold on. on, but he will tick over to the zone in third. A nice +3 for his individual effort. And right now, Landjock and NAW just trying to execute and close it out. The drop down comes through, and they will. Mateo down in second, but again, a well-executed finish where the team who took control of the high ground in the 5th zone was then able to just ride it out. And while it was a low elimination, you get all of those juicy placement points.
Hey, the chaos on low ground led for another peaceful game on high ground for that duo. Was a trio, but overall they played really well. I'm surprised that they ended up dropping down that soon at the end, but they ran out of mats, so they had to make a play, and they wanted that elimination. So great game all around, but we've got to get some people to break it down. We need Shio, we need Kelly, and we need Zeke to tell us what happened elsewhere.
You know, guys, yet again, we're treated to a second helping of textbook performing here in NA West. And I know it's interesting because, like, Wavy Jacob, that kind of reminded me of, like, the Clicks performance over in NA East, where it's like, hey, he's by himself, he needs to make something happen. He pulls off the top 3, and we got to remember, hitting that top 3 placement threshold is so vital, and moving up and down the leaderboard, that's going to give them such an influx of points that's really going to be setting them up for the latter half of the games.
Yeah, for Landjock, if it was textbook and kind of, school-based and education-based for the win, it was kind of more so a jail-type theme, a locked-up, sentencing-type theme for the rest of the trios who were acting up in that game. It was thievery and robbery at the top side. The Victory Royale, yes, it got points, but so many were stolen from Elims by Reet and Favs, Kelly. They started that last game with, I think, 8 or 7 Elims before the end game even started?
I mean, not just that team there, but 40R Reet and Macon also had 8 eliminations at Zone 6. So it wasn't just like the team that got 3rd place. Also, the team that got 4th place walked away with a ton of eliminations. There you have it. Favs, Jason, and Wavy with their eliminations. 20 eliminations now, tying with Reet, 40R Storm, and Macon. Incredible there. Look at that. Look at the point difference.
And they've stolen the spots away from the Victory Royale players for the top 5 in terms of Landjock and company. They should be on the next page, but yeah, 20 elims in total, 85 to 74. So Favs, Jason, and Jacob playing slightly a little bit more consistent game to game. Only 2 have passed so far. Zayrez, Goon, and Nani are kind of doing exactly what those 2 top teams are doing as well. Getting elims, placing high, but just not high enough, Kelly.
Well, you do have it, though. 8th place there with the Victory Royale and only 3 eliminations total. Oh, interesting. Well, that's definitely why we're seeing them there in 8th place, even after that Victory Royale. But still, they're in the top 10. These top 10s are the ones moving forward to the semifinals. So I'm thinking that they're going to be sticking with what they're doing.
Yeah, many different kind of game plans to end up winning or end up qualifying in the top 10. You can play a little bit more, consistently and stay in those wins, just like we saw in many of the regions as well. You can also go for big RPG plays like J Rose's Ladies Man and Regular were trying in that last game. Symmetrical Dog and Zinc are still holding outside of that top 10 barely, so I think their consistent play will also shine through. At the same time, Kelly, there's more than 10 teams trying to play this consistent style, and there's only room for maybe just 10 or 8 spots for everyone else if Reet and Favs are having their way in NA West.
I mean, the difference from 1st and 2nd place to 3rd, like not even to 10th, but to 3rd is almost 30 points. It is, I don't know really what they're going to have to do. They're uncontested. They have incredible drop spots. They seem to always find themselves in high ground. And then even when they're stuck in the mid or low ground, they're just getting elimination after elimination. What do you do?
30 point. Yeah, it's hard, right? Like, look at the Victory Royale, and that's worth 30 points. And every elimination is worth 2, right? 15 eliminations, probably not gonna happen, right? But, hey, even just getting 6 per round, aiming for that top 3. Uh-oh, Kelly. Uh-oh.
You say it's not gonna happen? 40R Macon just got 13 elims.
Listen, I like the swinginess that is Fortnite. I'm down for this. And I mean, you know what else I'm down for? It's Wavy, Jacob, and crew. I mean, Shao, before the game even started, you said, listen, we're going to follow these guys. All right, they're going to do something crazy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Them and Reet as well started off that end game with almost 7/8 elims for each trio. So how did that happen? It's off spawn over at Hydro 16. We see Reet winning that overall engagement. We have 40R coming with an insane 3rd party as well off the top of the mountain. And this is just one trio, right? They pushed on past that fact as well into that mid game with the RPG and rocket launcher and got to do so much more damage to every other trio that they found.
Reet 40R Storm and Macon doing an incredible job right here, walking away with 13 eliminations, and they were able to do that pretty early on in the game.
Up and past that as well over at Caddy Corner. I think this is post Misty Meadows after these guys have already collected Dragon's Breath shotguns. Wavy Jacob, Favs, and Jay push in to a trio. Say that, yeah, you know, people end up rotating faster POIs and go towards the mid and end game. We're going to accelerate that process. Go to the fight first. They use the shotguns to get right in the face of everyone, burn alive builds, force them to use hard mats, and then past that pick up 3 easy elims, get into mid game, do that as well. Our winners from that previous game, though, Falconer, Tavern, and Caden did not have much success. Once again, when you're playing this consistent type of play, you end up, you know, risking your spot towards the zone, risking your entire game plan based off sometimes what other teams are doing around you. You make the wrong call, you might go down. You saw on the feed there, though, while that was happening, still, Reed was getting so many elims, Kelly.
But look, Falconer, Turtle Tavern, and Canadux by the first zone already had a legendary AR. So I'm quite sad to see that they weren't able to perform very well. You can see that they are below the damage threshold there. So they just weren't getting into too many engagements there, which is a complete shame. But even with that somewhat lackluster performance, they're still in 5th place.
Right, and I like that you put it that way, right? Because one, it's how tight right now this competition is, right? It doesn't really matter what incredible things you might have in your inventory. Another trio can just walk in your box and be like, you're done. We'll try again next round, right? And at any moment, this can all swing. We've seen it in other regions. We'll have to see it if it happens here. But guys, it's time to get into the next game. It's game number 3 of the FNCS. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. And 2 matches down, 4 remain. Closing in on the halfway point, a 3rd done. We spot out another Larry the Llama just over the hill. But the real question is, who is going to be able to carry that high ground control as we see zone number 1 pulling relatively far north here in match number 3, Clay?
Ooh, a north zone will be very interesting because that means the 0-point area in the middle of the map is in play for a lot of this end game. If it pulls more south towards that middle, that's a very, very hectic end game, and it's definitely very fun to watch. And a lot of players haven't had practice with it because it's just not as rare as we would see. So middle of the map zones are very, very interesting. Now, we did talk about Dirty Docks last time, and one of the downfalls of Falconer and his trio, my apologies there, brain was not working with me, but is that they were not contested, and there's not really many people nearby that are staying nearby. So they have to be able to get out of that POI early and find Storm Surge tags. Otherwise, what we saw there in that last game is going to happen again. But wait a minute, Sundown. Reed, Macon, going to go down very quickly. It's now all up to 40R.
Yes, J Roses and Ladies Man taking the fight to them as we're going to hop on board here right now with Landjock, Renewity, and NAW. They were our match number 2 winners. You can see them just outside Craggy Cliffs, a little bit towards a boating route, and you can see them just trying to tag out the shields, kind of get whatever information, get initial mats. It's always interesting to see what trios prioritize off of the start. Are they looking to immediately get weapons and get upgrades? Is one person doing all of the farming and just trying to get the mats out of the start? Are they getting a particular type of mat? Like, what is the game plan? Because all of this stuff is generally calculated, and it ends up mattering as we're going to swing on over here. So we've seen a lot of early game fights and contestants going down. It's Slurpy Swamp.
And we saw Reed was over here last game, and this trio actually ended up chasing an entire trio across the map, it seemed like, that bottom portion at least. And now they're looking to do it again. Squishy, not near his trio, and that is not where you want to be. You can get capitalized on so quickly if he does not get back to him. And it looks like that trio in the bottom part is starting to get back together to try to figure out, hey, who are we going to go on? Who are we going to eliminate? Who are we going for? And it seems like Squishy, from last game, learned, hey, there are going to be people here. Let's play this a little bit more careful. But what's good for Squishy and his trio is that they claimed majority of the loot in Slurpy Swamp. So they have a lot more. They can out-material this team. They can out-shield this team as well. But it doesn't seem like they want to fight. As we go over to Holly Edges, we've got Tuki, Synax, and Chicken, who are in a very uncomfortable fight. They're very low. They're getting jumped on there. Tuki does hit some damage there with the AR spray, but not going to be enough. White tag there with the shotgun. No match remaining. What can he do with the edits that he has? The ramp is flipped there. Can he find something there? No. Shots being traded back and forth. The ramp is gone. Box is there. Does he have the shotgun there? No. Gets some damage, but unfortunately gonna fall. And Chicken comes running in with the car only to be sent back.
Chicken was an extra in an action movie right there. Came flipping in on the car, got out, and then got mowed down, sent back. He said, your time has come, came in just like all of the other Black Ninjas and got kicked right on out. And we're going to flip on board here to Mob, Squishy, and Yumi, who are playing a little bit tighter, like you said, doing a better job of making sure they're staying hip to hip and not getting overexposed. It looks like they're actually able to get a quick little advantage here, but not able to capitalize. It had a player in mostly their own boxes, but he was quickly able to skedaddle right on out of there. So a little bit of a missed execution there on the ambush, but so far so good from them as they're just looking to get on the board. You can see 0 points to their name, and coming into match 3, you really just want to be able to secure at least an elimination. But right now, Mob looking a little lost, make sure he's just trying to get some walls up and get some HP down. Finds a great shot there, a good follow-up to gets the knock, but that's going to be it as his team gets converted on. I mean, that's tough. That's the third time we've seen them pretty much get cleaned up off of the start.
And at that point, do you keep landing here? How do you play this differently? In my opinion, you try to find some place that is a little bit less contested. Right? Maybe you can steal something away from the Cammy split, maybe log jam, but this is just not going well for that trio. So as this is going to go into the back half of the games after this, they're going to have to change something up. Now, moving over to our previous game winners of Landjock, Nav, and Reunity. They're playing a lot safer than we see typical winners of the previous game.
And it's something we've talked about before, how there's almost a little bit of a curse where when you're on broadcast, when you win that first game, you almost immediately follow it up with a not so stellar performance. I mean, granted, though, it's really, really, really hard to do when you're faced off against 32 of the absolute best trios in your region. It's really hard to repeat and kind of make it to that late game over and over again. So it's not overly surprising, but with that being said, they're doing a good job of staying spaced out, looking for relatively safe tags, and also not over-indexing in terms of their resources. You can see how they each still have 50 blank opportunity for shields on there, and they're not necessarily too worried about a threat or an all-in engagement, and they have chug splashes that they need to kind of top themselves out, but they're still looting, they're still looking around and seeing, like, maybe we can find that 50 shields somewhere else.
And they're building these fake bases as well to secure themselves a really good perimeter around their base. They put that wooden one up just to let everyone know, hey, there's someone might be here. Don't come over here. Don't got to worry about that. But if that's there, if Wavy, Jacob, Fabs, and Jay somehow get all the way up there, they're not going to worry about that. They're going to go in. And now we do get to see Wavy Jacob yet again with the Dragon's Breath Shotgun. Did so much work with that in the low ground late game. What is going to need to happen for this trio, if they're going to want to win a game, they have to play together rather than just near each other. I said it before, and we'll go back to that as Chris is going to get some nice eliminations there with Moni and Jingy taking down Flameback and company. Very quickly, they're dancing, but there's another trio coming in, and we know who that is. They don't know who that is. They've got to be really, really careful about where they're positioned.
I mean, you always have to be careful about where you're positioning, but especially when you have a pincer closing in on you that is this dangerous, and they're going to know they're under threat right away. They just close out the fight. They can hear them celebrating, but you don't necessarily have the amount of style to save you from this trio. As you can see, we're going to cut out, get a little bit of a wide view here, and see who's going to be able to close in off of the start. Don't forget that Jason, DFabs, and Wavy Jacob have been able to consistently make it into the late game as well. So despite these early pushes, they're transitioning them into late game performances, which kind of has been a little bit of their kryptonite. So if they're able to continue to decide and pick good fights, to me, that's an improvement from them as they opt out of fighting Moni and Co here, and instead just going to rotate towards center zone.
And one thing that's been a great improvement for them is Wavy Jacob's shotgun aim. He has been hitting everything he needs to. As we go over Turtle Tavern, Falconer and Cadenox just going to get wiped there. They're getting taken down. Walrus, Trashy, and their Trio X is just going to delete them so quickly. And this is a factor of what happened last game. Last game, they did not get enough Storm Surge tags. So they said, hey, we have to go aggressive. we have to get tags early because we are not being contested. And that turns into them getting eliminated.
Yeah, and that's a tough team to kind of force a fight against. I know that Kelly and Chayo talked about it a little bit. They're surprised the fact that Walrus, Trashy, and EXE had kind of been a little bit lower on the standings given some of their recent performances, particularly in the DreamHack tournament. So seeing them and kind of picking it out, you might think, oh, like, easier target. We've had a good job rotating out of here. We've been relatively safe. But just, like, player for player, that's a tough matchup. And, again, they made them pay. That's 3 eliminations going over to them. And that's just going to be 6 points in their back pocket.
We make our way back over to the middle of the map. We will see a lot of it still in the zone. Over to Wheels, Caleb, and Tautai. Now, we talk about West players that have been around forever. Wheels, one of the most OG West players here in the game currently, still playing. He has been around as long as I can remember about West competitive Fortnite. And to see him still doing well, able to make round 4 of qualifier number 1 and maybe able to make it to semifinals with the games they're putting up, it definitely looks like they're able to. Would be so great to see, to show that, hey, you know what, I still got it.
Yeah, and Tautai and Caleb also adding in, representing for extra there. And honestly, they do a really good job of playing consistently. They know what their game plan is. They're not afraid of taking fights if they need to, but they also generally are looking to find center zone, looking to find space to get whatever snipes and tags that is available to them. But really, they don't kind of push the pace, which in West in particular, if you're able to carve out that little bit of a niche between the hyper-aggressive players and the ones who are consistently kind of all the way at the top and in the end games, and kind of find that middle of the pack row, and then convert into 1 or 2 late games now and then, or 1 or 2 big games, you're going to find a solid amount of success. And that really kind of has boiled down to what Wheels, Caleb, and Tautai's careers have largely been about.
Yeah, and they're doing it right now. Set up nearly center zone, looking for sniper shots on rotating spots, rotating players, rather, in different spots of the map. They are in a really great overall position. They have a lot of mats. They're able to refarm with risky reels right below them. They've got good loot. Everything is going well, but it's how well they can convert on that into the later portions of the game. Now, you see 70 players are alive, so Storm Surge for this next zone, once this is closing, will not activate. We may see it in that half in, half out zone, and we'll probably see it in the moving zone. Right now, everyone doesn't really have to worry about that as much as they normally would, like we saw the last 2 games. It was a very, very big deal at this point last game.
Yeah, and if anything, it makes it almost a little bit more awkward for that second Storm Surge threshold that happens in the 5th zone. Again, if you're keeping track of the zones, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, we're currently on the 2nd out of 9. But you don't really ever kind of get that check to be like, hey, how far above are we? How far below are we? So then all of a sudden, if you get into kind of that 5th zone and there's still 62, 63 players alive, Storm Surge ticks over, you might be a couple hundred below. You have no idea. You haven't seen that interaction. You haven't had that warning. So it makes it that much more important to kind of keep track of the amount of damage you've done, particularly as we've had a relatively center zone. You can see on the right-hand side where that next safe zone is going to be revealed. So a lot of these teams haven't had a ton of interactions with others.
They haven't. Mateo, we saw at that very last point of the game, clutching up a lot of points. We'll have to wait and see if he can clutch up any more. They've got a lot of heals, though. This is kind of the standard inventory we've been seeing from a lot of these players. They're rotating by that big hill in the middle, going to provide that team a lot of sniper opportunities, but they've kind of found a ridge underneath to protect themselves just a little bit on rotation. Not trying to take any damage. They have the heals that maybe they want to play for that heal off. But again, every trade you take, every shot you take is just one more mini, one more chug splash you have to use when you really want to go into that late game with a lot. Is now we go over to Jay, Favs, and Wavy Jacobs. They're set up on top of this Coliseum in a very, very great base. They are looking out towards that zone, that the players that have to come in from the zone, rather. I am worried about them, though. They are very, very prone to getting sniped a lot of times.
I mean, there's just so many different players who are going to be able to have shots towards them. You can see in that bottom right-hand corner, it might be a little bit difficult, but that white line is almost completely over sand. So one thing to end up considering for Chapter 2, Season 5 is that sand tunneling that ends up coming into play. Some of those sneaky little gophers who end up just hanging around and just trying to use that little bit to try and conserve as many mats as possible. But right now, because they're already so central and it is the 3rd zone, they're not really going to have to move for 4th zone either. either. They have a solid chance of pulling at least towards the outside of it. So they're set up in prime position to at least contest height if they want that choice. But also expect the game to slow down a little bit here. There's 68 players alive. There is no pressure of Storm Surge. So everybody, their grandma, their brother, and their sister is going to have all the utility they could have possibly wanted. They weren't forced into any engagements, and everyone is relatively set up because we've moved pretty much equidistant from all of the sides, minus the first super northern pull. It's been mostly center. So that's going to set up for a lot of chaos in this 4th and 5th zone, and those decisions are going to be so key. And right now we're hopping on board with Zerez, Nani, and Goon, who low-key have had one of the most consistent days out of any trio. Despite us having not seen a ton of them, they've pretty much made every single endgame and have pushed themselves into a top 4 situation.
And this is going to be even more interesting with the sand tunneling. We haven't really got to see a lot of teams sand tunnel. And with this much of the sand still in the zone, there's going to be a lot of teams having to make that make or break decision, like you talked about, of do we get in, do we not? Do we rotate with the 0-point crystals or do we not? Do we go on foot? There's going to be so many micro decisions that have to be made in milliseconds that the top teams are going to be able to make it, and we'll see some teams falter just a little bit. Speaking of top teams, we've got Wavy, Jacob Favs, and Jay still in their base right there. We did see Reet get knocked early on in this game. I'm not sure if they got the confirmation there. Vert, Midi, and Dabsy always seem to be positioned on top of another team. Maybe what they want to play, maybe how they want to play. We'll keep our eyes over there as we're rotating all around the map. Just getting you all of these views. Power Optimal Slays there. Tidal, Wale, and Nigel as well. Knock, Beck, and FJ there as well on the other side of the zone. And you see, they've decided we're sandtelling in. We are confident in our ability to get in with this movement ability. We're going right in. Caleb and his company there as well. Wheels and Tautype rotating in early. Landjock, Nav, and Reunity there made it all the way down from Steamy Stacks. Looking really good. But, you know, I'm not seeing Turtle Tavern. We saw Turtle Tavern go down, but symmetrical, that's exactly who I was looking for.
Boom, and there he is, just posted up right on the bottom. And as you said, yes, Reet, 4DR Storm, and Macon fell early. Falconer, Cadenox, and Turtle Tavern fell early. 2 of our top 5 trios who we saw have solid performances over the first 2 matches have already gone down, which gives room for the top of the table to kind of widen a little bit of their lead if they're able to get a positive result. We are on board here with our #1 team currently, and arguably one of the favorites for today, Wavy Jacob, D-Fabs, and CLG Jason with a ton of space right now. You can see the 4th zone pulling away from Coliseum and pretty much directly over that one little sand dune. So expect a lot of hard mats and a lot of gophers hanging out.
And if this is what's interesting is we've seen this kind of play out before, and whoever invests time into shooting these players out of this sand tunnel leaves them at such a vulnerable state. But if we get to this part where it's high ground, A zone, and you see 10 different people sand tunneling, you're gonna have to invest time into trying to get these players out of this sand tunneling effect, because if not, they're just gonna get free rides into the next zone. So it'll come down to a balance of when do you peek versus when do you rotate, who do you spray at versus who do you not. Wavy, Jacob, Favs, and Jay trying to make that leaderboard difference just a little bit bigger as we see Epic Walrus, my apologies, gonna get an elimination there. I believe Reunity gonna get knocked on the side as well.
Yeah, Reunity cannot afford to really take that knock during the time. We will see Storm Surge kick on here as the 5th zone will be revealed, and we're pulling super far north. So we have about maybe a quarter of the lobby already in the zone. We have 4 players. We're underneath the Storm Surge threshold. Goon is not being one of them, but we talked about it, how their team has been so absurdly consistent. Well, that's in danger now as Zarez and Nani get absolutely destroyed. Zarez gets confirmed. Goon going to back up and just try and get a nice little cheeky revive, get the stick before his opponents are able to come through. Luckily, he was able to get a knock on the other side. Wasn't able to get the conversion, though. It'll force the other team off. Now he's looking for a little bit of space, but at least for now, salvaging the game as everyone else is trying to rotate towards that northern side and find whatever amount of space in real estate they can own, because this is going to be an awkward rotation. You can already see everyone taking to the sand or shifting, using those 0-point crystals that you're able to harvest from those big pink crystals out there. You can either break them by placing a build in them or swinging your pick 6x. We're going to hop on board here with the duo of Symmetrical and Zinkyu, with TD Dog being taken out early. Currently on 3 elims, but they are under the Storm Surge threshold, as you can see, just hammering down on them on the backside as shots from above are able to kind of rain down, but they're not necessarily under threat. Symmetrical is going to find a much-needed knock and confirm, but he's still 16 below, using everything he can to try and keep himself above. Right now, 5 damage above, and Storm Surge will tick off Symmetrical. We talked about it early, coming up clutch in high-pressure situations. That knock was huge. Trying to get ahead of the zone right now, using the excess mats from that knock. You can see Symmetrical on the right-hand side. You see Monk on the left with the high ground. However, doesn't necessarily have a ton of mats. Still has 105, but you can see swapping positions with his teammates, trying to figure out who can be out and ahead and where they control the high ground. Right now, Symmetrical on the right-hand side, still just editing and holding tight. With 17 trios up, it's individual placement points coming through for each trio as they end up dropping out. So you want to keep an eye on that top left-hand corner, because the trios dropping means plus 1 more point as we're going to hop on board with Monk, Sidela, and Mateo. They came into this match ranked 3rd place, average placement of 9 and 5.5 elims. So doing a good job of just making it into these endgames consistently and racking up points. But right now, they're dangerously below Storm Surge. You can see that on the right-hand side, 139 damage, which means they're going to need a couple of tags and almost a full knock if they're going to want to avoid that damage as this zone closes. We're going to pan out to the wide. You see all of the different tarps and the ability for players to move forward. A couple of TRNL players getting ahead of it, but right now, all of the focus is up on that high ground and how long they're going to be able to stay up there. And right as I say that, Mateo drops down, and it's honestly free real estate, Clay.
I was going to say, what a game to go from 2nd place to holding high ground there. They do end up getting it back after some interesting bouncers there for them. Maybe able to turn it around. I think 2nd place into 1st would be really great for their mentality. Definitely to put them near the top of the leaderboard. And as we talk about the top of the leaderboard, Wavy, Jacob, Favs, and Jay looking really good right now, but they're getting hit by Storm Surge. They have not dealt enough damage, only 1 elimination. And Wavy Jacob's taking a lot. He's got to try to find someone, trying to look back on the tarp, but no one to be found as players continue to fall. Purple Lightning continues to come down. Wavy, Jacob, Favs, and Jay need to find damage, need to find something, as Mateo, Monk, and Sidla just leaving on the high ground. As J Rose is getting in, they were above Storm Surge. They don't need to get in anyway, but they said, no, we're getting in. Regulator and Jay into the box, get the elimination. FJ gonna go down in the meantime. All of the Purple Lightning continuing to strike, everyone falling nearby. Beck gonna go down. J Rose is unfortunately gonna get blocked off in the meantime. I think able to stay alive as Guy Goose will fall. J Rose is with just little HP, able to pull a miracle. Maybe Chug Splashes are there, builds are there. Can he get out?
And it looks like he's able to find a little bit of space and then try and turn back and make the splodes go boom, but not quite going to be able to connect it. However, on the low ground, on the other side, DFAVs and Jason were just going off, picking up elim after elim. Jason, we talked about his fragging potential. He's already picked up his 3rd in this low ground fight. 10 trios remaining, 23 players left on his feet, and right now, J Rose is the Season X West champ, trying to do everything he can in this solo run. Finds a little bit of space, but ultimately going to get taken down there, as we're going to hop back on board with the #1 trio with Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex nowhere to be seen. Jason Favs and Wavy Jacob are just running through everyone. The low ground, 6 elims, they're together, but up on the high ground still, they've been able to stay together the entire time is Monk and his trio. So it's going to come down to who's able to execute in the end and able to pick up the elims. And honestly, it looks like Wavy Jacob and Jason are in a little bit of a pinch right now as Favs goes down, but Jason is just trying to eliminate his way out of this situation. Jacob picking up another one as well. They're up to 8 between the 2 of them. Make it 9 between the 2 of them, and they're just continuing to go. Make it 12 between the 2 of them as all the eliminations on the low ground. There's a reason they're in 1st right now, Clay, and you're witnessing it.
And they're so good at operating on this layer. This is where they prefer. Wavy Jacob gets to get in people's faces, get that shotgun for its maximum amount of damage, and Jay is just fragging out behind 1 HP, though. Will he get the shotgun out in time? Wavy Jacob trying to get in. Jay cannot take this tick of damage. He will fall. Wavy Jacob gets a nice tag there, but he doesn't have anything to get through. Spray is there. Fire as well. Everyone raining fire from above. He gets a knock, but no! Sidla, Monk, and Mateo go from getting second place to the victory royale in a matter of seconds.
Dude, and that was nuts. Jacob literally was crouched down, had an angle. It was just spraying at ankles. All he had was that epic AR and nothing but kneecaps and Achilles heels to aim at. He got knock after knock, but ultimately Sidla, Mateo, and Monk, we've talked about it. The team who's had high ground in the 5th zone, they haven't been threatened, and they've ultimately been able to run it out and execute. So they will take the victory royale, but the eliminations and ultimately the first place spot is going to stick with Faves, Jason, and Jacob. We're going to send it back to Des to break down the halfway mark.
Oh man, the moments there. I love that Sundown said shooting at the ankles, because like that's all I could think of was like coming out of a tunnel, like I just have to push a little more, I'm almost there. Absolutely incredible. But still, Wavy gets to pick up the second place. We talk about how important these placements are, guys, and a second place, that's very scary. They are racking up these points way too quickly.
Yeah, it's a second place for them too. I think it was Jason in the first game, or Jay, who had it locked down for them all the way in that little bit of a hype fight in the final zone. But at the same time, Kelly, yeah, it's like these guys are ramping up. They're stealing points. They're getting elims. They're doing what they want to do.
Well, we need to find out what happened in the last episode of North American West. It was none other than our teams, Falconer, Cadenux, and Turtle Tavern, that took the victory royale with Landjock, Reunity, and Nav. But now their opponents come to face them, come to take away their games, their victories, and their eliminations.
On this recap, we see some fast action in the first game, followed by a little bit of a passive spot that we saw from Height on Landjock's territory, and then a fast, even more trading arc in that last game where we saw Wavy ascend to heights we never would have imagined.
But it was none other than Landjock, Reunity, and Nav that took time to chill out in the hyperbolic time chamber. But then once coming out, the victory royale was in their hands.
Yep, no question about it. They charged up all their energy and released it at the right time in the 9th zone. Past that, though, there was no time to charge up for Reet. He was hot, fast, and heavy on every single push he was trying to make. Yes, he might have gone down a few times and they might have been eliminated, but Macon was there to help his friend in a time of need. In this arc, in this storyline, these guys were on top for a majority of the times in game 1 and 2.
Shio, everyone now is in a time of need when you have Favs, Jason, and Wavy taking game after game, elimination after elimination. They're going to have to do whatever they can to stop this team.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I don't know. Listen, Fortnite fam, you seen this? You saw this, right? This is what we provide. This is what they provide, okay? We hope you enjoyed that, because I loved it a lot. Okay, so here's my biggest question coming out of that game. What are the standings looking like? Okay, because remember, we're now at that halfway point. We're 3 games down. We've got another 3 games left to go, and we're looking for the top 10 trios that we're pushing on through. So who is holding down the #1 spot? Follow-up question, should I be running Dragon Spreads in my game? What's going on here?
Most probably, because if you're asking the one word to define the standings, they're looking kind of wavy right now. Wavy Jacob up in first place, Jay with him, and Favs there too, 136 points. Kelly, they are pulling away from everyone else in this competition.
Like a 50-point difference between first and second place. That is not only a victory royale, but also 10 eliminations. But I do love to see Seidla, Mateo, and Monk up here as well. They've had pretty consistent placements. They did get 16th place, but with the second place last game, now claiming that victory royale with 5 eliminations is going to put them above Reed, 40R Storm, and Macon.
And everyone else besides that, from 6th all the way to 10th, Zeras, Gunani, Nappy Goose, and Aiden. These guys from 48 to 40 points are basically just 4 elims separated from each other, just a few placements away from really just rising or dropping in the rankings. The games for these guys, even on this major, Kelly, from 11th to 15th, are so close.
Wow, and I'm honestly surprised to see 10th and 11th place with their own victory royales. It shows that even the placement's important. You need to get those eliminations. You need to make sure that there's consistency because one victory royale may not be enough.
Absolutely. All the way now down to 20th. It seems like Trashy, XC, and Walrus are still in the same spot that we left them in. They're trying to maybe pull things up, but this also does mean their game plan is kind of resulting in the same type of, placements game after game. Maybe it's change is exactly what they really need. Maybe change is what a lot of these trios are going to strive for post game 3. I mean, Zeke, that's one thing we see all the time. And I think every region past game 3, that's where people start to make those big changes.
100%, man. And now is the time to do it, right? Halfway through the competition, if you're trying to make it through in the first week and then just take these next 2 weeks off to just try and look back, review, looking at drop spots and trying to say, look, whatever happens when we get to semis, we got to be our very best. Right now is the time to make your mark on the lobby. Now, Fortnite fam, we hope you guys were enjoying all of the action. Don't forget, you're tuning into the FNCS. We've been going all day. We started things over in EU, we went to NA East, and we're rounding out now with NA West. We still have 3 games left on deck. A lot of more Fortnite to be had over the next 2 weeks. From there, we go to semi, and then we go to finals. So, Fortnite fam, we love you. Keep up the incredibleness that you are. And of course, what we need to do right now, though, is we need to recharge, okay? We've used up a lot of energy. And this is not even our final form. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. We're going to gather. We're going to request from the earth. And we're going to hope that it provides. When we return, though, more games of Fortnite for your incredible faces here on Valentine's Day. So we'll see you guys here in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the FNCS, Fortnite fam. We are back in it, and we are ready to jump back into the action. It's Battle Bus time, and of course, we need our casters to take us in because the game is already underway. So, gentlemen, we're kicking it right over to you. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. And while we can never get bored of staring at your faces, I'm more than excited to hop into the game and see what Favs, Jacob, and Jason are able to do if they can keep pushing this pace, because right now it is ridiculous. They're averaging 11 eliminations a match and a placement of 2.33 repeating throughout. I mean, over the course of 3 games, that's really impressive.
It's insane, but with the top trio, what could be arguably the top trio not being here, it allows them to just run free. Hazard Trio just completed the best stretch of games, by the way, so I'm not only saying this, across all 3 regions. So they're setting precedents like none other. They said, you know what, we're coming out qualifying week 1, qualifier number 1, round number 4. First one, we're getting it out of the way now. And this is actually a little bit different from what we've seen from them. They've rotated early to get a nice position in zone to look for storm surge tags. This doesn't look like the same trio.
I mean, they've been playing a lot more intelligently since the addition of Jay, and it makes a lot of sense. Jay, well known for being very mechanically skilled, he's super intelligent. He's been in all of these late game situations. He's played in every kind of lobby, whether it's one of the aggressive, like, must-push lobbies or one of those super stackers where everyone got in at the last second and you're desperately clinging on in the 6th and 7th zone for the start of placement points. Having the addition of kind of his expertise and then adding it into the slaying power of Jacob and Fabs and just their initial chemistry, I think the one benefit that you can't kind of talk enough about for Jay as well is his versatility as a teammate. He is a player who can plug in and essentially play any role. You need a tarper? Jay can do that, no problem. You need a fragger? Jay can do that as well. You need an IGL who can tell you where to go, when to push, when not to push? No problem, he's been there, which provides so much kind of valuable insight, especially for somebody who's so young as him. I mean, he's incredible talent in the West scene, but right now we're going to hop on board with another team who has been very, very, very consistent and honestly super surprising. And if it wasn't for how dominant Jay, Jacob, and Favs have been, we'd be talking a lot more about Sidla, Mateo, and Monk and how well they've been playing.
Which is insane, coming out doing so well after that first game, where I believe they ended up getting 16th place. So not the best performance, but they did get into that placement threshold. And then a 2nd place, a 1st place finish from them. Absolutely insane. 8 eliminations and 5 eliminations respectively in those. And I'm interested to see if they can do it again, or are they going to follow the similar pattern of going down early that we see a lot of our previous match victors do. Moving over, we do see Symmetrical and Zinx. They are missing a player, however. Dog now getting in will get tagged up. In the meantime, Caleb, Wheels, and Tao Tai positioning themselves once again, like we talked about, center zone. They're looking for tags. That's not where they wanted to be. I know they wanted to be up on that mountain just a little bit higher, and now decided, you know what, they're too close to us. We don't want to be that close to another team. We want to disengage back to our old base, our old area, and that's a great play for them. You don't want to have that hill right above you, especially with gas cans this season.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're either pepper bouncing and pushing right away, or you're not going at all there. And they made a good decision to not go at all and to find another space as well, because the thing is, we've talked about kind of the valleys and positional awareness, but if a team has that hill over you, you have to break line of sight away for them or you're not safe. So even at this point in time, they, Symmetrical and his trio, could still be raining shots. Only up until now are they safe, but the problem is they create another line of sight. And once they're in that valley, it makes it really difficult to get out of it. So that's, you can see, kind of heading towards that southeast side and trying to find a little bit of space up and away from that river so they can just kind of get away from all of these tags. And they're finally going to get the respite, top off on shields, and just kind of hang out for a little bit, because while that might have seemed like not too big of a deal, that was a really stressful rotation for them.
And this is, once they get into the situation, this is where they're comfortable. It's in a great spot to look at all these different angles for storm surge tags, for any sort of sniper shot that they can get, maybe convert that into elimination. And now they paused up. You see where they have marked. They want to go for the highest point in the zone, that mountain. has provided so many different end games across the course of this season, as well as the previous seasons that we've had on this map. It has been very, very interesting to see how players operate around it. And now, with very little mobility in the game, they're going to have to get creative. As now back over to Reunity, Landjack and NAW. They did win game number 2. Game number 3 did not go how they really wanted it to go, but can still qualify based on their earlier games. I think ended up getting 22nd place after their victory royale. So the pattern has stayed the same. Can they break away from that, though? Following a similar rotation we just saw from another team. Again, we talked about this epic pistol sundown. You like it, I like it. I think there's just so much to like about it. I don't see really a downside to it.
I would say the downside would be if you end up in those super long-range exchanges, you're basically kind of related to like trying to dink somebody out with the first shot accuracy. And while it has a fast reset on her and the headshot multiplier is higher, the shots are really difficult, and it kind of makes you a little bit of sniper bait. So I'd say, with the exception of anything kind of over like the 150-meter mark, it really is just a viable option, particularly if you have somebody who is pretty accurate with it. And we've seen before that Renuity is no stranger to being able to fire those shots away, kind of utilizing, again, we've talked about it, the fast first shot accuracy. That's when your crosshairs and you stop moving, they settle all the way down. Almost every single weapon has that, with the exception of some of the SMGs. The pistol beat ranking almost, I believe, as one of the highest ones going through. But it also provides just a ton of opportunity when you get into these wall-to-wall situations. However, it often means that you're not running a sniper or not running an AR, and the potential between having one of those weapons and the pick that ends up coming off is sometimes a steep trade-off that you don't want to run. As you see Jason just trying to take some pot shots through, not quite connecting with any of them yet, though.
Yeah, they are above Surge, which is what we wanted to see from them this time around. They don't have to worry about going too aggressive. And I think the reason being is I have yet to see double. I know Favs has that epic tactical shotgun. Jason does have the rare lever action as well. And I think Wavy Jacob may have that Dragon Rush shotgun, but it seems like they're only comfortable getting really aggressive when they have at least 2 of them. So the fight we saw in Caddy Corner, I think every single player had one there. On low ground as well, last game, every single player in their trio had one. So maybe not as confident when they don't have that power weapon in their inventory.
And also, it makes it scary because it gives you a very definitive game plan. Like, when you have those, everyone on your team is trying to accomplish the same thing. You're trying to get in the box and kind of get that widespread shot off. And it benefits their team a little bit more because Wavy Jacob, being one of the most prolific controller players in the game, is very efficient when it comes to doing the shotgun to spam weapon swap. And what does that mean? It means after you fire your shotgun, so traditionally this was done with the pump, but it's also done with the charge, the double barrel, and now the Dragon's Breath. Immediately after firing, you're already queuing up and swapping over to either your AR or an SMG, and then just committing to that weapon and spraying out as much damage as possible. So whatever you got off of your shotgun, you're then putting it in your back pocket until that fight has been resolved. It's what we saw Wavy Jacob do right at the end of the game that net him the 2 knocks. But the problem is, if you run into somebody who recognizes you're doing that and they're able to punish you with a well-timed shotgun shot, they have a higher DPS potential. That's why ultimately at the end of last game, he wasn't able to close out the fight. But in kind of these mid and early game skirmishes, it's very effective, especially when they get kind of that patented 3-prong princer. We've seen him pull off a number of times.
We'll have to wait and see exactly what Wavy Jacob's able to concoct there. This time around, Turtle Tavern, Kadenox, and Falconer are able to find themselves a beautiful position, dead center zone. Will they be able to convert, though? Again, rotating out of Dirty Docks, are they able to find any Storm Surge tags? They have no eliminations currently. There's a team up above, so if they need to get aggressive, they can. But that's Tautai, Wheels, and Caleb. Again, they can turn that fight around right back onto Falconer, Tavern, and Kadenox. So they got to be careful about that. You see them looking for any sort of sniper shot. Falconer trying to find an angle on the players up above. We saw, I think, a pistol in the inventory there as well. Overall, they're in a great spot, but can they capitalize on it? We have yet to see it other than the first game from them.
In the first game, they had beneficial circumstances, right? They made a gamble about where that 5th zone was going to pull, and then they were able to execute all the way out. But what I want to see is them create an opportunity for themselves, because they have the ability to. Turtle Tavern has been around in West forever. Falconer has been there as well, and Caden, we've talked about him kind of being one of the young prodigies and able to take these fights and close it out, but we haven't seen it yet today. And one of the things I think makes West a little bit special and almost kind of close to EU in the sense where anybody at any point in time is capable of stepping up and taking those individual fights and having those clutch moments. There is a high level of individual skill almost on every single one of these trios where you're not really guaranteed these pinchers. Yes, there's some of these teams who are better at kind of these initial combats and engagements, but on average, each one of these teams is at least going to make you pay and can make you execute in a tight circumstance, and we really haven't seen Caden or Turtle Tavern be able to put that together yet.
No, we haven't seen Symmetrical, Zinx, and Dog able to put it together yet either. We talked about in the very first game how Symmetrical is a kind of a player that needs to build on top of all of these other momentums. Doesn't really have a lot of pop-off games that we see Reet have, that we see Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkram have. They slowly build that snowball up, and at the end, it's just so big. But today, they're starting very, very small. Now, they do have 40 points, and I believe we're sitting near the top, I think actually right on the cusp of the qualification that time. But they're going to have to capitalize. They're going to have to be decisive in what they decide to do on their rotations, what they decide to look at in endgame, and where they decide to go. Quick stat, however, Caleb's trio has placed in the top 10 in each game,
which is a stark difference to Falconer in his trio. You talked about them having 40 points. Clay, they had 40 points after the first game. That was their victory royale in the 5 elims, with elims being worth 2 points. So the victory royale being 30. They have yet to score a point since then. And don't forget, those placement points coming through happen when you get to 17. So that's in the top left-hand corner on the right-hand side of that. That's the 23 right now. As soon as we get down to 17 trios, points will be given out. But the other number we want to keep an eye on there is that 63. That's the number of players remaining. Storm Surge will active in that next zone as it comes through, which means 13 players need to go down. Storm Surge activating is that 25 damage every 10 seconds to the trios who have done the least amount of damage in the lobby. And you can see the tracker on the right-hand side, and a huge snipe coming through from Caleb will almost put them above, but it's not going to be enough there. You desperately see them kind of throwing out bullets and trying to find players on the rotation, because as this zone closes, I mean, they're going to have to get aggressive really quick, Clay.
They are, and the only team near them is Falconer, Caden, and Turtle Tavern. So they have got to be prepared to get jumped on. They're looking, though, like they're getting some tags on the backside of zone, and they are. This is what happens when you're on that side of zone that is ultimate side away, as a knock is going to come through there. I think Slays is going to be one of the players that does go down there. They're still got teammates there. That's Chicken going to go down. Tukey going to go down. Only one more player remaining there for that trio, and you see the ping is there. They're trying to get that surge, but as they're getting surge, so is everyone else in the lobby. So they get tags, but now there's still only 31 above, and just like that, Sundown, they're 8 below. The purple lightning is there. Who are they going to jump on?
And they're going to have to go soon, or go find some of those excess materials that drop some of the excess utility and start burning through it. But again, it does give an audio cue. They won't see that purple lightning that we get to see. We get a little bit of an omnipotent view, but there is the audio cue that's associated with it. And you can see right now, they're going to let Wheels go down and then just try and eat the rest of this while they go through. So Wheels being the damage going through, the other ones will end up starting to take that storm damage. They were able to just barely get themselves above it, but they're still desperately trying to find more tags because 3 more players need to go down. Turtle Tower, however, going to convert onto his trio will be well and above, and Dardis will put the rest of the lobby out of that Storm Surge misery by converting. Falconer will also find a knock there onto Slim Shady, taking that one down. Not going to be coming around the corner there, as Tao Tai Wheels are just trying to get in the zone. 5th zone being revealed and coming in, and we're closing in on our placement points. 18 trios remaining, 1 more will drop, and then the placement points will start being doled out.
And this is where it's concerning for Caleb, Wheels, and Tautai, especially with so many players still alive. When it gets into those moving zones, that Storm Surge is going to hurt that much more because you're running out of options. You're running out of heals as we go over to a team that looked like they were running out of heals. Falconer providing them all of the shields they need. Turtle Tavern, Caden, and Falconer now in an in-game, since I think their first time since their Victory Royale, may be able to set this up a very, very good win. Second place, I think they'll settle for, but they've got to make a play for a refresh. They don't have the best amount of match. You see not 150, but 111 here on Turtle Tavern. Is going to go ahead and build out. They do pull zone, so they're set up really well, but again, it's all about can they convert on it. They have the positioning. This is kind of where we saw them do well at last time. They can go up for high ground if they want to, if it's given to them. But the question is, who's on high ground? Who is going to be putting this pressure down? I like that they're targeting out like this, but this is also very risky depending on how high above the ground they are.
Yeah, and you can see they're just trying to connect to the next base. But one thing to note, they have 5 medkits between them, but unfortunately, Falconer will get dropped in down. He's in the top right corner there. You talked about it, just being careful about getting dropped. He got the floor shot out from under him, so that fall damage coming through. Our placement points will start to get doled out as we go from 18 to 15 trios remaining. We have Turtle Tavern in the bottom right as we continue looking on the wide and following the rest of the action there. As you can see, the tarps just getting so absurdly confusing. Turtle Tavern now separated a little bit. There's Kadenox over on his side, so they're able to get back together, but Falconer has been taken out. Still 2 medkits on Turtle Tavern, so he can try and rotate a little bit ahead of the zone as they pulled zone for the second straight time. So similar to match number 1, where they're able to get the high ground, they've gotten a little bit of advantageous zones, but what are they going to be able to do with it as the placement points continue to take over? And we'll have Storm Surge up, but only 3 players will potentially be impacted by it, so it should turn off quickly.
And it's Squishy, Mob, and Yumi, a team that we saw 3 games out of the 4 get eliminated or pushed off spawn, and now in a position to win the game. So I don't know what they changed up. I don't know what happened over there at Slurpy Swamp, but something had to have happened as Mateo is now going to fall. Turtle Tavern will grab the match there from Kadenox. Will it be enough to push them into the upper echelon of placement points? We'll have to wait and find out, as Mateo will be confirmed. Monk going to go down as well. I think that ends them. As Favs is going to go down to J Roses. That's a big elimination. And again, Zone is blessing Turtle Tavern and Kadenox. They're able to keep going through these old tarps, but they have to be careful. It's not theirs. There's players lurking in the shadows. Maybe Jacob, maybe with the Dragon's Breath shotgun waiting down below.
And tons of room up on top. Again, the story seems to be whoever is able to get up there seems to just have a nice little invincibility shield. Nobody threatening upward, and that's kind of the lack of mobility and how these zones have been able to push players down. But you see Zarez, the other most consistent team, still up. We did see DFabs get knocked, but so far we still see Jason and Wavy Jacob should still be on their feet and trying to continue to push that average placement towards the top 3 as they continue being there. The question is, can our match 1 winners, who found very little success, do something now with a limited amount of builds? They're trying to find their old materials or any amount of space. Turtle Tavern on 0 build, so it's shotguns out and firing away, just trying to find Kadenox in any amount of space they can as we tick into the top 10 with 5C Zarez still picking up eliminations. Let's pan back out, and again, Squishy and his trio just raining shots from above. Turtle Tavern, Kadenox, and Falconer, while they get some placement points, they're gonna go down to who else but Jay. 6 eliminations, and he's running through with a great individual effort on the low ground. But we talk about a great individual effort is Ladies Man picking up 1, 2, make it a 3 right down there. They're pushing through 11 eliminations and the full low ground control as well as the RPG. They're gonna hear the click. He's looking for a gap, but instead it's that epic pump lever. He finds a huge shot. 7 eliminations now from the Season X Trios champion winner right there. However, Ladies Man going to go down. The fadeaway RPG not quite gonna connect. The edit comes out. He still has 2 medkits. Needs to find the space and the time to be able to pop them as they are in a 2v2. J Roses and Reagan Best on the low ground. Squishy and his teammate on the high ground as they send 1 member down to challenge. Yumi's gonna go down, and it's Squishy in a 1v2, but he is way back in the zone, committed to the heal off so absurdly early. They're looking for him. They're out in the zone, but Squishy has more than enough floppers, and he's just gonna eat his raw fish, hang it out, and should be able to claim this victory royale.
And whatever they did from game 3 to game 4 worked. I don't know what they did. I don't know where they're landing. I don't know what happened, but that was beautiful. They got out of their spawn. they got into high ground and they won the game. So we talked about what do you need to do to change it up. Obviously, losing 3 games off of spawn, it made them think, hey, you know what? Something's not right. We got to change it up. And whatever they did, they got to keep doing that because they just won that game.
They just have to find the space and do. But again, it's another tale of uncontested high ground. It gets the victory royales, but all chaos breaking loose on the low ground. And we're going to toss it over to Zeke, Shio, and Kelly to just kind of unfold that chaos a little bit because it was a lot.
You know what we did get a lot of is the RPG finally in the end game. The fadeaway RPGs left and right. The chaos from every single layer possible. Friends, that's what I like to see. Look, I'm gonna be real. I like to just see action. I like to see trios get aggressive and use these power weapons to try and secure themselves victory royales. I mean, like, I'm old school, you know? I want to go find the rocket launcher. I want to use that to find eliminations. It's really not that complicated for me.
Yeah, I mean, new school sometimes hard to keep up with, but if you keep it old school, then, you know, you might be seeing some more redemption arcs, Kelly. I mean, from this win that we just saw from the RPG, from the plays down low, it's been a kind of a nice change up coming into the back half of games.
Yeah, I don't understand how this is kind of the first time that we've really seen the RPG in the end game. Obviously, everyone has been prioritizing it so much, but it is good to have it back.
Yeah, and then
Absolutely.
in total, in general as well, right, Zeke? Like, we've been seeing this happen over time. High ground winning, and then past that, low ground just popping off. In between the shadows, there's some teams we don't see. One currently that was holding second place before this game was Sidla, Mateo, and Monk. Kelly, talk to me about this team. Where are they exactly? Where is their drop spot at?
Well, they're going to be dropping in Stealthy Stronghold, which I think is part of the reason why we're seeing them do so well. Besides Krizix, which is to the east of them a little bit, they're pretty much uncontested, and they don't really have any high-level teams that are invading the rotations, dropping where they're dropping. So this is pretty much what you want to see in the early game.
Yeah, and they ended up winning that last, or the second last game that we just saw as well, game number 3 coming off of that break. Is there anything that special these guys are doing? When did they start playing with each other?
Well, Sila and Mario have actually been playing together, I think, back since December in the DreamHack, but that was obviously duos back then. They picked up Monk in January for the Cash Cups, and they didn't do too well in their first one, but slowly and steadily they've been going up the ranks, and we've even seen that now here between round 1, where I think they placed 100th, to round 2, where they placed like 15th, and then round 3, they placed 6th, and now you can see that they're in the top of the leaderboard.
I like that. That's a great transition point because we got to take a look at the leaderboard. We got to see exactly where they are because now we're deep in game 4. We're pushing on game 5. So what does this look like? And don't forget, it's your top 10 trios. They're the ones moving on to semifinal rounds. You've got Favs, Jason, and Wavy Jacob. They're still holding down what was once a 50-point lead is now continuing to push almost a 60-point lead. I'm not really surprised at all, Shy.
Yeah, and the explosive action from Jay nets them that second place, knocking down Sidla, Mateo, and Monk. But still, it looks like they're holding on to that spot way ahead of 4th place of Nappy, Goose, and Aiden, Kelly.
I definitely want to talk about all these teams, but my goodness, 17 eliminations from J Rose's Ladies Man and Invest and a second place finish. I can only imagine with a victory royale that they could actually possibly give Fabs, Jason, and Wavy a run for their money, but there's still over 50 points that separate first from second. So I think at this point now, it's going to be Fab, Jason, and Wavy's game, but these teams right here, 11th through 15th, they are at risk of not qualifying. So they're definitely going to be maybe changing up their game plan. There's only a few games left here, so they have to do something, and you can see it in 14th and 15th place. Those are the victory royale winners.
Yeah, from 8th all the way down to about 13th. You can see there for Moni, Jingy, and Chris. It's kind of just a 1 to 2 to 5 point game. So one Elam could change the tides of replacement. It could qualify you. It could not. That's usually been the story in NA West. It's kind of like a trickle down leaderboard. Every single Elam having kind of a ripple effect that changes everyone's placement. So have to be really careful with every edit you make, every box fight you take as well. You know, all the way down to 25th, just being tied. It's an 8-point difference there. Anything could change these next few games coming up.
The pressure is on right now, okay? A lot of these teams, they want to make it through on this first week. They're thinking, look, if we can just do this, if we can just get it done, we don't have to think about it, right? We don't want to have to come back for week 2 or week 3 when it's only going to get that much more difficult. We're going to have more of these teams looking to contest places that are now uncontested, and then it's just going to be even more chaos, right? And the more you think about the closer we're getting to semifinals, these teams are going to be thinking, I have to qualify. I have to do everything to qualify. And that's when it's going to get scary. But for now, it is game 5 times. We're kicking it back over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. Astute analysis as always. And with 2 matches left, the top of the leaderboard is feeling pretty safe in terms of that top 10 threshold. But who's going to be able to push themselves into the automatic qualification range? That way they can spend the weeks VOD reviewing, playing in the cash cup, earning some money, and just knowing that they don't have to stress making it through to that semi-finals area. And right now, a pretty interesting bus path here, Clay.
Yeah, right over the center of the map, allowing for a lot of different players landing at different times. And to look for contests, yet again, we'll see Holly Hedges contested once again. Weeping is contested as well. Maybe people are starting to see the power of Weeping Woods there. We saw Miro over in EU, I think, had 6 floppers, 6 chug splashes, and 4 small fries at one point. So it's got a lot of power, but can they use it? Squishy, Yumi, and company are now in a fight. We've seen them in time and time and again. They are going to be able to trade the elimination there. They will be able to confirm that one there onto Wale, but Yumi down. They're going to get another elimination as well. Actually, okay, double up there. They have one more player to find. They're going to get the revive here. Especially only has a rare pistol in the inventory, but a 3v1 in this situation. If I'm the other player, I'll try to run as quick as I can away.
Yeah, and I mean, in that circumstance as well, Mob didn't even have a weapon. He was just hitting somebody with a pickaxe saying, this is all I need, using that and the pistol from Squishy. And it looks like that might have been the shift of the game plan. They might have said, hey, these drawn-out fights where we're just trying to, like, grab a chest and get whatever guns, they're not working. Instead, let's just all dive bomb on one member and try and make it a 3v2 and try and make them uncomfortable. And it looked like it worked. And sometimes all it takes is that nice little change up in pace. It can make it incredibly hard, and all of a sudden 1, 2, 3, all of them go down. In our match number 4 winners were able to rebound from a horrendous start, clean it up again here in match number 5.
So is this going to be a 3 first game they get eliminated, and the last 3 games are they going to eliminate the trio that got them out the first 3 games kind of situation? Because that's kind of what it's shaping out to be right now.
I mean, momentum plays a part in it too. Like, you get rolling off the start, it can be that much harder. All it takes is one person to say, no guys, we need to do this and we need to do it right now. We don't have anything to lose. There's no expectations. We've already gotten our butts kicked the first 3 times. Like, let's just go in and try and make something happen. And instead, they were the ones who were able to dictate a little bit of that pace, and it makes that much difference in the fight. So we're now going to hop on board here with Macon Reet and 4DR Storm. They went down a little bit early in the last 2 matches, but now we'll have some space again. We saw 4DR Storm pick up that epic pistol off of the start too. We're gonna hop on board here with Diggy T and Zambi. A good stair placement there to block himself up from the exploding fuel canister, but some more AR rifle rounds coming through. Going to continue to find him, and he's out of builds now, so he needs to just work with whatever he has. He has a decent shotgun as well if he's able to kind of get box to box with the rare attack. He's trying to just scrounge whatever materials he can to create some kind of distance, popping a mini in hope that he can get a brief set of respite, and it seems like he's going to be able to reset into this 2v2.
There's an NPC that spawns there as well, and you saw it for a moment shooting at them because these NPCs are non-hostile until you accidentally pickaxe them, shoot them, or like we saw, set them on fire with a gas can, and then it starts to get hostile. It will shoot at you. It will cause you to lose HP until you're able to deal with it. So they had to take a moment there to get rid of that NPC, eliminate it. It doesn't give you elimination. It doesn't give you Storm Surge. So you have to invest a lot to eliminate it. And then now they can get back into the fight with Tuki and Chicken. Now, they did trade the elimination now, but Tuki with the rare charged shotgun in his inventory. And I know, Sundown, this is definitely one of your favorite shotguns of the game.
Oh, it's my preferred shotgun of choice, particularly for this region. When you when you get in these types of fights and you're this many boxes away and it's not guaranteed to be 100 HP thresholds, even a slight charge and finding a connection, it doesn't have to be a headshot. Those pellets hurt, and if you are able to get kind of what a full charge shot, you can actually do a fair amount of damage. But instead, Tuki makes a real interesting decision there of just walking out into the open in AR range with 0 builds to his name. He's predictably going to to go down. Now it's just going to be Zammy on the other side of this 1v1 who was able to clean it up, and this will be for all the marbles, and Dabsy going to be the one to clean it up. But unfortunately, we talk about time to close in fights, and if you don't do it quick enough and somebody hears all of this fights going on, you're gonna get cleaned up. So both of these teams going down. Chicken doing his best to run back and forth in between, but now we know why he crossed the road, and it was to go back to the lobby.
You know, I agree. Wasn't ready for that dad joke there to come through, but you set it up so beautifully. And I mean, when you name yourself Chicken, it's just bound to happen, right? As we move over, J Roses is the first player with an RPG and sniper elimination in the same game. And now this is interesting. They have pushed Reet off of the dam. They are now able to get control of Ruckus's loadout.
Yeah, and I mean, J Roses is an incredibly talented player. We talked about it before. He was the Season X Trios champ, where nobody had really had them on their radar, and he was largely the anchor for that team. And he's just so strong when it comes to the individual elimination power. And on top of not only being the first player to have a sniper and a rocket elimination as well, his trio set the record for most eliminations in the last match, having 17. So that's incredible aggression, and we've talked about being able to execute at different levels, and just their prowess at fighting hip to hip and box to box in the mid and the low ground is something that's going to come into play over the course of NA West. We start talking about storylines and what these teams are good at. That is a skill you're going to see necessitated just due to how NA West plays. There is a lot of that type of fighting in the late game, especially compared to other regions. We end up in just kind of all out 3v3s and almost a 1-2 box radius, and Jay thrives in that situation. Then when you put him with somebody like Ladiesman, who's very good at kind of moving his teammate around, add Reg Investor with them, and they do an incredible job, and they've shown it here today.
Yeah, and on the counterpart, though, that is exactly what Wavy, Jacob, Favs, and Jay excel at as well. We saw them low ground, absolute domination in just a 2-box radius of where they were with that Dragon's Breath shotgun. So you talk about how West is really good at that. They've got a lot of top players that are good. So you can be good at something, but the question is who's going to be great. Can J Roses turn on some sort of excellence here today and get to that top spot? They are very far behind Wavy, Jacob, Jay, and Favs, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon, though. There's an RPG being thrown out as Reet, none other than him, 40R, and Macon are going aggressive. And you know, even though they got pushed off spawn, they may have found them on rotation, and now the fight has ensued. This is a typical West fight all over the place in the early game. It's not really box to box. Everyone's shooting from different angles. Everyone looking for any opportunity they can as damage goes through. J Roses takes it a lot, and Reet looking really healthy, but 40R is not.
He's not. He's on the back foot trying to get a little bit of space, and J Roses and Ladiesman now kind of over in their separate sides. You can hear the communication. You see them trying to move closer to each other. Macon has done a good job getting back over to his teammate as well, making sure they're staying topped off in the fight. They're a little bit center zone, but they're not necessarily afraid to take the engagements. One thing you'll see here is you should start to see both of these trios, as they recognize they've invested a lot of their mats, they'll work back in towards each other. So they're going to start trying to get near their teammates and figuring out which angles they can start fighting over, because they no longer want to be building out these huge structures. They want to be fighting over 1 or 2 key walls, because as much as they build, their opponent's going to build as well, and it makes taking away this fight that's much more difficult. And keep an eye on that build counter. It's right underneath that 0. Reed's down to just 5 builds, so he's not going to have an option. He has to go find help, and right as we talk about it, AR shots raining from the side, and 4DR Storm going to be the beneficiary of that as AST Reg, aka Regulator, goes down. The player for Astro Esports going to fall, and Ladiesman also going to fall. They're all going to be on the back of J Roses. What can he do? And what he does is fall, going down there to the pincer, and just the absolute brutalness that is Storm, Reet, and Macon. But a little bit of assistance from the side from some stray AR bullets. However, I mean, you don't want to end up in a basically a 50-50 against those guys. It doesn't end up always being a 50-50, Clay.
No, it doesn't. And we saw 50-50s from them off spawn, and so they decided to back off. You know, they're still lurking in the shadows. They follow them on rotation, able to get their RPG back. Reed likes to say that he wants to defend the dam, and well, they did give it up for now. It looks like they're back in full force as we move over to NAW, Unity, and Landjock, one of our previous game winners, as their base is currently set ablaze. The Dragon Breath shotgun doing work, maybe a gas can as well. It's very rare, but maybe the Dragon's Breath sniper involved in this, and you see they're not connected by a lot, and the gas can gonna come through from the low ground, maybe thrown from up above. Moni, Chris, and Jingy trying to find angles onto this trio up above. They're set up in a really good spot as well. I think that's why we're seeing so much back and forth between these two trios.
Yeah, but realistically, everyone should chill out here. There's no reason to be fighting. You look in the top left-hand corner, 67 players left. Storm Surge isn't a threat. Everyone's relatively comfortable in terms of the zone. They will have at least a decent rotation likely to come out for the next third zone, but there's no reason to really push the pace other than the fact that you're directly on top of each other. And as we've kind of talked about, the difference between high ground and those valleys, moving from this position is really, really, really hard. Renewity, Landjock, and NAV are going to have angles on you the entire time, so we can expect that to kind of stay as a stalemate until one of those teams is forced to move away, and the high ground doesn't have a reason to do so. So we're going to swap on over here to fight just outside of Stealthy Stronghold. That's a Lithy and his trio against Zarez and his trio. That's Goon and Nani, who have been very consistent, not necessarily racking up the elims, but have had solid placements today.
They have, and you see 73 total points, which puts them in a really good spot overall. I think it's 7th place coming into this game, and that's where they want to be. They kind of want to keep that consistency up. We talked about it. They have been playing very, very, very well. I believe getting an average placement of 9th place. So doing really good at staying alive in these end games, but are they able to keep it up? Are they able to keep this consistency there? Because if they falter here, we know everyone below them is just looking for an opportunity to capitalize on these players going down.
But on the bright side, they are about 15 points clear of 8th place coming into this match. They've only had one game where they fell outside of the top 17 in terms of the placement points, and they got 18. So that's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but otherwise being 5th, 7th, and 7th is pretty solid. But we're going to see they haven't necessarily shown a ton of prowess in these early game fights right now. However, as I say that, Goon is going to be able to convert on the one side, getting the finish onto a Lithy that Nani had knocked. So a really good job there. You can see Goon does have that legendary pistol as well, which is going to put out a ton of harassment. Zara's trying to find the rare pump lever shot, not quite going to be able to sneak it in there, but a good job resetting the wall to not take any damage on the backside. You can see Goon trying to find a little bit of space. The Astro Esports player trying to get around and find an angle to harass. Zara's and Nani are going to find another conversion there. That's Krizix going down, and that's going to make it a 2-for-0 so far. And honestly, it's going to force the other player out in a way, because you can't really push into that 1v3, and you're not going to be able to get those reboot cards. You just gotta leave.
Unfortunate. We saw Frapp and company do really, really well in that first game and have kind of just not found their footing in games after that. As we do see, you talked about how hard it is to rotate out of this area where Unity gonna get tagged up, Landjock getting tagged up as well. You have to go down to get into the next zone, and I like that they use that early rotation. And if you're a trio that's sitting underneath another trio and they rotate first, it's so perfect for you, because now you get a free rotation into the next zone like they're doing right now on your screen. I do like that Moni has that harpoon in the inventory. We haven't really talked about it a lot. There is a new resurgence of it in trios because a lot of players over in EU have really found this idea of building in your tarping in front of an enemy team, coning them off, and double harpooning the floor down. That way you break the build that they initially build, you break the build after that, and you drop them into your box. So it is a very, very strong weapon, even more this season.
And we've kind of talked about it a little bit in the past, but Fortnite, ultimately, it's a battle royale and it's an information game. It's what you have in terms of your utility and what choices your utility allows you to make, and then how you execute on the decisions. And then all the building and aiming and shooting and moving with the zone and everything that ends up coming with that. But what makes the Harpoon so strong, and at least in my opinion, or so valuable to these players, is its versatility. And we've seen this in the past with other weapons and other items, that when they're versatile and they have multiple uses, it makes it really efficient to run, and it makes it enticing to have in your slot. Now, for these competitive players, when they have a Harpoon, it's not just an option to go and quickly fish. It's something that can break walls in one shot. It's something that can displace an opponent. It's something that can grab loot in the end game, or it's something that can grab an opponent and bring them closer to you, so you can guarantee more Storm Surge. And so once you add in all of those options, and you've kind of talked about it, and then on top of that, you can Harpoon your teammates and drag them closer to you. So it also has a little bit of a mobility option towards it. Add all of those things combined, we've seen some incredibly flashy plays from the Clay Classic to also some really simple plays where you get an elimination, you Harpoon a key weapon or a key stack of materials, and that's all you need to ride out the end of the game. So that's why we tend to see players opt into it, especially now that there's kind of less mobility that is almost required to be running in slots. That's why you also see people running the gas skins in 4DR Storm, using it here as him making a read, currently sitting on 6 eliminations, so very aggressive and active in the early game out of this trio.
And look, Reed's all the way in there. He wanted to get an angle. And now in round number 3, they had a clip of them throwing 5 gas cans onto a trio, are then using a rocket launcher on it as well to blow it up, and just absolutely obliterated that trio. So they are no strangers to running gas cans when they need to. As you see, 40R is going to use that Harpoon to get into these boxes, to get in. They're fresh. Any wall is one hit as soon as you build it to the Harpoon. Wood, metal, brick, does not matter. It gets you into the box, but can they get out? Can they hit their shots once in? They're just trying to phase on through. They are there, putting damage. Power gonna go down. Optimal now trying to find his way out. Slays trying to find their way out as well. Reed on the wall trying to get in. 40R will claim the elimination there onto Power. They will confirm it. Nice amount of eliminations going over, but Reed takes a big damage there through the wall. They are going to back up. They are comfortable. Lobby focus is coming through, but Reed is going to find one, but that player finds him at the exact same time. But luckily, 40R Storm is there for the backup. They get the elimination. They will confirm that, but do they have the pressure on them to be able to pick up Reed? And that player is there. That may be optimal, but Macon is out of mats.
He's out of mats. He needs to reset that opening in front of him right away. They're open to the rest of the lobby right now, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get this pickup. So they need to pick up Reed. They need to get him healthy, and then they need to go find the excess materials from downing and getting the confirm on Slays. They know they're in there somewhere. So first priority, get shields onto Reed. They're actually going to use some chug splashes right there, which isn't necessarily the best. Chug splashes become so valuable later on in the game, especially as your teammates end up dropping down. But now you're going to see them trying to go find whatever loot they can from Slay's eliminated body right there, but not quite going to be able to find it as the teammates had already gone over and kind of loot vacuumed all of that up. So you're going to see him just try and tunnel as efficiently into zone, but they're going to be in a tough spot here.
And it's what's more scary to me is not Reed when he's playing this normally. It's Reed after he's been knocked, because he's going to be playing with oh my, I got to get that person. We only got two of the players of the trio. We've got to get another one. And 40R Storm and Macon have that same sentiment. They wanted to get optimal. They wanted that elimination because, reminder, they did not have the best last 2 games. They kind of fell off early, so they need to make a point. And how else are they going to do it instead of running at people? This is their specialty. This is what they do the best. As we do see that purple lightning, though, I believe hitting Falconer, Turtle Tavern, and Cadenox there. Maybe a player down below, but Reed playing so well right there in his element for sure.
Yeah, being able to get in the close quarters combat, something he is known for. One of the most prolific controller players, just period, in the community, known for being able to play aggressively on pretty much anyone and just pushing forward, not caring about the circumstances. He's willing to take any one of these fights and say, my skill will change it from a 50-50 to I'm going to beat you most of the time. He just continues to do so and doing it at the highest level, as now we see the rotation in Zone 5 coming through. So we've talked about it before. Storm Surge is active. We need to see 50 players remaining in the lobby before it turns off.
And Dog, Symmetrical, and Zinx, again, have put themselves in a really great spot to not have to worry about that. They play for these center zones tags We've seen time and time and again with these sniper shots, just sending them. You have 40 ammo. You're not going to need that in the end game, so might as well just shoot that. I believe is Reet and company bouncing on the backside of zone, and they will get in. But when you get in that late, everyone's going to be able to see you and now going to be able to focus you. You have to be careful on those rotates, and they will invest a lot of mats, but reminded those eliminations, refresh their mats, so they should be sitting in a good spot. But Dog, Symmetrical, and Zinx are going to get a double dink all the way through the builds. They're going to be hurting. Will the pressure continue?
Yeah, they need to create some kind of space and get away from that topside angle right away, because that becomes so incredibly dangerous. And you can see Yuumi with barely a sliver of white HP trying to get a mini shield on. You can see 40R Storm tarping back out in front of the zone and then working back into his teammate. That's in the center of the screen. We do have under 50 players remaining, so Storm Surge is off. We're also at 17 trios remaining, so placement points will begin coming through as each trio drops. One singular placement point will go out to the remaining ones until we get up into the top 3, where then it is +6, +5, +5 coming out to the top 3. Really where you want to get to. 40R Storm flying through the air, charging that shotgun, but ultimately just going to take one little dink before getting ahead of the zone. A good tarp coming through, trying to get box to box. You see the TAC kind of leading the way in the charge shotgun behind. The TAC has the higher wall pressure, is able to kind of back people off, whereas if the charge gets an opening, it doesn't need to be right up in your face in order to do damage. And this is what you're talking about, Clay. Double harpoon. Can they knock somebody down? Not quite adding the cone into the team, doing a good job to defend against it, but right now just looking for space as they're currently sitting on 9 eliminations. But Zinx, TD Dog, and CLG Symmetrical up on the high ground. And again, it's been the story of the first 4 matches, so why isn't it the story in the 5th? High ground is not getting contested, looked at, shot at, or even remotely threatened. So it is on them to execute from the bottom, but all of the action is going to happen on the mid and the low ground. That's where the craziness and the eliminations are going to go through.
And the person that thrives most in that chaos, call him the chaos agent if you will, Wavy Jacob was eliminated. Now Fabs and Jason are still in the game, so they can still operate where they operate best. But without Wavy Jacob there to hit those Dragon Red shotguns, I am worried about how they're going to play this. But you see, going back over old tarps, it goes back and forth. This has been the story of the day, and it has been the story of the day in other regions. Low ground wins tournament, but high ground wins the game. So can they convert? Maybe able to win this game, but how will it put them in the leaderboard? Wavy Jacob, we saw go down. His trio still getting points. Every placement point they get is that much harder to catch them. 40R Storm, Macon, and Reet now in a very uncomfortable position. They hear the Storm Surge tags going off all around them, but they are more concerned about getting into zone. 40R with the only match remaining for the trio, it seems like, trying to get ahead. 5 eliminations, has yet to get 1 to 3 hopped on board. The last time is trying to find anything here.
Yeah, and you can see up in the elimination feed, Reet still picking off elims with below 30 players remaining, as well as the Storm Surge will finally turn off. Zinq up on the high ground, also going to get a knock. We're still staying on board here with Storm as Reet picking up elims, fighting box to box. They're just trying to do their best to continue finding targets. You can hear Storm keeps the charge shotgun up, you keep the TAC in front, and then the Tarper just keeps his builds out in a really good job in terms of executing. It's making in front with the Reet being the one who's following up with that TAC shotgun. But again, high ground still has yet to be shot at, and now Reet going down, but Jingy will get traded for it, and this is the situation. Ken making clutch up. He's usually not the one who's forcing this into this spot, already on 13 eliminations, but no excess shields. He does have minis if he can get the space, but with just the soft mats in terms of the wood, it's more of just an act of survival and trying to outlast and get whatever points he can. 14 players remaining, 7 trios left. Make it 6 as 11 players are off. They're dropping like flies. Points are going over the board, and Macon is just looking for whatever room he can. Can he pop the med kit, Clay?
I don't know if he's going to be able to pop the med kit, but he certainly tried to do so. Chugspot is right there in front of him, but he's going to miss him. He's not going to be able to grab him. Does he see him? He does. And does he get off in time? No! The last second hesitation, not going to be able to do it. Fab's going to fall down in the meantime. Jason's still there. Symmetrical, Zinx, and T-Dog still spraying down from above. The story has been high ground, winning game after game after game. Can they do it once again? But Jay, I think, wants to play spoiler to anybody on the low ground trying to grab any points. Again, they are in first, so any points they grab right here is going to be so valuable. Squishy going to go down there to T-Dog. Mob going to go down as well. That's going to be Faz taking him down now. Only Jason remains down below. Yet again, another great placement for them. He's getting sprayed at by everyone trying to make a play. Not going to be able to do so. Actually going to be Cypher at the last moment. who took down Jay. And overall, a great game there, though, from Symmetrical on high ground.
And again, it's the high ground, riding it out, making sure they execute, but all the eliminations going through. And Jason was able to get another top 3 performance. Cypher cleaning up as well, doing a good job executing it through, putting his team on his back to a 2nd place finish there. But ultimately, it's still all about Favs, Jason, and Wavy Jacob just riding it out and continuing their run. There's one more match left. We're going to send it on over to Zeke, Kelly, and Chayo to break down match number 5, because, I mean, that was a lot, and I'm sure we missed a little bit.
Don't even worry about it, Sundown. That's what we're here to break down all the action. We've got some of the greatest minds. It's Shy Wager, it's Kelly Link, and I'm Zeke. Hi, how's it going? All right, friends, this is it. This is the moment in Fortnite history, but contained to just this one day, in which a player has to rise to the occasion. Okay, they have to put everything on the table, and they need to make something happen. Okay, how did we feel about that game? And do we feel that some of these things that we were hoping to happen can happen in this next game? Shy, how are you feeling about this right now?
Slow and steady wins the race is an old saying, but I think Symmetrical is abiding by it so far, playing consistently the whole day, you know, hitting top 10s, kind of top 15s, finally getting a win though when zone goes their way. They have height, they drop down and pick it up. Kelly, you were following them off very early. They were kind of rocky, but now we're looking pretty secure.
I mean, you know, you're going with these phrases here, and a lot of phrases that I hear in the Fortnite tournament scene is that, you know, high ground wins games, but low ground wins tournaments. But we're seeing right now the high ground also wins tournaments.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you're tuning in for the first time, hi, hope you've had an incredible Valentine's Day. Did you miss out on some Victory Royales? Hey, don't even worry about it. We got it all right here, right now. We've got every Victory Royale moment from here in NA West. Shy Wager, Kelly, walk us through it.
Let's roll right in to see how NA West have gone so far. Just to give you guys an update, game number 1, it was Falconer, Turtle Tavern, and Caden Knox looking to their kind of high ground reign over Turbo or Hydro 16, the dam kind of section near Slurpy Swamp. They kind of played height all the way from the start of it, and then past that had a little bit more control towards the end of the game. Jason coming in second. You can see it once again. Saw it last game too. They got a nice win.
Of course, moving on to game number 2 here, you can see that Renuity is already down. Landjock and NAW only 1 elimination each, and they did get the Victory Royale with only 3 eliminations, but taking that height all the way from landing in Steamy, they did a great job transitioning that into the Victory Royale.
Now, fall rotation from them. Sidla, Monk, and Mateo. These guys were basically not even existing on the leaderboard up until this point. Get the win overall. Past that, still after this, working in the shadows. Even the way they kind of broke down top high ground to this low elim, they were barely even noticed. Picked up. Maybe Jacob, once again, at the end of the game, you'll notice this pattern. These guys are always in second place.
Well, speaking of not being noticed, Yumi, Mob, and Squishy flying under the radar, having a rough first 2 games, even missing a game, but now they are showing up. And with a Victory Royale and 7 eliminations, and then that last game we saw where they went down in 4th with another 7 eliminations, I am glad to see them starting to make their way up the leaderboard.
Yep, right after that, you know, we'll see that this is also one of the only games that had kind of a creative finish in the fact of a heal off. We've seen Kelly mention it. We've seen it happen in all the regions as well. Height winning games. That was the story of that last game too. This trio's dropping down kind of unfathomed or unfaltered whatsoever. They're not even shot at. They drop down with full ammos loaded in their shotguns and take games away, Zeke. It's a good sight to watch.
Now, remember, we've only got 1 game left. It is your top 10 trios that are pushing on to semifinal rounds, which means they will not be in the pool of players next week or the week after that in these open qualifier rounds. Now, when we're looking at the standings, I think, especially when we kind of compare it to like NA East, in NA East, we broke 208 points. That's where we ended, and that was Booga's trio. All right. Now, when we take a look at these standings, you're going to see something very dangerously close from the guys all the way on top. Of course, it's none other than the trio out in front. It's Wavy Jacob, it's Jason, it's Favs, 191 points. They have they've actually not had any game go outside of top 5.
What?
I don't even, it's a second, a third, a second, a fifth, and a third.
The most screen time, baby. I see what they're trying to do. They're in every end game. They're getting all the action on him 24/7. And they're on every single clip we've had so far for every, victory royale moment as well. They're playing so well with this low ground style of Elims. I mean, Kelly, I think this is the wave to go. Not W King super early, but playing for that late game zone.
Another team doing well, though, in second place, Reed 40R Storm and Macon. Macon was a solo player all the way from Zone 8, and he was able to hold on pretty long, getting himself in 5th place. But these right here, especially the teams around, look, from 7th to 10th, that is a 5-point difference. And if we go even below that, 11th and 12th, they're just a few points behind as well. And with Yumi, Squishy, and Mob having a better performance game after game, I'm definitely thinking that we're going to be seeing this team here shift up into the top 10, but that means which team from the top 10 is going to be moving down and playing in week 2.
And how will they shift up is the question as well, because all these guys in general have been getting VRs, but are still not in the top 10. Lanjak, who had that nice win, yes, it was low elims and low elims throughout the day as well, are just, in 16th place so far. So they have just a pedestal with a win. A win's not going to guarantee you a spot overall in the top 10. That's a scary thought, because if you don't have a win right now, you need to get one and do even more past that.
Bottom 5 teams here definitely having a rough time, but I think that this is a great opportunity right now playing in Qualifier 1, going into Qualifier 2. Obviously, the top 10 teams, where they dropped, how they played, what was working out for them, and now they're going to have another week to prep that, train themselves, and to use this as kind of a giant VOD review to see what they did wrong and what they can do better next time.
Okay, so we've got one game left. Friends, how do we think this is going to end? And you just say how you think it's going to end on 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Heel off.
Heel off.
Ground.
Okay.
Low ground?
Low ground,
okay.
man.
All right. I don't...
Listen, heel offs are cool. They're cool, but I feel like it'll be spicy in this next game, Zeke.
Spicy? Well, we'll find out. It is time for the last game from NA West. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. And for one last time, for qualifier number 1 here in the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 5. The battle bus has loaded, the players have dropped in, and from Oceania across to NA West, the matches will be concluded after this. And we just wanted to say, as a part of the broadcast team, to you guys, happy Valentine's Day. Thanks for hanging out with us. Don't forget, love is love. Human beings are awesome, and you all are amazing. My name's Sundown. I'm joined here by Clay Stelling to call all of the fantastic NA West action here in our conclusion.
And it is going to be none other than that. We saw just so many awesome games, as now we get to see what Symmetrical can do off spawn. There is no one contesting him yet again, as they do get lucky as well with an NPC spawn. I believe that's going to be the upgrader there as well. So the stars are aligning. We talked about how Symmetrical needs to perform well in previous games to do well in the next game. Hey, a victory royale is kind of where you want to be, kind of on top, if you will. So maybe they're able to perform really well today. They definitely will qualify into the semifinals, but how can they do into the semifinals, into those heat stages that we're used to calling them? But it'll be interesting if they're able to build on that. Again, players that are near that, I think 1, 2, 3, and 4 spot we're looking at are as qualified. There's a big difference between 6th place and 7th place right now.
Yeah, and what's really interesting too is what was really hyper contested at the start of the day, at the start of NA West. There's now a ton of space for Yumi, Mob, and Squishy. There's not even another set of triangles until kind of that team due to the north, when before there had been 4 teams around this area. So it seems to a bit they've carved out a decent amount of space for themselves, and at least force players to go up in north away from them. So them not being kind of the first party of engagement, and instead having the opportunity to kind of either decide whether they want to third party or be kind of like the third team into an engagement, as that typical term goes, or to just rotate past it, seems to have been the difference. But right now you can see J Roses is being hunted by Reet, Macon, and 40R Storm. They already have 2 eliminations. They've quartered out J Roses. He's trying to make his last stand with a gas can and a dream. Reet's gonna eat a whole lot of that, but J Roses ultimately will burn there and go down.
And again, They gave the dam up. They gave Hydro 16 up. And then they rotate in, take all of the loot, and get the elimination. So it's kind of like they're letting them loot Hydro 16 for them. They get shields, they get a little bit of loot. They're like, hey, did you get the RPG yet? Oh, you did? Nice, thank you. We didn't want to waste our shield there on Ruckus.
Yeah, and they're able to take it away for themselves. I mean, that's a fantastic start for them. And so true, we've been keeping an eye on, again, very recently formed, but a lot of prominent members in the community. I mean, Macon has been around since the early World Cup days and somebody who is always just so incredibly close. 4DR Storm, the player who got his start at the Ninja Vegas, qualified for both parts of the World Cup after a last-minute team swap in the duos. I mean, they've just played so incredibly well. And then Reet being kind of the really on the rise controller star out of the region, who is placed incredibly well in some of kind of the cross region engagements as he's continued to play. So you want to see how they develop and how they grow. But now on board here with another trio who is relatively newly formed. It's Turtle Tavern, Falconer, and the addition of Caden.
Yeah, previously having 40R in that trio, saw where 40R ended up and doing super well there. They are on the cusp of qualifying. I believe sitting in 13th place right now currently. We see Jagveer's son gonna go down. I believe that is Solutions there on that team. Solutions' son being Jagveer there. But this trio, they're playing Dirty Docks, and we know how that went in EU. It went all right. Like, we saw some great games out of it, but you have to be good on your rotation. You have to rotate early, which is really good now that they're doing it. They weren't doing it after that first game, and then they got eliminated to Storm Surge, and then they decided, okay, we'll rotate early. They rotated into a trio that ended up taking them out very quickly. That fourth game, we saw all right placement from them. Fifth game, they did a little bit better there. So now, hopefully in the sixth game, they figured out exactly what they need to do to get themselves into that top 10 range so they can qualify.
Well, they had ended up being my prediction. In round 3, they had the second highest placement overall of the teams who qualified. But they had kind of the best elimination ratio in terms of the other teams who were playing for placement. I was a little bit more hopeful, especially given after the start that they had. But with a new trio who's just learning, they're definitely going to want as many reps as possible. And I'm hopeful they'll be able to clutch up in this last game because it feels like they're on the bridge of being able to do it. But at the same time, they haven't really been able to make as many proactive plays. And they've been a little bit more reliant on kind of being reactionary and then doing the reactionary well, which when they get those chances, they've executed incredibly. However, that's not necessarily going to be a tournament winning strategy or a round winning strategy. So we're going to hop on board to a nice little engagement here at kind of that lumber mill right outside of Colossal Coliseum with Cypher, who is able to kind of clutch up right at the end of last match to get his team into striking distance of that top 10, currently sitting in 9th place, largely on the back of that last game.
Yeah, and they definitely need to clutch up here. If they're not able to get these eliminations, or at least disengage from this engagement, Olaf will stop them from qualifying, but Olaf's going to take a lot of damage there on the backside. Wiggly trying to make something happen here for his duo mate. The trio mate already ended up going down there. The edit's not in his favor. He keeps getting stared off from above. The harpoon being used to try to get in, but he gets the damage off. That's the issue with the harpoon. You go into the box, it has a little bit of a reload time there. You have to be careful, but Olaf now going to go down. Wiggly does get the shots there. The edits are there, but the harpoon and the other trio mates are there. They get there quickly, and that's what Vinny and company needed to do. They needed a quick elimination, a quick fight, and now they can look to try to disengage from this trio coming in.
Yeah, and Vinny picking up all 3 of the eliminations there, and a little bit of a misplay coming through. When he hopped on top of the ramp, he hadn't reset the wall. That's that wall you can see right there. And it makes it incredibly difficult to then re-grab that edited triangle wall because you don't have an angle on it. The stair almost completely blocks it off. So not being able to reset it, he flicked his camera over to the right and then just kind of stood there for a second. He was trying to get the quick reset on the wall, but being unable to see it because he was on top of the stairs means he he just ends up going down there. So a little bit of a mechanical misplay that ends up being really, really, really small, but it makes a huge difference as we see a number of teams rotating safely out of Slurpee on a little bit of a late rotation. It's okay because, again, one tick zone, and you do have kind of that slurp water over there to tie yourself off, as well as extra fish. And right now, Yumi, Squishy, and Mob taking a little bit of a literal drive-by here, just kind of firing shots away, hoping they can get something along this rotation.
And they've had a very great back half of games. Will they be able to keep it there? It's actually going to be on to make it 40R Storm and Reed as they are trying to get Dardis there. I think they be able to get that elimination stolen away, and I think actually they didn't, because they wouldn't have left like that. Right? I mean, the only time we've seen them disengage like that is when 40R Storm has gotten elimination. So no, Mob actually did grab it, and they were content with that. Disengage really quick, but now back over to Vinny, Cypher, and Hav. Cypher going to go down. Vinny getting it taken down really low, and they really need this site to go their way. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to do that.
Yeah, you can see Krizix getting some good pressure right there. Going to get the full elim and confirm onto Vinny. Frap pushing in as well. They're going to group up. Maybe try and, use the Chug Splashes and just kind of cancel out the shields. Get back up to 200. You can see Hav just dropped himself down. He's going to hop into a cone and say, not today. I'm hiding. There's no opportunity for a shakedown to reveal him. So he's just going to hang out. However, 28 seconds, that's in the bottom right-hand corner until that zone will move. So he's going to hope that they move along ahead of him and that he can just kind of late rotate and not draw too much pressure, which is exactly what's going to happen. So Hav making the best out of a pretty awful situation. They were able to clean up the fight and at least get the 6 points coming through on the eliminations on the back of Vinny. But the reboot cards he's going to be able to collect, not really going to have a chance to get them unless he kind of late rotates through Coliseum. But with the zone closing, doesn't seem like that's going to be much of a play.
And you can see why Frappe, Alithi, and Krizix are being aggressive here. 48 points puts them, I believe, they were in 18th place coming into this game, so pretty far off that top 10. I think the separation was 34 points, so it is doable if they were to get the Victory Royale with a good amount of eliminations, but we have yet to see them do what they want to do in an in-game, how they want to execute their in-games, how we know they can execute their in-games just due to positioning and being in the wrong spot at the wrong time, making the wrong decision. Maybe this is their game. They got those eliminations. They got Storm Surge tags. They got it quickly. They rotated out. They did rotate a little bit late into this next zone, but overall, this is a great game for them to really get back into this game and qualify through.
I think, jog my memory here, this is our first time we're really seeing a zone pull relatively deep south. I mean, we had kind of that late Gorgeous Gorge rotation that was more center, but we're pulling almost all the way down here towards Lacey Lake and Misty Meadows. So it's going to be a little bit more of a more interesting situation where the northern teams had a little bit farther to rotate and a less access to material. So you can see some of these guys actually having to stop and refarm up and make sure they have enough mats, because the side of the map is a little bit more interesting to rotate through. You have slightly less options depending on kind of where the rest of the zone has come from, just because of where the teams end up deciding to land. A lot of the southern teams are just already in this part of the zone. That's why you're going to see a lot of teams during this time. They're not going to be fighting. They're going to be looking to just top off on the materials, find whatever access to brick in particular, because minus those big gray stones, which tend to get farmed up very quickly, there's not a ton of excess brick on this side of the map. And if there is, it's a building which takes forever to farm up.
And it doesn't always give you the best return when you're doing that. Now, we're going to take a look at a trio. Again, we have great expectations for him. Sundown was your prediction to win this today, and they may be able to qualify, as we do see Macon go down. Another aggressive push there, and I can almost bet that it's them right there in Misty Meadows going aggressive, if not somewhere near it. Falconer, Turtle Tavern, and Caden, though, have set themselves up in a really good spot. Hav is going to go down, but he just went down, so that means he was able to get the reboot off.
Potentially no, because Hob was the no, you're right. If he was only going down, there's some reboot shenanigans going on somewhere because it was not a complete full confirm. So that is a great call out on your end. Hob was the player who kind of got drove off by a Liffy and his crew and was hiding off in the cones. So we talked about some late reboot shenanigans, and it looks like that's going to be in play. So we're going to swing back on over here. Somebody who probably knows a lot about shenanigans. It's Goon, Zarez, and Nani who've been playing a little bit more of that consistent style gameplay, but it's something we've talked about time and time again when it comes to competitive Fortnite. When you rely on consistency, when you have that one game that isn't so consistent, it really drives down the averages. You have a lot less room for error, and you have to be a lot tighter in terms of the execution, as we see Vinny actually also get knocked. So it seems like there might be some chain revive shenanigans going on out in the storm or towards the edge of zone right now with some of the TRNL buddies, but right now, Storm getting a full confirm there. On to 5G Notch. Beck also going to go down right after that. So continuing his reign and finding Nox. Reet, however, going to go down, and Vinny will finally end up with his full confirm.
Yeah, Reet fully confirmed there as well. As Goon is just trying to get this fishing spot. I don't know if he knows the maximum distance on that harpoon is 35 meters. If you ping it and it's 35 meters away, you're guaranteed to grab it. Does end up getting an extra flopper there for them, which puts them in a great spot. Anytime you can get more floppers into your inventory, you're good. 40R Storm is going to go down as well. That's a full elimination. So they, I believe, are out of this game, as we saw Reek go down not too long ago and make it as well. And you see in the corner of your screen there a really big trio still in this game. Wavy, Jacob, Fabs, and CLG's Jay still up. The low ground Chaos Agents. In this game, I would love to see what their loot is, if they have those Dragon's Breath, if they're going to be able to cause the chaos they want to, as we get to pan in the Misty Meadows to see Vert still up. Zas is still up as well. Tuki, Chicken, and Synax up as well. This team below going to be in a very uncomfortable rotate as they go through. Timmy and Yoris there. Lanjak, Nav, and Reunity up as well.
Yeah, finding plenty of space to work with as we get a nice little pan across. I've honestly been really, really, really impressed with DFabs, CLG Jason, and Wavy Jacob. They're somebody known for being very aggressive, but their ability to consistently make endgame, and granted, it hasn't always been as a full trio, but they've at least had one or two individuals who are making it there and making high-level plays. That's a level of discipline we haven't necessarily seen before from Wavy Jacob and DFabs. Normally, it's one or two really big pop-off games that kind of carry the bulk of their score, but all of a sudden adding Jay into that roster and a little bit of kind of veteran experience and discipline when it comes to maintaining your endgame prowess, I mean, it's done wonders for them so far. I mean, they are miles ahead of everyone else, and the rest of the lobby is simply competing for second or even a spot in the top 10, which coming into this game was at 74 points. So Falconer, Turtle Tavern, and Kadenox, who got off to a brilliant start in match one thanks to a fantastic fifth zone high ground execution and pull, they've stalled out really hard since then. Only had one or two games where they've been able to net points. So this last game is going to mean the world to them in terms of pushing for that top 10.
And I like where this zone is pulled for them. As you saw, there was a taxi down below, so they don't have to worry about rotation if they want to hop into that. I don't think they will. The zone is so close, but now that zone's pulling up, they have free reign on everybody rotating right here. They can get shot after shot, as Pure FJ is going to go down. Yumi there, Mob Squishy still trying to get in, but that's Turtle Tavern and Company spraying at them as Solution Sun. That's Jagveer going to fall now as well. Don't know if it was the Turtle Tavern or Company. I would assume that it was based on the angle that they're spraying at, and now they can keep getting sprays onto this team as well. So they put themselves up in a really good spot. Elimination did come through here for Turtle Tavern. 1,000 damage above Storm Surge. So something happened that they changed, and Wavy Jacob now in the meantime is going to go down.
Yeah, and we just praised them for making it to the end game, but we've seen them not always necessarily be the full trio. Jacob will be the first one to go down. Storm Surge is threatening, but it will only be for one more player. Vert ends up getting confirmed there by Falconer. That was his knock, so a second elimination coming up for them, pushing them closer to that top 10 threshold. And again, what do they care about? Well, top 10 is a ticket to the dance, so that's what we're going to be paying attention to in this match number 6. This is the final game for the broadcast. We started off way down under with the OCE. Then we ended up covering EU, NA East, and we're over now in the Wild West for the first time since Season X, covering all of the action in the trios format. And there's so many teams fighting right for the bottom here. Squishy, Yumi, and Mob, who got off to a horrendous start in their first 3 games, weren't even able to get on the board, have all of a sudden turned it around and looked like legitimate contenders, pushed people out of Slurpy Swamps, have 5 eliminations this game, nearly 900 damage above Storm Surge, and right now they have a really good priority position to be able to take control of the high ground. What they're looking to do with the bouncers in their inventory is break off enough space and angles to get tags here, and then late bouncer and take high ground out. And Mob right now is finding the space. You can see just everyone lining up, but instead they're just trying to get a little bit closer. But the team on the high ground is just going to rain shots away from him. And right as I say that, Yumi just gets caught out in the open. The lobby focus eating up everyone, and he's going to go down.
A little bit too hesitant there on the play will cost them. Yumi, is OJ going to get that confirmation on the elimination? Nav and Reunity are going to go down as well. Currently, high ground is held by Tuki, Chicken, and Synax, as they are up there. Falconer, Tavern, and Caden down below. Where are Jay? Where are Favs as well? Favs is going to be knocked in the elimination feed. Jay now going to be the only one up for them. Can he clutch up any more placement? We know that everyone else is currently playing for second place, as they have definitely secured first. But how many more points can he get? How many more points can he go over?
You want a? I'm going to make a prediction right now. I say Jay still places top 5 by himself anyway, because he has played astoundingly well today. And I think he's a player who will have the potential. And it just seems like that kind of day, right? He's just had that kind of day where he's going to find some kind of room in some kind of sick refresh. But we already know that they are getting that #1 spot. The question is, who's able to carve out a space in the top 10? Who's able to go participate in the cash cups and do the studying and get that breath of fresh air? Will our match #1 winners be able to carve out enough space? The legendary Dragon's Breath, as well as the gas can, they're trying to make it a fiery play to push themselves in the top 10, as we see Zas will knock down Landjock for the full confirm. We're into the top 17, so every single trio going down from here is a point. Storm Surge is on. 14 players will need to go down. That's in the top left-hand corner. Once that number hits 30, Storm Surge will turn off, but the chaos is going to start, and it's all about the low ground, the high ground, and who's able to create a little bit of space. And hello? Was that a truck just going around the outside? He said sundown. The low ground, the high ground, it doesn't matter. I got a truck. I'm going to the front of the zone. Straightforward. Don't collect anything except priority positioning. We're going to hop on board here. Cadenox, Turtle Tavern & Co. still just trying to find a little bit of respite, but they're getting rained down from above on right now.
Well, they did something so well. They used that wood so early in rotation that they don't have that much remaining on everyone. You see Falconer dropping all the hard mats over there to Tavern so he can tarp them in his zone. They're going to pull zone back. It's going to be so huge for them. They can hold for a little bit. We see Frappe, Alithi, and Krizix there as well. High ground still held by Tuki, Chicken, and Snacks, but Tuki takes a lot of fall damage all the way down. Symmetrical still here as well. Smock going to go down in the meantime. Frappe and Alithi are popping off, trying to get as many eliminations as they can to just secure their qualifications. Falconer looking in the backside of his own, trying to use that Dragon's Breath shotgun effectively, trying to find someone to catch up.
And Jay is still up. Jay took down Tuki on the high ground. We talked about it, just the Lone Ranger and them always finding a way to push through. As Sidla continues finding another elimination. Tatai will also get the confirmation. There's Jay all the way down to the bottom. Squishy goes down. Will 86 points be enough, or will the offer in the first 3 games come back to haunt them? However you look at it, the back half of their games were incredibly impressive, pushing out of Slurpy Swamps. But now onto the middle tarp here. Turtle Tavern, Cadenox, and Falconer, the match 1 winners, as we have 13 trios remaining, 26 players still on their feet, which means no Storm Surge. It's straight old moving circles, rotation, in late game Fortnite here to round out the day. Match number 6, Jay goes down, and for the first time, they're pushed outside of a top 5 finish. And in the final match now, Turtle Tavern, Cadenox, and Falconer have all of the room to secure their qualification.
This is what they need, especially playing with that Dragon's Breath. No, Falconer gonna misfire. Accidentally dropping down. He fires that off. Now has no shotgun reloaded. He's in a bad spot. Fire is burning. They're all going down really low. Turtle Tavern, Caden, down to about 30 HP. Will get the shotgun reloaded. They can now play around the power weapon, but they're out of mats. He's gonna have to hop into a box. They're gonna have to spray their way through. Shot goes through. 124 damage comes through as well. Falconer gonna get a lot of HP done, dealt, and gone back to the lobby. 78 points. Unfortunate there for them. They weren't able to find the shots. The Dragon's Breath didn't have the range that he needed to do it for. Krizix, Alethi, and Frapp are on the high ground, but Frapp is going to get taken down. Alethi throws him into zone, trying to get him out of that box. Not sure if that was the intended play, but wanted to try to get that elimination. This could be what they need to qualify as well.
I think he was throwing him out and away from the zone. That way his opponent couldn't get the confirmation. It robs him of the excess utility, which is brilliant. But you talked about it. Alethi and Krizix, they needed everything in this game to push forward. They needed all of the points, all of the eliminations. And so far, they've got it. Already 20 points from eliminations. They pushed into the top 3, and they still have 2 on their feet. It's a 2v1v2. And right now, they have the high ground control. You can see Zincu trying to go up with the bouncer play, but he loses priority on the zone. He's going to eat a huge shot to the face, and now it's a 2v2. Can Alethi and Krizix clutch up? Frappe has already gotten 2 of it, and you can see that Alethi taking a storm tick now has the medkit. A brilliant job. He's going to be able to get that medkit off as soon as he goes for it, as long as Krizix can hold. Krizix going down to make the play for himself, finds it with both, and Krizix secures the qualification. Clay, you talked about it right at the end. They needed to find all the eliminations in the mid game, and they found it. 13 elims in the victory royale, 56 points in match number 6 to push them clear of the triple-digit mark, well into the top 10, and what a performance.
They said, we don't even need the med kit. Krizix, you go down, you frag out, you do your thing. I'm gonna stay up here with the med kit just in case. But Krizix put the team on his back there and really clutched up with those eliminations. So overall, a really great game for them. Definitely clutched up qualification overall. Insane final game here for West's first region back to broadcast.
And thank you guys so much, but that's going to be it from us. Have a great Valentine's Day. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
You guys are so sweet. Fantastic cast on the day. Make sure you guys, if you're watching, follow those 2. They're fantastic. Follow these guys. They're great. Now, of course, we got to take a look at the final standings. We got to see who our overall winner is on the day. I mean, I feel like, you know, there's really like no surprise, right? It's Favs. I mean, you look here, we have like a big fancy graphic for it, but I mean, it's at this point, you know, Jason and Wavy Jacob, these guys have been out front since game 1. They've held on strong. The question is, did they break the 200 points? Oh, they did, but they did not break 208. We saw 208 over at NA East. Listen, Shy still, though, 200 points. 200 points.
46 elims to boot with it. I think the last time I tuned in at EU, it was 44 for their region, NA East. I mean, Kelly, if you know, this might be the record for the day from what we've seen on broadcast so far. I mean, absolutely insane performance from them in first place with 200 points.
But look at this, Seidla, Matteo, and Monk jumping up into second place, taking over Reek, 40R Storm, and Macon. Same thing with Symmetrical Dog and Zinx. It definitely seemed right there that kind of like these new teams kind of learned the strategy that Favs and Reet's teams were kind of implementing, and they used it to their advantage.
No, absolutely. They just kind of picked all the way back up. We can see 2 VRs on the board here in the top 5 as well. You know, Thoughts I Kill and Wheels as well, staying in that 5. J Rose is with that explosive game as well, the high amount of eliminations. I think half the eliminations that they have in total, or even more than 107 points, staying inside the top 10 as well.
Oh, but look at Krizix, Alethi, and Frappi. Before that game, in game number 5, they were in 18th place. They only had 44 points. To jump up to 100 points in one game, 56 points right there. What an incredible performance. We asked at the beginning of the last game, what team in the bottom is going to have to do something, like which team is going to be able to break into that top 10? And that right there, it was Alethi, Krizix, and Frapp that were able to do it.
And then right at the end, though, Falconer, Caden Knox, they started off the day with a nice win, could not make it through. The same thing for Landjogger, Nudity, and NAW. But these are the trios I feel like will come in next week just as hot, if not hotter, on the tails of everyone else. You got to remember the top 10 is not going to be here next week. They can't play until the semifinals. They're auto-qualified all the way past that. So every team you're seeing right now, all the way also till 25th and beyond in these kind of round 4 qualifiers are going to be the best to watch, who have the best experience so far in this FNCS. It should be some of the predictions that, you know, the community and we should be making and winning. I mean, I believe in Falconer. I'm not sure about you, Kelly, but I feel like we're going to see some cool stuff in week number 2.
Are you kidding me? Of course I believe in Falconer. I mean, they got a victory royale. They could easily do it again, but consistency is what's going to be the big issue with them coming into week number 2. But I do really quickly want to speak on Yumi, Squishy, and Mob, who we said is the team that could break into the top 10, and they did just that, and they did it with only 5 games out of 6. So I am excited to see this team in the semifinals in a few weeks.
That's right, guys. It has been a long day of Fortnite. We're all done with games in NA West. Now, before we say goodbye, do you guys want to give some final thoughts, Shy?
NA West, surprising. I would assume they would kind of go on the side of aggression, really push for some crazy things, all the teams. It was just a select few. Still an awesome showcase and endgame. Height wins games. That's the lesson I learned today.
Height wins games and Height wins tournaments as well, but you don't need a victory royale to be in first place by 70 points, which is what Favs, Jason, and Wavy showed us today. And honestly, besides that last game, Zeke, you said it, they didn't place below 5th. They did get 13th in that last game, but even with a 13th place finish, they're still on top.
Oh my gosh, so much more Fortnite action. Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you've been with us since EU, you're absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. For the rest of you guys who are tuning in and out, we hope you've had a fantastic Valentine's Day. If you want more action, remember, we're back next week, same time, same place, same faces, and more Fortnite action. Till then, have a great week, and we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.